Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Raceface.Pro and Logistical Nightmare's very own baby. Welcome to the widely anticipated, the much called upon, the most, let's say, a race that has really struck a nerve in South Africa that has become infamous and famous at the same time. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Midrand 570, and we are going to be absolutely blasting around Kyalami for an absolutely amazing 9.5 hours of brute force action. It's going to be a wild one. It's going to be crazy. We're going to see the highs, the lows. We're going to see some tremendous drivers. We're going to see some hard work. We're going to see drivers pushing the limits of what they can do right here in South Africa from all around the world. Everyone joining us to have a bit of fun. And ladies and gentlemen out there in the virtual grandstands, I see you shouting loud and proud. We have heard your calls from a year of waiting, a year of begging, a year of sitting there saying, is this going to happen? Will it return? Well, I'm pleased to announce for the second year running, the Midrand 570 returns to the track. It returns to your screens and all the drivers are lined up, ready to go. And I hope you're just excited as I am, because we're going to go and show off some of the racing. So, out there on the grid, some names that you're going to get used to, the names you're going to get, well, more familiar with after 9.5 hours, folks. It's going to be a proper banger of note. And we're going to go through the field. We got Tariq Adam of Emily Fry Racing out in first place. Hybrid Racing in second place, followed by Rigoli Esports. Quinn Duplessis joining in. He's having a bit of fun. And Ominous Gaming KSR, followed by Martin Racing. Logistical Nightmare. Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. Project Vapor out on the track. OG Redemption going and making their way through. Pandasti Infiltrate Hack and Stick, along with Venomworks Racing Vipers. Team Up Garage a little bit further down. Pandasti Infiltrate Nom Mahiri. Oh, that's just going to confuse a whole lot. So good luck with that one, guys. AF Corsa running in 14th position. Quinton Janssen van Rensburg. Griffin Sim Racing in 15th, and Eleanor Flickfloy going and running a little bit in the back. And part of our drivers in that Flickfloy is actually the owner of Flickfloy, is going to be racing for the first time ever here. PWSR Alpha is running a little bit further down, 17th. 18th is E1 Sim Sport, followed by Eleanor Banana Express. Sarko Racing rejoins the circuit. Kramadorla Sim Racing running a little bit further down. Team Kerygma Racing, then going a little bit further back, got a little bit of Ford Performance. Dean Kabasa heads to the track, and a GRT Gesa Racing team in 24th, along with Team Tryhard in 25th. Ominous Gaming Nitro in 26th. Pandacity Infiltrate. Speed Demons, followed by We Are Pace. Player One Racing. Noob Nation. Griffin Sim Racing, Ebb and Flow, the Zetzman brothers, a Griffin Sim Racing team running a little bit further back. Graham Mole in Team Kerygma Racing, and Ford Performance, Jared Bosco will be running out as our drivers make their way through down the mine shaft, and it is going to be an absolute run. And I've got to say, I quite love how this is all going to be. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're really excited, because I am absolutely buzzing right now as we come up to Cheetah. Tariq Adam, Dean Nokia lining up. First time on the track, these two will be squaring up toe to toe with one another, and they are going to be taking the start for the run. It is going to be a wild one. It's going to be crazy out here, and we're going to be going and chatting to a few drivers. And let's see how they're going to be able to make their way around the circuit. So, at the moment, We will also pull a couple of drivers in to have a chat, but Tariq Adam comes around the corner. Dean O'Keefe, lights on. And ladies and gentlemen, 9.5 hours, Midrand 570 starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, and we are racing as everyone charges down, screaming down to the turn 2, and Tariq Adam keeping a defensive inside immediately. Duplessis on the attack as Dean O'Keefe goes around the outside, gets it absolutely stuck in and stays in for the fight. Tariq Adam down into second place. Duplessis losing out of position to Bernard Barkhuizen, and now having Henry Mayer quickly looking up on the inside as the Mustang charges his way through. Sean Skitzer trying to make his way around as cars bouncing up and down, everyone looking to go on the attack. Tariq Adam getting the pass done on Dean O'Keefe. Side by side they go through Sunset into Clubhouse, getting it absolutely booked in. And now Dean O'Keefe feeling the pressure of Bernard Barkhuizen, looks up on the inside, trying to get the pass done and dusted. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in as yet. Bails out of it. Duplessis trying to go around, has Henry Mayer all over the back of him as well, as they charge their way through. Everyone fighting it out till they're very last at this moment. And now it's going to be late on the brakes for Henry Mayer as he tries to get around the likes of Duplessis. Duplessis pushed to the outside, will drop down a fraction, and now have to work his way through. So absolutely a great start all round as drivers fight their way through. Tariq Adam starting to open up that gap a little bit more. Dean O'Keefe feeling the pressure. Bernard Barkhuizen hunting him down, looking left, looking right as they make their way through Cheetah. And Bernard for the Ominous Gaming Nitro. KSR getting watched on by their new co-owner of KSR and of Ominous Gaming, and that is Tristan Herbst. But we are starting to see a little bit of a problem of drivers bouncing around like no tomorrow. And I think that may be a bit of internet connectivity having a bit of a problem there. But take a look at Bago Krobler looking up on former teammate Duplessis, gets the pass done and dusted. Duplessis nearly goes into the back of him, costs him a bit of time there. Sean Skitzer says, all right, buddy, I'm going to go around the outside, and the Project Vapor BMW spinning out in the background, losing the rear end and landing up in the dirt. Vernon Schumann trying to bring himself back into the mix. Mike LaRue, a new driver to the field, going and powering his way around the track. Michael Donaldson makes his times back onto the track. Rowan van der Walt followed by Brandon Holthuizen, that's looking inside and outside with fellow teammate or sister car of Paul Fenter on the back of him, trying to close up that gap as much as possible. Chris Heineke staying into the mix there. He's hunting down for a way to get past these two Aston Martins that are giving him a little bit of a hassle at this point. Wesselwood a little bit ahead of this pack. Dean Kabasa, Jean-Ray Buerta, and Reginald Mutuleni, Noob Nation, trying to make his way. Dives up on the inside. Can the McLaren get it all booked in ahead of the 992 Porsche? No! As Team Kerigma Racing, Jean-Ray Buerta says that ain't gonna happen, and instantly goes on the attack for Dean Kabasa, just laying ahead at this point as they fight their way down the field. It does look like we have got a few problems, and Neil Swartz, Bernard Barkhuizen, Juan Putter, Ernest Lumbriggs, Daniel de Villiers, and Quinten Jans van Rensburg in the pits. They had unfortunate problems as well, so we'll try and get some insights of what's happening there and see if we can get a little bit of a chat going on. So I know we have access to team comms for certain drivers, and we do have team comms for Daniel de Villiers, also known as Daniel the Hitman de Villiers. Daniel de Villiers, can you hear me?
Steven, can you hear me? Mic check.
We can hear you loud and clear. Radio check. We have got you. Daniel, we've seen that you in the pits with a whole lot of drivers. Can you give us a bit of an insight of what's gone on there?
Steven, it seems like a few of us had a few disconnects here, just halfway through the first lap, unfortunately.
All right, so that does strike you down a little bit. And do you think you're going to be making up a bit of time? I mean, it's a long race ahead. It's not all over as yet, but definitely this does put a little bit of a stone in the shoe, but it isn't the be-all and end-all.
Well, I'm going to have to race the Oaks that was disconnected with me, so it should be interesting. And it's a long race, Steven, so a lot can still happen, and I can work my way up the field.
All right, well, how long have you got still to go? We do know that controls get locked. And can you give us a bit of an insight of how long roughly you're going to be still on the pit?
Exiting turn 2 as we speak.
Okay, right. Well, Daniel the Hitman de Villiers of PWSR will be heading out onto track. There he is in the Nissan GTR. We wish you all the best. Good luck. And go and give it absolute horns.
All right, thank you, Steven.
All right, absolutely great stuff. Getting to get a little bit of team comms in. We will be chatting to a few drivers. We do see that is a Mustang of Jared Akum, who is stopped out on track. Tim giving us a bit of a shot there. He's in the middle of the track, unfortunately. So something is definitely not right on his side. He's stuck on the inside. So Tariq Adam trying to make his way around. A couple of the back markers have leaving the pits. Tariq Adam getting ahead of Henry Mayer, now running in second. Bago Krobler chasing down in third place. Sean Skitter running in fourth with Duplessis chasing him down. Just a shout out to Duplessis because he has now gone and joined up with Rigoli Esports and is now representing in the Italian team, going and having a bit of fun out there. Absolutely great stuff. Taking a look over to our virtual grandstands, we got a bit of chat going on. Fleming Bauer saying, Stephen, it's Martin Racing, like Marvin the Martian. Yes, I know Marvin the Martian from Looney Tunes. Who doesn't? I mean, that's got to be part of it. You know, those wily rabbits can cause an absolute chaos at the best of times. But it's always great to see it out there. Antonio Gamble saying, have an awesome race, guys. Go, Jason Farmer, my boy. We've got the likes of Xavier saying Pandassi cars are looking great. I have to agree. It's a proper run. Chris saying, unfortunately, there has been a problem where there's been cars falling out of the race due to a disconnect, but luckily we're able to get everyone back. And Alan Patterson saying, good luck to Daniel, the team owner of PWSR, giving a bit of a shout out there. The caution does come in as we do see the 69 car of Ruben Heineke. He is stopped dead and now moved back to pits, so something's gone on with him. And it does look like quite a few cars, including one of the Pandassi cars, going against it. And we do have our first safety car, yellow flags being waved. Is it? Cars going very slow at the moment. Bago Krobler just making his way through. Duplessis. And it looks like quite a few cars just moving off to the side. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not 100% sure what is going on. Tariq Adam obviously hasn't got that bit of news of what's been going on. So, never mind. As saying that, he immediately pulls into the pits. And we have got a red flag. Folks, we've got a red flag. So we will be jumping back to our commentary box during this red flag. So let's get back and try and see what's going on. So unfortunately, we've had quite a few rapid disconnects and rejoins. So we're going for a restart. Drivers will be getting a restart, so we will be getting back in with the running. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much for joining us here today so far. Yes, we are going for a bit of a restart. All the drivers are going to be getting themselves back up and back into the mix. But a couple of things we got to give a massive shout out to. We do have our big sponsors going and jumping on board. Scallywags, Drift Academy, Flick Floyd, Logistical Nightmare Racing, along with Raceface.Pro, all being a part of the amazing action. It's going to be a proper run. But yes, a restart of the race due to the multiple disconnects at a rapid time. And this does give everyone the opportunity to get in and go racing once again. So we're looking forward to getting the drivers back out and doing what they need to do. Well, taking a look over to our virtual grandstand, Willie Zetzman going and supporting the family. He's watching from a cold and windy PE. Wow, you can keep that cold and windy weather. Don't send it up to Midrand here. We've got the Midrand 570, and we want to have that beautiful warm weather, especially considering the sun is out and going. Saki Goes Bossy going in and saying, how's it? And there is a message from Bert Hugo, the man himself, the CEO of Raceface.Pro, going and saying that they don't usually do restarts, but due to the nature of the race, the special kind of the race, we will be going for a restart once again. Try and get the guys back up and going towards the top end of the order. So, out the box, though, Dino Kier and Tariq Adam going and doing it. For many people that don't know Tariq Adam, well, Tariq Adam actually landed up with one of our quicker drivers racing, and I do believe he did win a championship or two in Raceface.Pro during the Thursday nights. And it's good to see that he's made his return to be part of all the action, be having a little bit of fun. I don't think he has teamed up with any of his usual mates like Luke Addison and such. So it's unfortunate we might not be able to see them out on track, but that's always great to see. I'm looking forward to seeing what Dean Nokia will be able to do, once again getting put in for the refight, and Bernard Barkhazen as well. The whole Omnus Gaming KSR team looking to jump out of the box and get themselves right to the start of the pack once again. They were in for a proper fight, and we're hoping that that's going to be all happening once again. So let's take a look, and even a couple of the drivers, just making sure that they're all good. Kalen Mauer, it won't be you, it will be just a straight out problem. You have a Kunos issue, so don't stress. You're doing a fantastic job. Actually putting in some good times there for We Are Pace. For anyone that doesn't know, go and take a look out on the social media for We Are Pace. Kalamauer being the driver for that, and also starting from the world of Gran Turismo on console, then later moving in. Kalamauer also went and represented South Africa in the FI Motorsport Games a couple of years ago in a set of Corsa Competizione. He was the first time getting into the actual sim, did a really good job out there, having some great star-studded cast racing with us here today. They will be going through 9.5 hours worth of racing, folks. That means we're going to be going right through till midnight, so I hope you're ready to have a little bit of fun, go see all the chaos that will ensue, and also go and have a chat to a couple of drivers. We're going to have some people rather worn out that we'll be able to chat to during the course of the event. So I do know that our stewards and our teams are frantically getting themselves sorted out. They want to get this done and dusted as fast as possible. So we will wait for the rejoin and for everyone to be part of it. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you very much for joining us so far. We do apologize for the delay at this point, but we will be rejoining with the action very soon. I'm going to ask everyone out there, what are you looking forward to? The whole Midrand 570. I want to know, who are you supporting? Who's the teams that you keeping an eye out for? And the ones that have stolen your heart so far for the start of the Midrand 570. I'd love to get some understanding from the crowd who you are looking forward to, who you want to see charging their way up to the order, who's going to be the ones that you're going to really go and say, hey, that's where we want to be. Because it's always fantastic to have a chat to it. But we do have Pitwall up for anyone that wants to keep an eye on the live timing. Pitwall is available for those who want to go and be a part of it and see the live timing. We also have our PokerBet affiliate link down below, so feel free to go and join up with PokerBet. Go and take a win today with PokerBet. Lots of amazing competitions going on, and it's worth being a part of all that goes on. See if you can be the next millionaire, maybe more, as we did have our drivers like Henry Mayo walking away with, I think it was nearly over 100,000 Rand cash that he actually bought a new rig from EG Evolved not so long ago, and that was after going and winning an amazing prize. And the first thing he did is he went and spent it on a Ford, next generation rig, but a Ford one. So, for any Ford lovers out there, you're going to be in celebration of it. For anyone that's not a Ford lover, well, you kind of you came up with your own ideas on that one. So we are waiting for the server to reboot and get back into it before we get out and racing once again. Ono 146 going and saying, how's it? As he's looking forward to seeing everyone. Daniel de Villiers also jumping into the chat there saying, hello everyone. And we did hear from him a little bit earlier. He is going to be our correspondent that will be chatting to us during the course of the race. He is going solo. And, well, we're looking forward to having a chat with him during the course of the race. I've got to say, that is a proper bit of fun to see where he actually turns out, where he's going to go, how is he going to get that extra little bit of climb on the way through. But we will keep an eye out on that. A couple of drivers also take a look at. We got Zaire Essa rejoining the field. For anyone that hasn't seen Zaire Essa for a long time, he hasn't been in Raceface.Pro for a very long time. He's been hiding away doing his thing, and we look forward to what he can do. So just getting a bit more chats from our correspondents out there of what's happening down in the pits. It looks like they're still chatting to the drivers and teams to get them up and going. And this also gives a bit of time for those that liveries didn't pull through. We're able to pull liveries through. I know Hansi Myberg is chomping at the bit of that one, as he has been waiting so long to have his Ford livery put on, and switching out from the usual BMW for the Team Tryhard. So it's also fantastic to have him there. A couple of chats going on. Drivers just working out what's going to be happening. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be starting in due course with our race once again. Do apologize for the delay as it stands. We are just trying to get the servers up and going. Billy Sitzman, even though I'm a 100% true Ford fan, my two sons gave me one support, my first support, and then all the Ford teams. Well, I have to admit, it's always good to see that. I think the very few Fords I actually like would be the Ford GT3, the Formula Ford, Ford Escort Mark 1, not the Mark 2. The Mark 2 is a little bit too, it looks too much like a Datsun, my personal opinion. So I like the Mark 1, and that's, look, it's always great to see. Keegan Sanderson saying, let's go PWSR, saying a bit of support there. Absolutely tremendous stuff. Always great to see you guys going and giving a bit of support out there. Once again, we are waiting for the servers to refire up before we're going. Donovan Lear saying, Eleanor in the house. Donovan Lear from Logistical Nightmare, also part of the console side of things. And for you guys out there that are wanting to get involved with console sim racing from a Assetto Corsa Competizione side, and for those who want to get involved with the Gran Turismo side, Donovan Lear is your best point for that. We do have a console league in South Africa that takes care of both those needs. So if you're on Xbox or PlayStation, you want to do ACC, there's your chat. Go and have a chat to them. Go and be a part of all the action. And for those that are wanting to do Gran Turismo, I've got to say that is something I actually want to get my hand into. I don't think I'm going to be very good at it, but it's worth trying. Donovan, I think, there's a special class for people like me who are so fast, we get put into our own class. You get the pros, pro-ams, and then we don't talk about. Do I count as that we don't talk about? All right, there we go. Donovan going and saying, chat to him for ACC, and Robin Williams, who will be for the Gran Turismo side. But if you have any questions, feel free to click on and have a chat to Donovan. He will be more than happy to give you that little bit of guidance of where to go. Always great to have, and part of our logistical nightmare racing. It's always fantastic to have our console side here along with our PC. It does show that we are intermingling, we're chatting, we're being part of it. And Bert's Hugo coming in saying that we're going to be chatting and getting up and going. So we got 5 minutes and we'll be up and running once again. Always fantastic to have. Good to see from that. And also going to be a proper run. So as we wait for everyone to get into the server and get going once again, I'm pleased to announce that Hunty Myberg's livery is pulled through. I know that has been his main worry. And there's going to be a couple of people in the driver's briefing, so if anyone can pass straight through that Hunty Myberg's livery has pulled through, and you're going to hear a girly scream of, yay, it's happened. Donovan going and saying, yep, it's going to be a proper one. So we're going to be restarting in 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. We will be getting back out and joining with the racing once again and have our drivers giving another go at the start. So this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a wild one. Restarts. Let's go and break this down of what a restart's going to do for your driving standard. Well, a lot of people that got in the focus, got in the mood, got that jump off the line, well, they're going to have to get into that mindset once again. For those who have not, for those that are now having to work their way through and figure out what's going to be the next step for them, well, they're going to have to see how this is going to work out and try not go and lose out that little bit of time. Going to be a tough one out there for our drivers, especially for the Midrand 570, folks. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're liking the racing that's going to be coming up, make sure you hit that subscribe button along with the bell notification icon here at Raceface.Pro. And also, please go and take a look at Logistical Nightmare Racing out on YouTube for both the console and also for the PC side. Lots and lots go on, and it's always fantastic to have a chat to them. And I kindly invite the Logistical Nightmare Racing to send through their YouTube channel to me on DM, and we will post it into the links for you guys to go and subscribe to them and be a part of all the racing there and seeing all the action. Some of the carnage that goes on, that they've got TVTs and they have got some great racing that you can be a part of. I know the GT4s were a bit of fun for myself. They had at one point, and here at Raceface.Pro, we have got Assetto Corsa Competizione, and we have got the beautiful, well, I say beautiful, iRacing leagues. My personal favorite is the iRacing. We've been getting a little bit further with our GT3 racing there, so feel free to be a part of the discussion. This one be a great one. So, couple of moments, we will be restarting our race, and we will be going out once again. So just finding out when are we up and going once again. So we're just waiting to try and get a little bit of an idea. And we will be having our drivers going and battling it out. So a couple of things that is happening out there in the world of sim racing to know about. We've got the likes of our iRacing that's currently going. We've got our Assetto Corsa Competizione League that will be restarting for the likes of Raceface.Pro. That will be restarting on the 16th of October. So feel free to join for the GT3 Sprint Series on the 16th of October, and our Thursday GT3 Series on the 17th of October will be restarting. iRacing runs on a Tuesday night, along with Logistical Nightmare Racing runs on a Tuesday night, and also on the weekends as well for the console side of things. And also the LNR MSA Cup is running on the weekends as well. So that is a bit of news that's happening in the world of sim racing, as we are still waiting to get back up and going. I know drivers are chomping at the bit, wanting to get go. Blake Bryan saying, let's go. I've got to agree with that one. We all want to get back in and get racing. We want to see the start. I mean, we got all hyped up for it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to continue getting hyped up. It's going to continue getting exciting. 9.5 hours of pure nose-to-tail racing through and through. And see how it's all going to go. It's going to be a proper battle. We have got notification that's just come through that we will be starting in 2 minutes. The race will be restarting in 2 minutes.
Good day, Stephen.
There we go. Daniel, how are you, buddy?
Good. Alive and well.
Oh, that's fantastic to hear. Now, with the restart,
shall
coming in.
Again?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
it. Restart coming back in, and we're going to be back out on the track. It's going to be a tough one out there. Looks like it's going to be trying to get your head back in the game as a driver, getting yourself psyched up. Are you ready to take on the action all over again? Is it a bit of a worry? Is it a scare? Is it a bit of a concern of how it's all going to go? Or do you feel quite confident that this time will be better?
I think everyone should do better. They know what they were expecting on the first corner or the first lap, so I think everyone will take it much easier compared to the previous session. But I think everyone is ready, and I think the race jitters has gone, so we can focus more now.
Okay, so going to be absolutely ready to go. That's fantastic to hear. I'm looking forward to it. And any last words before the start? We do have Alan Patterson going and saying good luck. We've also got a couple of drivers actually saying good luck to the PWSR team. Is there anything you would like to say to them before we get you underway?
Yeah, I would like to say to my boss man there, Mr. Alan Patterson, thank you for the support. And to my teammates Darren, Kieran, if they are watching, please hold your thumbs for me so I can finish well through this whole 9.5 hours. And to everyone watching, thank you for the support to Raceface, and thank you for Beatrice Hansi and all the sponsors, and to you, Stephen. Thank you.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, we'll have a chat to you during the course of the race, and, well, keep it all together out there with the Nissan. We're looking forward to seeing it charge your way to the line. Have fun.
100.
All right, so there we go. We're going to be having a chat to Daniel, the Hitman de Villiers, during the course of the race. He's been the only person that stood up and said, listen, I want to be a part of this. I want to be the guy in the commentary box. Many, many years ago, for anyone that doesn't know, there was Alan Patterson interviewed a couple of drivers in a endurance race. It was a 6 hour spa, if I remember correctly. Or was it a 9 hours of spa? In any case, he did an interview with a couple of drivers and said, hey, listen, let's try and get to you during the course of the race. And now Daniel de Villiers going in, taking up that mantle once again to be one of the drivers that gets interviewed during the course of the race. So, with that being said, let's go through our grid again. It is Emil Fry Racing, Tariq Adam, along with Hybrid Racing, Rigoli Esports, Quinn Duplessis, Bernard Barkhuizen of Ominous Gaming, KSR, Henry May of Martin Racing, along with Logistical Nightmare Racing, Sean Skitter, Hybrid Racing Pro, Enduro, Bago Krobler, along with Project Vapor, Mahayath Musa, Eleanor Banana Express, Paul Fenter behind the wheel there, OG Redemption, with Michael Donaldson, Werner Skuma and Panassi Infiltrate, Haken Stierk, along with Venomworks Racing, Mike LaRue, and the Vipers team. Vian Putter, Team Up Garage, along with Panassi Infiltrate, Norm Mayhiri. And we got KSR Quantum with Quinton Jans van Rensburg, Chris Heineke of Griffin Sim Racing in 16th. 17th is Eleanor Flickfloy with Brandon Holthazen. We got Ruin Heineke of Sarko Racing in the Ferrari. Wessel Huda of Kramadula Sim Racing, number 121. Then we've got the E1 Sim Sport, Thomas Trollope, looking to make his way through. Jean Roberta of Team Kerigma Racing, Dean Cabasa of Forward Performance. Then we got GRT Chessa Racing Team, Ernest Lumbriggs. And Ominous Gaming Nitro a little bit further down. Henry Plutt. Hansi Myberg of Team Try Hard. He is in the Mustang. And there we go. Got a livery on him finally. Neil Swartz of Pandassi Infiltrates. Yako Nadir of Speed Demons. Kalen Mauer of We Are Pace. And there we got Player 1 racing Terence Ferreira, who's been doing quite well on the overseas scene in ERA. Noob Nation, Reginald Mutalani looking to power his way through. Rob van Heerberg from Griffin Sim Racing, all thawed out after his time in the Inix Legend at Delmas. So he's good to have a bit of fun there. Jared Bascom of Ford Performance, Eben Flo, Ludwig Zetzman. And then we got Lucas Joubert, Griffin Sim Racing, and Graham Moll rounding out our field with Team Krigma Racing. 36 teams starting out as they make their way through. Tariq Adam leading the pack. And this is going to be a proper charge. So Tariq Adam, Dean Nokia running side by side. Duplessis and Barkhazen lining up behind. This is going to be a close round. This is the second ever Midrand 570, folks. Get ready, get wild, get noisy, get ready for an absolute blast. It's going to be a wild one, start to finish. We're in for a chase of note with Tariq Adam and Dean Nokia ready to go at each other once again. Duplessis and Bernard Barkhazen looking to put on the charge as they line themselves up. Lights on, as we get ready to go. So in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jim, over to you. And Tariq Adam getting the jump on Dean Nokia this time around, but both of them charging down to turn 2. Tariq keeping a very defensive middle line as Duplessis tries to hunt down that inside line. Couldn't get the pass done. Bernard Barkhazen staying into the fray, forcing Sean Skitter out wide as they all make their way through. Cars going 2, 3 wide up the XK sweep. Now into barbecue as we do see Barkhazen runs out wide. Skitter comes back. Oh no, Skitter getting tossed round like a salad, bouncing off the cars on the way through. That did not work out in his favor. So on the dirt, put on the power, and that's all she wrote, unfortunately, for Skitter. As they make their way back onto the course, Tariq Adam still leading out that charge, trying to make his way up through the order. It's going to be a close fight for him, though, as he now's got Dean Nokia very, very hungry right behind him, trying to chase him down and see whether they can close up that gap as fast as possible. I think it's going to be a bit of a difficult one, though, as Tariq Adam starting to open up the gap early on. Dean Nokia dropping into the clutches of Duplessis as it goes on. Many of the drivers having to just work their way through. Remember, this is 9.5 hours worth of racing. It's going to be a long stint for our drivers. Everyone looking to double or even triple stint their runs here today, and looking to really put themselves up in the order. Duplessis getting pressure from going back in the championship. Henry Mayer, who actually went and won the Raceface.Pro championship, as a good lap time starting to come in. A 147 set by Tariq Adam. Dino Kier with a 48, and the rest of the field starting to come down. Mahaith Musa getting some pressure from Werner Skuman with a huge send up on the inside. Can he get it done and dusted? The Mustang gonna understeer out, and Mahaith Musa is gonna keep leaning on the pressure there. He tries to keep the BMW squarely firmed in the middle. Comes across, getting a little bit of a push from Werner Skuman as they rub paint with one another. And so far, the Project Vapor driver gets caught behind Werner Skuman. Mahaith Musa needs to do everything he can yet to try and get past, because Ruan Footervolt all over the back of him is going to absolutely put a huge amount of pressure, and that is going to draw Mike LaRue in. So at the moment, Mahaith Musa, being the only BM in a Mustang sandwich of note, he's looking to try and get out of it as fast as possible. This is not going to be the best time for him. Mike LaRue a little bit further back now, joining into the frame. Ruan Putter, he is now trying to make his way from up garage, and he's getting chased down by E1 Simsport, Thomas Trollope, and Daniel, the Hitman de Villiers, who we heard on the microphone a little bit earlier. We'll have a chat to him a little bit later, because he's in a monstrous fight right onto the back of Thomas. He's going to try and force his way through here. Chris Heineke chasing him down, looking to try and look for a way past. Ernest Lundberg's a little bit further back. And Ernest Lundbrig's going and racing for GRT, Guess the Sim Racing. And honestly, glad to see him out here. He's a very, very talented driver from the world of Evolution Racing Academy and has proven to be quite a formidable foe to the likes of Terence Ferreira. Quinten Jens van Rensburg trying to keep his way up for the KSR Quantum. It's Jean-Ray Buerta trying to look around the outside, gets that pass done and dusted, but can he carry the momentum through? Side by side they go, and Hansi Myberg in the Mustang trying to hunt down that little bit of slipstream onto the back of Jens van Rensburg. Looks for the inside line. Can he get it all booked in, though? He's going to try go for a deep send. A quick flash of the lights from Jean-Ray Buerta, just going and letting the rest of the drivers know, come on, buddy, you got to get going. You're going to lose a bit of time here. And Hans Marburg couldn't quite get that pass done and dusted. And suddenly he's getting a bit of pressure from Neil Swartz all over to the back of him. So Neil Swartz is going to do everything he can. Ruben Heineke from Sarco Racing putting the pressure on. He's trying to move his way up through the order. So a couple of drivers really doing whatever they can to put themselves up towards the sharp end of the field. Back up towards the sharp end of the field, talking about that, Henry Mayer and Duplessis going to absolute war with one another. So the Regoli esports driver Duplessis will be doing this absolutely solo in the race. There's a couple of solo drivers that are out there, Reginald Mutaleni, Hansi Myberg, and also like Duplessis, who are solo drivers for the whole 9.5 hour race, going to be having to really battle their way through. So it's going to be a difficult time for them, as we do see Henry Mayer up on the inside of Duplessis, getting the pass done and dusted. Now Bernard Barkhuizen trying to go past, heading up towards Cheetah. Side by side they go, both not giving an inch, and Barkhuizen gets it absolutely sent in. Duplessis goes on the retaliation, though. Inside line has Bego Krubler trying to go around the outside, giving it everything he's got. Paul Fenter now giving chase in the Aston Martin for Logistical Nightmare Racing. So drivers are really starting to open up those gaps, really push on as hard as they can, and it's going to be a proper, have a great run. So difficult times out there, long race ahead for our drivers, and a long race for everyone in this monumental fight. So as we do see likes of Bego Krubler trying to make his way through to catch up to his teammate Dino Kier, who has teamed up with Daniel Rowe. Bego Krubler is going to try and keep the pressure on former teammate Duplessis. Regoli Racing then going and giving an opportunity to Duplessis, saying, listen, we got our eye on you, go and make us proud. Jumping on board with that and saying farewell to Hybrid Racing. So this will be his debut outing in a South African league in a new team. Bego Krubler will be putting the pressure on and does know the little bit of secrets to the trade here. Paul Fenter, a rival to Bego Krubler. These two have gone and battled each other out numerous times before to go and see who will be able to stand at the top of the charts. And Paul Fenter will give it everything he's got onto the back of Bego Krubler to try and get that pass done and dusted. A little bit further back, Ruben van der Walt dealing with Mike LaRue, who looks up on the inside. The Venomworks Racing Vipers Mustang is looking quite poised for attack right onto the back of the Pantacity Infiltrate Num Mehiri. So it's going to be a proper difficult run there. Chris Heineke, though, goes off into the dirt as he goes side by side with Lundbriggs through Cheetah. And now, suddenly, as Jean-Ray Buerta up on the inside, Buerta trying to capitalize on the mistake and takes the dive as he gets side by side, drag racing all the way through the Porsche 992 GT3R against the Ferrari 296. It is going to be a battle of the monsters, but it does look like Chris Heineke going and just getting the edge in at the moment into turn 2. Couldn't quite carry the momentum side by side through the XK sweep. And it was Jean-Ray Buerta getting the overall onto the likes of Chris Heineke. Did try and go for the undercut there. Couldn't quite get it all done and dusted on the way through. A little bit further back, a big train starting to build in. Henry Platt, Kalen Mauer, Jaco Nadir, Dean Kabasa, all in the mix there. Michael Donaldson, Reginald Mutaleni, Brandon Holtzhazen, as everyone's trying to make their way through. Brandon Holtzhazen sees the likes of Terence Ferreira onto the back of him as he puts pressure on Reginald Mutaleni. Michael Donaldson getting a little bit of pressure as Dean Kabasa goes up on the inside. Now Reginald's going to follow through. Michael Donaldson going to lose out a bit here as Reginald Mutileni gets a snap oversteer on the way through. He loses out a bit of time, trying to rejoin on the circuit safely. Loses out to Brandon Holtzays and Terence Ferreira. And Reginald Mutileni going on the defense. Suddenly has Jared trying to close up. But that also looks like Reginald had our leaders starting to come through there. That is one of the logistical nightmare cars making their way back through the order. And that was Sean Skitter, who actually unlapped himself. So he lost out a bit of time, went to go and unlap himself back into the race to try and keep the power on. So great racing out there, but always an interesting time here indeed. So folks, this is going to be a very long race. This is going to be an interesting battle. So the question is, how on earth does this race work? Well, it's an endurance race, folks. And that means our teams are going to be racing for 9.5 hours of close nose-to-tail racing. When you cross the line, first, second, and third, you will be crowned first, second, and third on the Midrand 570. Nature of the whole race, give it horns until the end and see what position you come in, versus some of the world's finest drivers to duke it out in a monumental battle of note. And that being said, you have got some of the fastest of the fast out here. Tariq Adam, Dino Kia, Henry Mayer, Bernard Barkers, and Kwan Duplessis, Paul Fenter, Bega Kroller, Werner Skuman, Mahith Musa, Ruben van der Walt, currently in your top 10. And they are all teamed out with quite a few different drivers as well. Bearing in mind, Tariq Adam, I think, is a solo entrant. Duplessis is a solo entrant in our top 10. Everyone else has got a partner that they've teamed up with. So they are going to be sharing the stints with their fellow drivers. As we see Werner Skuman diving into the dirt there, losing out a bit of time. He's going to get Mahith Musa instantly looking to try and get past and really getting the hammer down, trying to gain a bit of time. Ruben van der Walt and Mike LaRue in the background, just trying to close up. Paul Fenter feeling the pressure from the likes of Bego Kroble. Managed to get past Bego Kroble. Now he wants to target onto the back of Duplessis. That's just ahead of him. Duplessis in the Audi R8 will be trying to make a little bit of time. The Rigali esports driver now trying to prove that he is worth his salt to a brand new team. As Paul Fenter gets away from Bego Kroble, he has to go on the defense of Werner Skuman. Mahith Musa will be charging down to try and clamber onto the back of it. So hopefully that goes and explains how this race is going to work. It is going to be a monumental fight to the end. First, second, and third. Who's going to come across the line and get the win? Well, that's going to be all told. So it's going to be great stuff. But with that being said, quite a few incidents going on as Henry Plutt and Dean Kabasa had a little bit of contact. And now it looks like Dean Kabasa getting ahead of Henry Plutt for the Ominous Gaming Nitro. Henry stuck on the outside. Also moving on from Team Tryhard Racing to Ominous Gaming. And it was put in the Ominous Gaming Nitro. So also his first time out in the new team, sliding the McLaren round, gets overtaken by Brandon Holthazen. So Henry down the order, suddenly has Terence Ferreira trying to make his way through. Sean Skitter trying to unlap himself. Terence Ferreira on the defense, trying to hold back Jaco Nadir, who's looking around the outside. Reginald Mutileni dives on the inside, trying to get the pass done and dusted at the back here. It is just absolutely mental on the way through. Drivers trying to figure out left, right, and center. What are they going to be doing? And then we take a look at Daniel de Villiers. He's onto the back of Rion Putter, trying to chase his way down. The big Nissan against the Honda, the NXX, going and make his way through. Daniel trying to lock horns. Oh, a little bit of contact there, trying to bring the car back, and just gets past the little Honda that's trying to go up on the inside. Vian not going to back down from the fight. And loses out to Daniel de Villiers, going and getting his elbows out in this round and trying to open up the gap a little bit more. Now I know when there is a bit of time, we'll have a chat to the beautiful driver. Wessel Wooder, though, unfortunately, not having the best time out there. And he had a little bit of an accident, 1-2-1. So let's go and take a look what happened in a quick replay. Let's see what happened with him. And he had Quinten Jans van Rensburg in the Ferrari chasing him down. Looks for the inside and getting the pass down. Oh, a little bit of contact is enough to rotate the car and then having the entire field swamp him right at the last. So not an ideal run for him, but unfortunately, it does turn into a bit of a rough one. Daniel de Villiers still going elbows out in his racing. Thomas Trollope going and dealing with Jean-Ray Buerta and Ernest Lumbriggs now coming into the fray. Ernest going to be trying everything he can to get the pass on Jean-Ray Buerta, and Ruan Heineke chasing down in the Ferrari, taking a big lunge on the inside, trying to follow through as Thomas, stuck on the outside, now has to try and compete against the Porsche 992 and getting past Cheetah, gets it done and dusted. Jean-Ray Buerta loses out his drive. Ernest Lumbriggs tries to go for the inside line. Couldn't get that pass done and dusted as they make their way through. Werner Skuman losing out to Bego Krubler as they go side by side with one another. Bego doing everything he can for the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. And Werner Skuman looks up on the inside, getting the pass done. Now needs to carry a lot of momentum through on the running order here. So Bego Krubler will keep very, very close to Werner Skuman and seeing where they can claw their way back into the fray of things. Drivers going and pushing themselves. What's happening? And so much has been going on. A bit of questions being asked. So what happened to Ludwig Zetzman? Well, there he is, out on track, 36th place. He has been lapped. It looks like a bit of problems for him early on. Stuck the Zetzman brothers down the order. So they are 2 laps down. We'll make it 1 lap, but it's not over just as yet. They are still closing down on Rob van der Heever, trying to make up some time there. They have been in the pits twice, though, and I think that was for damage on their car. So they did get involved in a bit of contact on the way through. So Jean-Ray Buerta giving a quick flash to Thomas Trollope, looks up on the inside, and Ruan Heineke getting a little bit elbows out with the likes of Ernest Lumbriggs. And now you see Chris having to make his way through. Chris Heineke is going to take a look at Ruan Heineke and say, all right, well, how can I get around you? As Jean-Ray Buerta stuck on the outside. Here comes Ernest Lumbriggs to look for the inside, heading towards Cheetah. Not able to get that pass done and dusted just as yet. Going to hang right on the back of him, ensure that he can just keep into the mix at the moment. And will get the power down as quick as he can. Jean-Ray Buerta battling out 14th, 15th, and 16th position, going a bit wild, and right behind them, 17th and 18th, Ruan Heineke and Chris Heineke will be following each other through, looking to keep a fair amount of pressure on one another during the course of this race. Thomas going and holding back Jean-Ray Buerta in the onslaught. Ernest Lumbriggs a little bit late on the brakes there, cost him a bit of time. Ruan Heineke is going to try and capitalize on this, line himself up on the inside, gets the pass done, but can he make it all work? Yep, through barbecue, gets it hooked in, and gets the pass done and dusted. So Ernest Lumbriggs, who is now going door to door, a little bit of elbow to elbow there with Ruan Heineke, just going in, giving each other a quick love tap every so often. So Heineke tries to for a bit of a lunge on the inside to get it all sorted out, gets on the power. Lumbriggs just keeping very up against the door. He loses out the drive into the S's and immediately losing out time as Chris Heineke looks to join in the battle for the Griffin Sim Racing team as he gets in there, having a great battle on the way through. Ernest Lumbriggs down another position, stuck on the outside, couldn't quite bring the car back to get it all sorted out. So, bit of a run through the order, and our drivers now needing to really close up on what they can do. Everyone having to figure out what's going to be the climb here, how they're going to be able to move their way up through the order. As Chris Heineke opens up the gap. Ernest Lumbriggs dropping down to Neil Swartz and Hansi Myberg, who are trying to close up the gap. So Jean-Ray Buerta still putting out the fight to Thomas Trollope, but our top running order at the moment, though, Tariq Adam, Dean Okia still going and running a field. Tariq Adam 5.4 seconds ahead already from second place. Then another close battle, Bego Krobler, Werner Skuman still into the fight. They are chasing down Paul Fenter with Mahath Musa keeping close in tow. So Bego Krobler keeping a very close eye on the BMW, challenging him at the moment as they make their way through. Dean Kabasa having his run with Henry Plant and the likes of Terence Ferrer. Henry trying to keep up the pace. Terence Ferreira getting a snap oversteer for the Player One Racing as he brings the car back. Now just trying to put a huge amount of pressure on the former Team Tryhard driver, gone OG driver, Henry Platt, who is looking to show his fight and why he has been moved to a different team, why he's been offered that position. He's going to have to really go and put a great time out there. We'll be fighting out with the likes of Mordred Claessens, I do believe, will be jumping into the wheelhouse as well. Graham Mole, unfortunately, jumping into the grass up at the top of the mineshaft. So, unfortunately, Graham Mole down the order, lost out at the top of the mineshaft, now has to try and bring his way back into the fray of things. Jaco Nadir closing up on the back of Terence Ferreira, looking to try and pull Reginald Mutalini along into the fight. As we see Jean-Ray Buerta still fighting it out with Thomas Trobert, Ruben Heineke and Chris Heineke following in tow. They are going to do everything they can to battle it out. And Werner Skuman and Paul Fenter will be going nose to tail with one another as they battle their way out here at the Midrand 570, brought to you by Logistical Nightmare Racing and Raceface, but also with our associate partners that are with us, Flickfoy and the likes of Red Star Raceway, Scallywags, Drift Academy, and PokerBet being another part of it. That reminds me, for anyone out there that are looking to have some fun with PokerBet, there is a link in the description. Feel free to join up with PokerBet and see we can win some grand prizes with PokerBet. Honestly, a great time to go and have an absolute huge amount of fun with them. And we do invite every single person to go and join up utilizing the link below. Our affiliate link will take you to the guide. So, as our drivers still giving it horns, doing everything they can to really stand on the top of the running order, we do see Werner Skuman losing out time to Bego Krobler as Paul Fenter starts to back him into the field. Jason Farmer going and saying, how's it in the chat as well? Good to see him out there. We've got Darren Miller, or Thriller Miller, jumping in. Alan Patterson going and giving a bigger shout out as well for fellow PWSR driver. Werner Skuman, though, gets a pass on Paul Fenter. Outbreaks himself a little bit there, but may be able to just hold the position back. Paul Fenter not able to go and battle him out just as yet. Now pulled into the clutches of Bego Krobler as he goes and fights it out on the way through. So Bego Krobler is going to chase him down, looking for the pass, looks around the outside, second guessing the option, though, to go on the attack. He rather waited out, and that just drawed him into the clutches of Mahath Musa. So a tough time out there for him as they battle their way through. Ruben Heineke onto the back of Jean-Ray Buerta. Jean-Ray Buerta chasing down Trollop, but we got likes of Chris Heineke and Ernest Lumbriggs there chasing each other down. Quinton Janssen van Rensburg with Michael Donaldson having a good go at him. OG Redemption now trying to make his way up. And Michael Donaldson really looking to get his elbows out. It's been a while since we've seen him here in the grid. And it's good to see Michael Donaldson going and putting up a good fight against Janssen van Rensburg just ahead of him of the KSR team. As he looks around the outside, top of mine shaft, and he has got Sean Skitter trying to make his way through. So he's going to be trying to unlap himself. A little bit of contact between the Ferraris. Oh, my heavens. Sean Skitter went for the inside line. Bounce back in the track, and everyone having to take evasive maneuvers there as they charge their way through. Not an ideal circumstance. Dean Cabasa will get a pass done and dusted on Quinton, along with Henry Platt. Reginald Mutalini instantly tries to get that done and dusted. Oh, he gets a little bit collected by the Ferrari and drops a little bit down into the clutches of Jaco Nadir. But Sean Skitter trying to close his way back up through the order, takes another huge dive, trying to get past the likes of Jaco Nadir at this point. And at the moment, he is just absolutely on the charge to try and make his way through. Michael Donaldson into the pits now, just getting himself sorted out, and I think having a bit of damage on the car This is going to be a proper run. So, out of curiosity's sake, is there a beginner-friendly league or races? Yes, it is. Here at Raceface.Pro, we have the different categories, even like Logistical Nightmare Racing, the two that you see working together to bring you the Midrand 570. They have a Pro-Am, and Am division. And the Am division is for new beginners, drivers that aren't too familiar with the sim, that can go racing, are interested in competitive esports racing, but not quite on pace. If you want to get out and learning, it's a good way to go. There's Monday Night Racing, which is also a very good one to go and take a look at, where you can go and get to race competitively on a social Monday level. League Racing, Tuesday nights with Logistical Nightmare Racing, and also Wednesdays and Thursdays with Raceface.Pro. We do have our Pro and our Ams and Pro-Ams all racing, and that does allow multitude of different experience levels to go racing. So definitely go and take a look at it. Logistical Nightmare Racing, Raceface are the two. And we do have our console side as well, which is along with Donovan Lair and Robin Williams from Logistical Nightmare Racing. Get in touch with them if you are interested in console, ACC, and Gran Turismo. So always glad to have them there. Love to see always the great of, there's a variety. There's racing for everyone. No matter your platform, we have it out there. Sign up for all of it. We're out on SimGrid as well. Click on the link down in the description for SimGrid if you want to be a part of all the racing and join up with some of the great stuff that we have here. We did have our previous season that just went on by, and it landed up with 250,000 Rand by PokerBet got put on, and all the racing was live streamed as well, our Pro and our Pro-Am division. It was actually Tristan Herbs, that is the co-owner of this very team, Omnis Gaming, Tristan Herbs, and also the owner of Tenvo Tech, for anyone that wants to know for doing their stuff. Tenvo Tech does a whole lot of live streaming, a lot of the overlays, and make sure that you are looking styling while doing it. Absolutely incredible stuff. So everyone going and battling out as they fight their way through. So proper battling as Bernard Barquez and then Henry Mayer go nose to tail against one another, dropping a wheel on the dirt. Henry Mayer, who was the winner of the Raceface season, the Sprint Series, and the likes of the Thursday. But we do see there's a car stopped off. That is the number one. That is Jan Blicknote. That is unfortunately lost control of the car. And that was Michael Donaldson that was in the car originally. So he's handed over to Blicknote, who was just trying to get himself all sorted. And I think, everyone say it with me, Cheetah claimed another one. Yep, through Cheetah into the wall. And last time we saw that at Kailami, we landed up with a driver going submerging in his car. So unfortunately, going and taking a bit of a hit there. And drivers going and having a bit of fun. That being said, out here in the team heap together, or the THT Productions booth, I've got the missus actually going and getting me cool drinks in as well. So also being a part of it. Big shout out to Leanne for helping out with that one. It's always nice to do that. And it shows that the family gets involved, especially with sim racing. And a lot of our drivers out there also giving a huge amount of support, and drivers, friends, everyone being a part of it, supporting each other, growing out and being a part of the racing. So much happens out in the world of sim racing. The Midrand 570, for anyone that doesn't know, let's go back into a little bit of history of what the Midrand 570 was, or is. It started out as we wanted to make a 9-hour race, and it couldn't quite be the 9-hour as the 9-hour just didn't quite work. Everyone does a 9-hour. So, Logistical Nightmare Racing and likes of Boots Hugo from Raceface said, what if we do a 9.5 hour just to change things up and bring the communities together, unifying everyone in one big race to be a part of it. Now, this does go on the same calendar of mainstay events like the MSA Africa Esports Cup that we had at the beginning of the year. The Midrand 570 fits right into that as well. It's one of those highlight events that everyone wants to be a part of and always wants to be there. It's going to be a proper run. As everyone getting ready to rock and roll. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see how it's going to go. And just to let everyone know, for those that, I know there's a couple of people for Comic-Con, and we want to just inform everyone for Comic-Con. Gates will now close at 5 o'clock today due to the football match at the FNB Stadium. So JMPD and Comic-Con African will be closing at 5 o'clock. They've just announced that there will be calling for people to go out. So there has been a orderly get out of Comic-Con. So definite, just a PSA announcement that's come through, as we do have a whole lot of gamers and a couple of our teams that are watching from Comic-Con, and they just letting know that Comic-Con Africa, which is one of the biggest events here in South Africa at the moment, just currently out of evacuation. How's that for a bit of news? So, Henry Mayer onto the back of Bernard Barkhuizen, and Bernard Barkhuizen onto the back of Henry Mayer. Let's talk about these two, folks, because this was a battle we saw in Raceface.Pro. Bernard Barkhuizen, Henry Mayer fought it out tooth and nail the whole way through, and it's going to be a proper battle. And they have gone to war with each other in the PokerBet GT3 Sprint Series and GT3 Series. And seeing how it goes. Why no comments, instructions from race control as previously? I think there is a bit of talk. And there is tickets that get opened up with a couple of our drivers as well. So, as far as I'm aware, there is communications out there. And guys are able to move forward. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you know, we've always like having a bit of fun and always go and see some great stuff. And we always like to show off some new ones. So, with our sponsors, we've had it all cycling through and being a part of all the fun. We want to also officially welcome a new sponsor to the series and for the race that will be joining us in the race and probably a little bit further on. It's Extreme Service Center. So big shout out to Extreme Service Center. Welcome. And it's great to see you guys joining up with the racing. So new sponsor just announced joining in. Glad to have it. Ruin Heineke, Jean-Ray Buerta, Brandon Holt says, no, hang on. As we do have a couple of cars coming down. Chris Heineke into the weeds and Jean-Ray Buerta into the weeds. So what on earth has happened with the two of them? Let's try and take a look at the 935. Jean-Ray Buerta and the likes of Chris Heineke. They were going ahead of Ernest Lumbriggs, chasing him down. Oh, Jean-Ray getting a little bit unsteady on the throttle on the exit. Up through Clubhouse, side by side. Oh, into the S's. Bit of contact between the two. Thankfully, both managing to keep it out of the wall. But definitely a proper hammering on the way through. So, couple of drivers taking a bit of a hit there. But that being said, we go and take a look to everyone and see, okay, what are we going to do? How's the race is going? But everyone would like to know, as we will be jumping on board with our Nissan and our correspondent during the course of the race. And there's a bit of audio for everyone out there for the cars, because we got to have a little bit of audio. I mean, man, can't not listen to an engine noise. But we're going to bring in one of our correspondents that's currently out on the track. And let's see if we can bring in Daniel, the Hitman de Villiers. Daniel de Villiers, can you hear me?
Radio check.
All right, can hear you. 5 out of 5. Daniel, you're out. We're on board with you at the moment, making your way down the mine shaft. What a race so far. How's the start been for you?
Stephen, it's been very tough. I had to hold my breath through the whole first 2 laps. But yeah, it feels like it's not over yet. I'm still very, very much here in the hot seat at the moment, trying to chase down Mark LaRue, but for some reason he goes quicker than me every lap.
All right. Well, I mean, you are a solo driver and the only one that's picked the Nissan. Can you give us any indication why the Nissan GTR, out of all things, the Godzilla?
It's a much underrated car, and I like to be the underdog every time for the race and stuff. And I've driven this car quite a few seasons in the Raceface, and it hasn't let me down that much compared to the other cars I've driven. So I know this car in and out, how to set it up, what its strengths are, what the weaknesses are. So it helps me a lot, especially with the top speed on certain tracks, so I can get easy overtakes on cars. So that's why I have it.
All right, and I've got a question that's, let's see, I'm going to probe a little bit here. You can say no, but when are we expecting the first round of pit stops, roughly, by taking a look at your calculations? Roughly when should we start going and pulling out our calculators and seeing who's where?
Stephen, to be honest, I have no idea. I just run the tank empty, then I'm going for it.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Try and keep in the consistent laps.
I can give you an estimate around 24 laps.
Okay, so thank you very much, Daniel. Keep up the hard work out there. It's a hot stuff, and at the moment you've managed to open a 4.5 gap to put Putter behind you, but LaRue is lying about 10 seconds away, but you're closing up that gap. A few mistakes are happening down the field, so just keep your eyes on the prize and keep your wits about you.
Will do. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you very much, Delilias. It's lovely to have a chat and a bit of insight coming in, but we will be interviewing a good couple of drivers and teams during the course of the race, so don't go anywhere, folks, with that one. It's going to be an absolute banger, and it's going to be a huge amount of fun. And Andre going and saying during the race interviews is crazy. Yes, it is. It is crazy. But honestly, it was done by Alan Patterson. He was actually the first to do it here at Raceface.Pro. He set the bar with interviewing drivers while they're racing. And I don't quite know who he was actually interviewing. I know there was one at Spa. They interviewed a driver. There was also a couple others where he was interviewing drivers as they go. But it's always great to see who is going out there. All right, out to the top, though. Tariq Adam, 9.5 seconds ahead of Dino Kier. So it's Emily Fry Racing, along with Hybrid Racing down in second. Martin Racing in third, followed by the Omnis Gaming KSR. Then we've got Rigoli Esports, followed by Pandassi Infiltrate, Hake and Stick. Chased down by Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. Then we got the Eleanor Banana Express dealing with the Project Vapor that's looking to dive bomb up on the inside and doing everything he can. We got the likes of Panassi Infiltrate Numahiri as they try and make their way through into the top 10. And Alan saying, interviewed me while I was driving. I don't think I quite have the skill for that one, Alan. There's a lot of other very talented drivers out there. That is for certain. So I think they definitely go and take the thing. But Alan Patterson, one of our esteemed commentators here at Raceface.Pro, along with George G. Max and Doug Herber, Janneman Price, Cameron de Bastos, all being a part of the commentary side throughout And then in terms of logistical nightmare racing, we've had Paul Fenter, we've had the likes of Sean Buck, Alan Passon also being a part of it. And we had a few chats as well. We cannot forget Dylan Hall from Sarko coming in and having a chat as well. Mahath Musa, though, going and pushing a little bit hard as he battles out with Mahath Musa. These two will not only be battling for the race today for the Midrand 570, but tomorrow night for the ERA, these two will once again go out on the track looking to fight it out and really climb through the order. We do see a bit of an accident for Jared Buscum in the Ford Performance now, trying to bring the car back. And I do say, I think we can all say it with myself, Cheetah may have been the cause for that once again. So we are going to go to Tim the cameraman as he heads down into the Crocodile, making his way through a slight uphill into a blind right-hander. That is Cheetah touching the dirt. Oh man, touch the dirt and absolutely smash the front end of that car. Unfortunately, having to get some major repair work on the car. Chris Heineke now getting past the likes of Henry Platt. And Henry Platt trying to be on the climb. And Thomas Trollope going and defending like there is no tomorrow at this point. So he's trying to make his way through. Werner Skumad getting ahead of Bego Krubler. With Paul Fenter chasing them down in the background. Putter, unfortunately, getting a little bit out of shape through Cheetah and is battling it out. So great to see a huge amount of drivers really pushing their way through the order as we continue our race and our coverage here for the Midrand 570. It's 8 hours and 50 minutes to go in this race. So far, 59 minutes and 44 seconds have gone by. Tariq Adams leads out the charts with a 10-second gap to the hybrid racing Dean Nokia, who transitioned over from console racing in the world and has a lot of fun. But I do see there's a very broken Ferrari in the back there, and it's not Jan Blicknotes. That is Martin Rotenbach of Speed Demons, lying in 34th position and looking a little bit second-hand on the way through. That Ferrari looking like it's got a lot of damage and it will be needing a lot of repair work on the way through. Thomas Trollope, though, is a little bit down the order. He loses out a bit of time. Dean Kabasa actually getting the pass done and dusted. So Dean Kabasa in the big mighty Ford did have a little bit of contact by the looks of it. So let's try and see if we can go back onto the 808 car. Dean Kabasa, Thomas Trollope just ahead of him in the Aston Martin, trying to carry a lot of the momentum. Dives up on the inside, hard onto the brakes, and Thomas trying to go for the undercut. Oh, a bit of rear contact there, and Reginald Mutaleni capitalizes immediately on that catch out. So Reginald Mutaleni going and keeping a bit of pressure on a fellow friend Dean Kabasa. Well, fellow friend and rival, might I add, these two going and having a great time out there. Thomas Trollope chasing down behind, and Wessel Wooder, who had a nightmare of a start, is trying to get his time back in the McLaren. The Gramadulas Sim Racing going and battling their way through. So Thomas Trollope going in and having a bit of fun. Reginald Mutaleni and Dean Kabasa. But one thing we've also got to say a big shout out to from the world of Raceface.Pro. We do have the rugby game going on for the South Africa. So for those that are watching the rugby game, wish them luck. We wish the South African booker a good bit of luck here from our South African sim racing team as they battle it out in the Midrand 570. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get yourself strapped in, get a little bit excited, get yourself cozy, get something to eat and drink as we will be experiencing all the action for 9.5 hours of outright pure racing on the way through. Paul Fenter going after Bego Krubler. Bego very defensive on the inside line, keeps up the pace. Paul Fenter trying to look left, trying to look right, see where he can get that pass done and dusted. Couldn't quite get it all hooked in as yet, and have to remain in that 8th place. But we do see out in the background Ruben van der Walt, who is one of the Pandacity esports drivers, has been improving during the course of the seasons. He's been working quite hard frantically in the background to develop himself, hone his skills, and really try and claw his way back up through the field, and also has been one of those proper chargers, and it's going to be a different type of racing. And Donovan Laird saying, I would miss my brake marker if I get interviewed while driving. Well, that's why we got some of the pros out here that we're able to do it. Daniel de Villiers being one of our top pros in South Africa. Done a fantastic job, part of the pro team of PWSR that has gone out to win championships. That we're able to have these chats with him. We're able to get a bit of insight from the car. And he's able to give us a keen insight. But we've got to be very careful. We don't want to go and jump in when he's in the battle too much. We don't want to unsettle him because I know that may turn into a bit of a problem. So we got to choose. We got to figure out where it's going to go. But we will be having a chat to other drivers and teams. Our commentary box is open to get them chatting to us. It would be fantastic to have a chat to us. But we did hear from Daniel de Villiers moments ago. He said roughly about 25 laps, so about on the hour mark, we should see cars peeling into the pits to get their refueling done, and also to see if they're going to be changing tires on the process. Remember, I think there's going to be a bit of tire changes early on while they're doing a refuel, very few at the end. Guys are going to try and stretch it out. Elric Diaga jumping in as well. He's busy going and shouting out for the Go Griffins as they look their way through. As we do see Ruan van der Walt pulling into the pits. And the Pandacity Infiltrate going to be getting himself sorted out. Mahias Musa, Paul Venter, Bego Krubler all over one another. And Werner Skuman leading that little train as it stands. Bernard Barkhuizen still onto the back of Henry Meyer as they fight their way through. Ernest Lundbriggs is battling it out against Ruan Heineke. And Ruan Heineke gets a little bit unsteady. Gets the pass done and dusted. And you can see immediately they have got on the cars on the back of them. I think that may be Jan Bluchnight, who is one of the back markers, getting caught out. He's trying to make his way through. Kalen Mauer also on a bit of a charge. He's got Terence Ferreira and Chris Heineke onto the back of him. And these three are fighting it out. Kalen Mauer, I do think we are pace going and racing solo as well. And Terence Ferreira going and doing everything he can. He might also be a solo driver, solo entrant. We'll try and get a bit of confirmation on that during the course of the race. Chris Heineke chasing down and making his way through. So it's always fantastic to see the drivers really pushing themselves that little bit further on the way through, trying to see who's going to be able to get that climb. Harry Van Zyl, though, coming out of the pits, so he's taken over the car from Van der Walt, and Van Zyl now in the car, joins in right behind the likes of Jean-Ray Buerta. So we've seen a couple of driver changes starting to kick in, and everyone starting to get themselves a little bit more organized on the race ahead. Bernard Barkhuizen still keeping a fair amount of pressure onto Henry Meyer. Looks for the inside line, trying to get the drive early on. Snap oversteer to try and pull it back. And some great racing nonetheless. It's going to be a proper run all the way through. Bernard Barkhuizen now tries to get the pass on the Mustang. Takes a dive on the inside. Side by side they go. Carrying a lot of heat from the championship of past. And now they are going and battling it out. Henry Meyer in a brand new sim rig, who is now trying to just get used to that. And what the best way to do it? 9.5 hours of racing. He is leaning onto the side of Bernard as they run through Sunset. Side by side. Really going at each other. Absolutely chomping at the bit at this point. And it's going to be a proper run. And this is going to be a run for the money. And we're getting a little bit of chats out there. Xavier from Panacity saying he's not interviewing. Hey, if he starts talking now, he's not stopping for the next hour. Well, you're always welcome to. It's always fantastic to have a chat to the team bosses to give us a bit of an insight of what's going on, especially the driver lineups that's gone through. There you go, Krobler up on the inside of Werner Skuman, trying to get that pass done and dusted as they make their way through. Werner Skuman really now needs to go side by side with Bego Krobler, as we do have multiple contacts. Chris Heineke, Kalen Mauer is also one of those yellow flags. He has stopped. So what on earth happened to Kalen Mauer, the number 11, getting caught up in a bit of carnage? So there's Terence Ferreira right behind Kalen Mauer. We're on board with the replay. Terence Ferreira taking the dive up on the inside. Gets it booked in. Kalen Mauer tries to go for the undercut. Terence Ferreira trying to come back. And do we see side on? Oh, yep. Up through the XK sweep. And that's Kalen Mauer into the wall. Terence Ferreira getting a bit caught out there. The winning factor Had to be for the GSR team. Paul Fenter losing a little bit of time as he gets sucked in back to Mahath. Also, Bego Krobler trying to battle out with Werner Skuman once again. Has now got Paul Fenter, Mahath Mercer back in tow. They're pulling each other along. And unfortunately, it looks like we do have our first retirement of the race. And that looks to be the We Are Pace machine of Kalen Mauer is unfortunately retired after a little bit of a bounce on the curb. So we did see that replay, Kellen, and we'll actually just bring it up to show what happened with the likes of Terence Ferreira running next to you. So Terence Ferreira up on the inside, gets the pass done and dusted. Kalen Mauer looks for the undercut. Terence Ferreira stuck onto the curbing and gets the bounce, no control through the Yuxay sweep, and that's where the impact happened. So it was a bounce on the curb. I will say, unfortunately, we all know when you hit the curb and it gets your car a little bit airborne, the steering tends to stop working. So it's unfortunate, but I do recommend that you don't give up the fight just as yet. You try and get back in. There's 8 hours and 40 minutes here, Kalamau, and I really, really would love to see you. And I know that everyone out there that's currently in our grandstands will be wanting to see you getting back out on track and getting it to the end, to push it to the end, to really be a part of it. And I think I'm not the only one that thinks that. So for everyone out there in the grandstands that wants to see Kalen Mauer get his car across the line, the We Are Pace car across the line for the Midrand 570, just show him a bit of love out there, show a bit of support, because he's a little bit beat up of what's gone on, the contact that's happened out on track. Let's show him a bit of support. Let's get that Aston Martin back on track to carry on the fight. It's not over yet here at the Midrand 570. And for the Midrand 570, it's all about bringing together. It's always about going and cheering on our fellow drivers, no matter the teams, no matter the drivers. We want to get everyone across the line after a 9.5 hour race. Everyone's been battling. Everyone's been charging in. And if you're not going to do it for yourself, do it for the people. Come on, let's see you do it. Let's see you fight him out. And it would be an absolute fantastic one nonetheless. Because right here at Raceface and Logistical Nightmare Racing, we are always about just the inspiration to see it going. Oh no, contact between Paul Fenter and Bego Krobler, who was going side by side with Werner Skuman. Bego Krobler turned round. Paul Fenter had nowhere to go, clipped him on the rear, and unfortunately that was 3 into 1 and a 1 into none situation. And Paul Fenter will be scoring a bit of damage there. Mahath Musa sneaking in at the last minute saying, okay, well, that was fun. I'm going to get past you guys. I'm not going to be losing out that run. Now, 222, unfortunately, getting caught out. And let's actually take a look from Tim in the helicam. We could see that battle go in form. This is Bego Krobler in the 222, trying to make his way through. And dives up on the inside, like contact with likes of Werner Skuman. Werner Skuman trying, and it just unsettled the front of the car and twisted him around, unfortunately, getting turned around there. And that's how quick a thing can happen, as we do see Putter from Team Up Garage landing up into the dirt. So he's trying to get himself going. Team Up Garage hoping to really get themselves up and going, as Putter hoping they can get a little bit more power underneath him. Dean Kabasa going and fighting it out. He's got Thomas Trollope right behind him. Reginald Montaleni actually leading that train. And Brandon Holthazen getting ahead of Putter now. As they battle their way through, we could see there's a bit of support coming in from Hinko van den Berg. And Donovan Leia also going and saying, come on, Kalen, get back get behind the wheel and show what you can do. Go and have something to drink, have a bit of water, and get yourself back in there. We want to see you get across that line, much like many of our drivers out there. It's going to be a proper... Now, it's unfortunate that the damage has come around, but I wouldn't throw in the hat just as yet. That would be my personal opinion. Don't throw in the hats as yet, Kellen Mal. there's still a chance to make up some time. There's some great racing out there, and it's always glad to see you out on the track. So the spot is open. You did earn your right to be here for the Midrand 570. And honestly, for those that were unable to race, it's going to be a one to have. So there is going to be an absolute fight all the way through. Drivers needing to get a little bit more run. Jean-Ray Buerta dealing with Kerry Van Zyl onto the back of him. Kerry Van Zyl of the Pandacity Infiltrate trying to close up the gap as they make their way through. So far, folks, we are getting closer and closer to the hour mark. The first hour of the Midrand 570. And it is getting into a monumental challenge for our drivers to really push the boundaries. We're going to start seeing the first of the pit stops starting to close in very, very shortly. We do know these cars can go to about an hour and 10 minutes, but with some real late braking of Buerta diving up on the inside of Thomas Trollope, trying to get that pass. Thomas going to be absolutely sending it now to carry a lot of momentum down towards turn 2. It's going to be hard on the Acres, and Jean-Ray Buerta trying to deal with Kerry Van Zyl, who does a send from yards back, gets the pass done, and unfortunately was just a tad too slow out of the corner and loses out. But Jean-Ray Buerta did get the pass on Thomas Trollope. He was able to carry a lot of that momentum through, and now Wessel Wooder is going caught up, so Vessel's going to be pushing himself that little bit harder to close up onto the rest of the field. Always an interesting time, as there's going to be a proper run. For these Litzman going and saying, get some of those 10 and 13 spanners and fix your car. I have to agree on that one. I really have to agree. I mean, 36 cars started this race, and we want to see all 36 come across the line. Wessel Wooder going a little bit of contact with Thomas Trollope there. Out of the S's, a bit of understeer kicking in, and you can see immediately Hansi Myberg taking that little bit of gain. Hansi Myberg fighting his way through. Also part of our solo entrance here in the world of the Midrand 570. Putter now into the pits, serving, getting his pit stop done, Dustin. A little bit of repair work done. Ernest Lundbriggs chasing down Ruben Heineke as they make their way through. Dean Kutsia going and saying, let's go, Kalen. Keep pushing. So a bit of support coming out from all the woodwork for the likes of Kalen Mauer to get back in behind the car and see if he can push that Aston Martin across the line. And if I remember correctly, he is one of our solo entrants that will be trying to get himself across that line. Youngster that really knows how to give it absolute horns, and getting some support from not only the ACC World in PC, but also those in the console that he has fought side by side with. It's always great to see. Thomas Trollope dealing with Hansi Myberg at the moment. Hansi's been on a steady climb, 23rd at the moment, right behind Thomas, who is defending through Sunset, goes to the inside line, switches back, trying to break the toe as much as possible as he looks to continue it on a little bit more. And it's going to be an absolute slugfest at this point. Remember, they got to manage themselves out, as we do see Bago Krobler once again getting into a little bit of a situation, and a bit of a sticky one for the 222. I think he went and lost the rear through Cheetah. So let's take a look. Carrying a lot of momentum through. Coming up to Cheetah. Did he get caught out by putting a wheel on the dirt like we've seen before with everyone else? Yeah, and he tried to save it. Kept it out of the wall. Well done, but put him in a little bit of a precarious situation on a blind corner through Ingwe. But he managed to bring it back, which is absolutely fantastic to see. But everyone so far has dropped a wheel out on the outside. They've gone a little bit of a turn and really thrown themselves around, having to just try and get themselves back up and going. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hope you're enjoying all the racing out on track. We do have live timing out. Go down into the description. You'll see our pit wall. You can feel free to click on it and take a look at all the live timing coming up to you by Pitwall here at Raceface.Pro for the Midrand 570 and Logistical Nightmare Racing. And for those, give us a bit of insight whether you like to see the live timing get a little bit more fancy. going and having a bit more insight during the course of the races. Well, Jean Roberto would like to have more insight as he completely misses barbecue and wishes to go see what's being barbecued on the side. Number 23, Ludwig Zetzman for the ebb and flow, unfortunately getting out of shape, and that was also through Cheetah. He's unfortunately had a little bit of a tough time out there, the number 23. Let's go back a little bit, see what exactly happened to Zetzman. He's getting a bit of pressure put on, and that is Werner trying to get past with Mahath Musa and the likes of Paul Fenter. Yep, just hooked Cheetah, twisted him around, and was able to just keep it out of the wall, keep it safe, and slowly got himself up and going again. So always a bit of a difficult time out there for our competitors, but everyone having to work their way through a variety of situations. Hansi Meiberg onto the back of Wessel Wooder, and Wessel for Kramadulas Sim Racing now trying to keep ahead of Team Tryhard, who looks to go around the outside. Hansi Meiberg going and visiting the flag on the way through, checking on the rugby on the big screen, and rejoining as Tariq Adam has been on the climb. So with that being said, it's been an absolute run for Tariq Adam on his return to the South African scene. Tariq Adam hasn't been seen in the sim racing for South Africa for Raceface since he hasn't been on the Raceface and Logistical Nightmare service since February, actually. Oh, as we see Werner Skuman, light tap. Oh, man, that was a big collision. So light tap turned Mahath Musa around, and Paul Fenter continued the drive, not seeing what was ahead. Well, we did see Werner Skuman trying to back off a throttle. Man, oh man, that was an impact and a half. Let's see if we could go and take a look from the headicam. Okay, so Werner Skuman tries to look up on the inside of the BMW through Cheetah, and just has a slight turnaround. He's slowly braking, and Paul Fenter into the back of the two, and forcing both Mahath Musa and Werner Skuman into the pits to go and get some repair work done. Big damage to the two of them. Not ideal in terms of this, but Paul Fenter, who kind of pitched up on the scene of it, just kept his foot buried in. Unfortunately, landed up with a big bit of contact there. Martin Rotenbach trying to go around the outside of Jared Biscum. Jared repaired his car after earlier damage where he had that snap and put him into the wall. We're starting to see a couple of drivers pulling into the pits. Ren Heineke is into the pits for the Sarko team. Werner Skuman, Mahath Musa going and pulling into the pits. So Heineke will be getting themselves out and going. Isam Domingo taking over the wheel, will be getting himself out there with the Project Vapor. Then we'll see Bradley Surley jumping into the car as well. Be carrying a little bit of damage on the car, but they're going to see what they can do with it nonetheless. So great to see drivers going and pushing themselves a little bit harder every time. Isam Domingo will need to try and keep Terence Ferreira at bay. Terence Ferreira going to be putting on a hard charge, but we'll see if we can try and get a chat with the drivers that will come through to our commentary box and see if we can get a little bit of an interview and a bit of an understanding of what's happening out there on the track, and get a bit of what's happening in terms of planning. Who's going to have that little bit of a climb? Who's going to be able to really get themselves up through the order? Because that's what we want to find out. Who's going to have that great time? Hansi Meiberg, though, putting the wheel on the dirt. Dean Kabasa having a bit of a tough time as he's got Jean-Ray Buerto all over the back of him. And also it looks like Tariq Adam has closed up the gap. And there's Tariq Adam going and battling his way through. And, we always talk about the drivers and what they've done. Well, Tariq Adam is one of those that give credit where credit's due. Tariq Adam, with a variety of drivers here in South Africa, actually competed in the SRO esports and racing in the GT3s, one of the very few South Africans, and also went and drove the Toyota Yaris GR in real world racing. Got to experience his time in a real race car and got to have a bit of fun out there. He also competed in the likes of the SRO, teaming up with the likes of Jordan Sherritt, Cody Sherritt, and many, many more. So it's always good to see that the guys coming out and having a bit of fun. And always nice to see good returns coming in and being part of it. That being said, we do have a very good return. We have a driver that I haven't spoke to in a while, and that's probably my fault. But you love him, I love him, we all love him. Let's bring in Michael Donaldson. Michael Donaldson, welcome to the commentary box. And wow, oh wow, what a race thus far. Got to see you out on the track. It has been a little bit of a difficult time there. Very interesting naming scheme for the car as well. But how are you feeling with the racing out there? How was your stint?
Well, Stephen, first of all, don't judge the spelling of our team name. That was not us. It was the guy who designed the livery.
Fair enough.
So the whole reason we were running the OG Redemption was because in the LNR 9R, or the soccer one, sorry, not LNR, we had a disconnect when we were running in 4th place, and then we had to fight back. So we thought, hey, since it's 2 in a row, why don't we put the title of Redemption, because we're trying to redeem ourselves, just to have the start that we just had.
Well, fair enough, fair enough. But Michael, I mean, take us through your start, because you were out there and it has been a difficult race start to finish. For the start of your stint, you've now seen the first hour completed of the 9.5 hours of the Midrand 570, and drivers are all giving it everything that they got. There's nothing left on the table. You've got some really star-studded drivers out there. We've got a mixture of Pro-Am and pros out there on the track, complete aliens to the beginners that are out and having a bit of fun out there. Take us through your experience so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, the grid is absolutely diverse. There's a bunch of people from multiple different classes, and you can clearly tell, like, the pace different a bit. Like, at the start of our stint, I mean, we started P9 initially. Then after the restart, we were bumped down to P10. So we're fine with everything, and everything was going well. We caught a bit of damage, about 3 seconds on the opening lap by getting rear-ended, but that didn't affect anything. Then on the second lap, turn 3, there was a Aston, I believe, which dipped a tire in the grass, had a bit of a spin in front of us. So I went left to avoid the crash, and I avoided the crash, but at the same time, the car kind of unstable and I hit the wall just on the side. So it was about a minute of side damage, which didn't affect us too much. Just gave us a bit of oversteer, I should say, rather, through the very fast right-handers, such as turn 3 and turn 5. So it was interesting, and we kept going. And then at the end of the second lap, we got tagged on the rear, which put us down to about 33rd at the time, 32nd. So we decided not to pit, even though we had a minute of damage, and just go it out, finish the stint. And while fighting through, we ended up getting dive bombed. And because of the damage that was already on the side, someone else also hit us on the left side of our car where the damage was. So we ended up getting the meatball flag. So we had to pit. And now we're at a very big offset. We're a couple laps down from the from about 12th. We're about 2 laps down from them. But we're slowly but surely fighting back. It's just we're hoping that people are tolerating us fighting back with, well, like people who are in front of us in the lap ahead while we're just trying to nap ourselves.
All right, so on that redemption arc, as one would say. Now, take us through your driver lineup. We do know that you're in the car. Then we've got Johan Blicknote, who's behind the wheel at the moment. Who else is joining you in the OG Redemption #1 car?
Well, I mean, you wouldn't see myself doing an endurance race without my good friend Loic. So we've got Loic Randable, who's going to be coming in shortly. He got home from work at about the time the race started, and he was just getting things ready, like energy drinks and everything of the sort. So we'll be seeing him in the car in about 2 stints, because I'm getting back in after Johan, and then it's Loic for a double.
Absolutely great stuff. I got to point out, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen you out on a grid for here at Raceface, but going and taking a look at some of the older names that's been around, like Tariq Adam rejoining. We do have Daniel Rowe that's going to be rejoining. Reginald Mutaleni's out there. Dean Kabasa, but also some new names to the grid as well that you've never competed against, like the likes of Thomas, who is running a little bit further up. He's been in a Monumental Bradley. You got Chantel Hansen. I do apologize. It's also out on there. There's a couple of newer drivers. Simon Kusat is also another name you've actually never competed against. How does it feel to rejoin some of the drivers you know and having newer talents coming at you and showing off what they can do?
Well, I mean, before the race, we're going through who's competing, so we can kind of get an indication on who we're going to be fighting. And amongst the big names, you started seeing a few of the other ones coming in, and it's like, okay, we've never seen these guys before, but they're in teams with guys on alien level pace. So it was definitely interesting. It was very nice to see how many people registered for the race. So it's going to be a bit of a trial and everything. We're going to have to fight through, see who we can compete against and who's a bit on the challenging side of things. But the exciting bit is there's going to be a lot of racing for us to get back up to the top.
All right.
So you'll see us racing a couple of those big names, I hope.
It's going to be a great one, and we look forward to seeing you going and climbing through, and the strategies coming into play. It's a long race out there. There's many things that can go wrong and many things that can go right, and we are looking forward to having a chat to you a little bit later, and even a chat to your teammates on how the race is going. We already do have Loic Randabel saying, my fault, kind of put the livery together. It's my fault for the naming scheme. I've got to say, I absolutely love it though. And, well, we're going to leave you to go back to Johan to go and enjoy the chats and enjoy the Midrand 570. I wish you all the luck. But before I let you go, anything you want to say to the likes of our amazing petrol heads out there in the virtual grandstands? You can see them stacked all around the track, going and really putting in a huge amount of support. And I mean, we're getting constant floods of messages from those virtual grandstands of all the support that's going out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been keeping an eye on the chat while I haven't been in the car and been watching the stream just to keep an eye out for crashes and anything going forward. And the support for this race is monumental. There's a lot of supporters on the chat watching us. I've got a number of people watching our side as well. And it's, even though it's virtual, you can clearly see the love for racing that people have. You know, like with a lot of current series off on short breaks, like the Formula One and everything, we've at least got the virtual excitement bringing everyone together.
Yeah, I don't know who that Max Verstappen is. She sounds like a problem. But we've got all the amazing superstars out here. Well, Michael Donaldson, thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the racing, and we look forward to having a chat to you after your stints.
You know me, Steve. I'll definitely be back.
It's always fantastic to have a chat to you. Nice to actually have a chat to you once again. It's been far too long. You and I got to catch up over a milkshake. That's
truly, yeah. You should have said on to your place.
Oh, well, next time we'll meet up. But Michael Donaldson, you got a lot to do right now, and your teammate looks like he's going to need a hand.
Yeah. All right. Cheers, Steve.
Cheers. Absolutely great stuff going and having Michael Donaldson out there. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we got to go and point out the elephant in the room, the excitement that goes in. After all the support, after all the chats, I am proud to say Kalen Mauer has rejoined the grid to be part of the race once again. A person that threw his hat down and said, no more, I don't want to be there, I'm over it, and I'm down the races. He has turned around and said, you know what, pick it up, let's go. Let's send it to the end and push their way through. So Kalen Mauer, You are honestly earning the respect of the entire grid out there, and I want to see everyone out there in the virtual grandstands to show some support. We'll show your absolute support to all the drivers. They are pushing through it all. They are charging their way to the top, but also I want to see some flames. I want to see some excitement. I want to see people go wild for Kalen Mauer, who is out and doing everything he can. He's going to see it through to the end. 8 hours and 16 minutes left of this race. Pace is going to pace themselves back up to the front. So it's absolutely great. Billy Zitzman saying yippee. He's happy with that. Great to see it. I mean, this is just incredible, incredible stuff. Oh, I love to see it. I really, really love to see it. Rob van der Heever into the pits. So he's getting his pit stop done and dusted. And, wow, absolutely great stuff. Tristan Herbs, keep sending boys. Props to Kailami. And, well, Tristan Herbs is the leader of OG. He's watching it. Now, I do want to talk about this because it is a little bit of a special place in my heart. For many people that don't know, I have been fortunate enough to commentate on a little league out in Europe and the UK called ERA. And I got to chat to this team, the GRT, the Gesser Racing team, Simon Kussat and his entire team, going and having a chat to them and getting a bit of a understanding of what the racing is. And one of the constant fundamentals, and actually came from Christoph, who we will see from Logistical Nightmare Racing getting into the car for Logistical Nightmare Racing. He actually went and put the challenge out there and had a chat with Christian Fingler. So, Christian, big shout out to you. Always fantastic to see it. He went and put the challenge out to his community across the waters and said, listen, let's go and support this guy out there, Simon Kussat, who went and done very, very well with his team, charging through at a Spa 4 hour not so long ago, now coming across the borders to come and race it out. And well, at the moment, he's getting likes of Gerald Pretorius all over the back of him, of Sarko Racing. And as we heard, Sarko Racing, for many people that don't know, also had a 9-hour endurance race, part of the endurance series. And Dylan Hall can correct me on this one. They had a 10,000 Rand prize pool for the winners, and they actually did a fantastic job out there, which is always great to see. Lots and lots of racing. Great to see this excitement coming through. But we're starting to see those pit stops coming in. Driver changes starting to happen. Bernard Barkhuizen into the pits and is now heading out. He's handed over the keys to Gideon Rayner, who will be moving out of the pits. Jean-Ray Botha exiting the pits, staying in the car and make their way through. Bit of an interesting time coming in. Daniel Rowe jumping into the car, but that was for an unexpected pit stop because Dean Nokia actually needing to use the WC, the water closet, as one would say, as we see Heinrich de Wet just letting the cars go through, and Cheetah a little bit cautious, wouldn't stop there, and he's just trying to keep himself going. But Dean Nokia going and saying that he's got caught out and trying to make his way through. So, going to be a proper running out there. Good to see drivers make their way through. Sean Skitter, he's back up into 25th. He's onto the back of Ellis Buckley. And Buckley trying to battle his way out, all the way out from the UK. And is now dealing with Sean Skitter. These two have done battles in the past in other leagues. And now they're going to do it once again. And suddenly they are seeing likes of Duplessis dropping a wheel off into the dirt. So a bit of an interesting time out there for our drivers who really push the boundaries of what they're doing. Lucas Joubert is into the pits. Heinrich de Wet is into the pits. Graham Moll's into the pits. Ludwig Zetzman, unfortunately, having a bit of a problem. And it looks like he dropped into the dirt. But we do have a couple of drivers that are constantly going around. And they are solo drivers. Example, the Almost Gaming Nitro driver, Henry Plott. A new addition to the driver roster, was originally part of Team Tryhard Racing, then got given the opportunity to join Omnis Gaming and got put into the Nitro team, which is the junior side of it. I wouldn't say the junior drivers. You've got some very skilled drivers racing there, but it is not the main team. It's the secondary team. I would say it's the RB team to the if the OG was the Red Bull team, that would be the RB team. Beggar Krobler is into the pits. Daniel De Villiers is now in the pits and out, so he's going to be heading out with the Nissan. We had a chat to him a little bit earlier, and it's always great to see him. But some great racing nonetheless. Chris Heineke onto Daniel van der Venter. So Daniel in little Honda, battling out with the likes of Chris Heineke on the way through here. So absolute great runs going through, and our drivers fighting it out. And it's so far an hour and 18 minutes of racing, and drivers starting to get themselves sorted out. So let's go through the running order as it stands, because we need to catch up on what's happening. It is the Emil Fry Racing, Tariq Adam out in first place. Gideon Reyna for the Ominous Gaming now jumping into the car, and Daniel Rowe jumping into the car. So these two went for a driver change. Then we have got Fleming Bauer. He's taken over from Henry Mayer for the Martin Racing. And then Duplessis running in 5th place with Jacques Vermillion in the Eleanor Banana Express taking over from Paul the Wolf Enter. Well, I would say Paul, going after the Mustang and absolutely massacring not only the likes of Skuman, but Mahath Musa in the process. And I've seen Paul go into cars once before, but I've never seen him go that hard. Gerry van Zyl in the Pandassi Infiltrate going and making his way through. Chantal Hansen of the Venomworks Racing going and battling it out with the likes of Daniel De Villiers closing up that gap. The Mustang versus Nissan GTR. Daniel De Villiers, one of our solo drivers out there. Issam Domingo in 10th place. Bradley Surley for the Pandassi Infiltrate. Haken Stick, Beggar Krobler running in the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. Chantal Henson actually off into the dirt and now trying to get back onto the track. So what on earth happened to the 513? Because that's through Cheetah. So was there a little bit of contact, or did the snap just come out of the Mustang? And we've been seeing a lot of it dropping a wheel on the dirt, and it gets itself turned around. So in through Cheetah. Oh no, just clipped the curb there and got thrown around nonetheless. But also sporting a very lovely livery. For many people that don't know, there is custom liveries that get made in South Africa. One of them, PWSR, does it, but also YOLO does it. For anyone that doesn't know YOLO, it's Jonathan Bentz that actually makes the liveries and does some really great custom work out there. And this is one of them, the Venomworks Racing Vipers design scheme. And also YOLO does a lot of online streaming for events, whether it's weddings, funerals, parties, and such. YOLO does quite a bit there. So if you are interested in that, go and reach out to Jonathan Bentz of YOLO. So YELO. Bit of a plug there for their sponsors. Beggar Krobler trying to make some time. Chris Wall dealing with Simon Kussat at the moment. And Henry Platt running in 15th position. Jared Pretorius running in 16th. Chris Heineke running in 17th. Daniel van der Venter running in 18th with Jean-Ray Dutoy chasing him down. So Dutoy trying to get a little bit more of a drive. He's also getting used to the car at the moment. Jean-Ray Buerta is keeping ahead of Reginald Mortellini along with Kerry Duplessis, Hansi Myberg, Eris Buckley of the E1 SimSport. Then we got Johnny Ferreira going behind the wheel. That was Terence Ferreira climbed out of the car. So we got Johnny Ferreira coming in and a different driver coming into. And I wonder what the relationship or the relations is between Terence and Johnny. So it'll definitely be a nice one to have a chat to. Teddy Nkube taking over from Dean Kubasa. And Nkube will be looking to get a little bit more drive underneath him. Martin Rotenbach in 27th position. Zaya Essa in 28th. Logistical Nightmare Racing, Zaya Essa will be charging his way through the order. Mr. Speed Juice himself. And a former champion here at Raceface.Pro. Eventually had his arm twisted to come back and go for racing. He's, yeah, okay. All right, I'll give it one more shot and really get the climb. Well, I think he's going to be in a proper chase there. Lucas Jabir running in 29th for the Griffin Sim Racing team. OG Redemption, Jan Blacknote, Graham Mole of Team Kerygma Racing. And he's getting chased down by Dean Fenter of Griffin Sim Racing. Corne Strauss, the KSR Quantum, Corne Strauss originally started in iRacing quite some years back and was running in, what was the name? It was IRSA, if I believe it was. He was racing there. And Corne Strauss, the first time I actually got to see him out on track was in iRacing, raced GT3s and then landed up with Prototype Racing. Did a really good job out there, really quick driver, and now trying his hand out in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Maybe he'll be able to pull a couple of the drivers from iRacing to try out Assetto Corsa Competizione. I know there's always that, like, oh, I don't want to really do that, but you got some really talented drivers that I think he'll do well. There's Jaco Foster, there's quite a few different names out there that can be a part of it. Daniel Frost running a little bit further down. Ludwig Zetzman in 35th and 36th position. Kalen Mauer still fighting it out there. Man, oh man, I'm glad that we got him back in the car. It's always good to see the drivers going and giving themselves a little bit more of a push out there. Just to get it to the end and seeing no one going and losing out. So Tristan Herbst giving us a bit of a insight of what the Nitro team is, and a big shout out to Tristan Herbst, as we do have the fastest lap time actually set by Tariq Adam, going a little bit faster, 140.9, so beating out his own record lap time. So Nitro is the sister team, no contractual obligations for the drivers busy with lives or drivers who are new to sim racing industry. So trying out something a little bit different there, going and setting a different bar, and that's what the OG team is really trying to get their way through. And they do take a look at some great drives out there, which is, got to say, always great to see. I don't think Tristan, I don't think I'm fast enough to be in the Nitro team. I'll definitely be the methane, but definitely not Nitro. I don't go as fast. Michael Schultz actually coming in as well. Serious FOMO on my side. And he is backing Plat for solo. Michael Schultz, a very, very quick young driver in the world of ACC. It would be nice to actually see him back in behind the wheel. And really giving everything he can to put himself up to the order. So, Michael, glad to see you out in the virtual grandstands. Always fantastic to see the guys going and battling it out. And Donovan Leah asking if Dino Kier is actually going and racing solo. No, he is racing with Daniel Rowe, the multinational champion here in South Africa, and also one of the leaders, the co-owner of Hybrid Racing that is currently out on track. Too quick to drive, yeah. It's going to be a proper run. So as we do see Bradley Surley unfortunately dropping into the dirt and losing the rear of that Mustang as he tries to bring himself back. A quick flash of the lights to the one Ferrari and saying a quick sorry buddy on the way through. I'm going to rather just keep it all together. And there's one of the OG cars trying to make their way through. So absolutely great stuff. Race now starting to calm down a little bit. The team's all starting to get used to what is going on and starts working on their strategies. First started pit stops out of the way. Now we get to see that climb of how things are going to go. So with that being said, let's go to our correspondent out on track. Oh man, I honestly feel like I'm on radio or TV. Now, when I say that, going down to our correspondent down at the Midrand Kailani circuit, we're going to have a chat to Daniel de Villiers. So quickly, Daniel de Villiers, can you hear me?
Hello, Steven. How are you?
Good and yourself. It seems like I caught you at a bad time.
No, not at all. This is actually fun. So I can give some in-action feedback here, but...
Well, there we go. It's a little bit of breathing room after your pit stop, but you're currently 3 seconds behind Gerry van Zyl, who we see is trying to push the Mustang a little bit hard. He's been a little bit off the track, but first pit stop out of the way. That was a planned pit stop. How are you feeling?
Tired already. I'm a bit worn out already. I've broken the seal, if you know what I mean, and I really need to go.
Okay, fair enough. So I shouldn't talk about the brilliant glass of water I've got next to me. And I can turn the gain up
cold,
on.
by all means, share with me.
Okay, I can turn up the gain on the microphone and pour it if you would like to hear it. But now working through a bit of traffic out there, we see you've got an Aston Martin ahead of you. You're trying to just carve your way through. That is Jimmy Ferreira that is behind the wheel of that 22, Terence Ferreira jumping out of the car. The race itself is slowing down a bit. Everyone's starting to find their stride. What are the key characteristics that the driver's going to be looking at?
Just stay calm. For example, like me, I was out of the top 10. I'm 8th at the moment, so there will be mistakes that people make. So my advice is just stay calm, find your rhythm, and don't push and don't try anything new. Just stay in your rhythm.
All right, and how was the tire usage on the Nissan? We all know that's a bigger, heavier car that's sliding around and is comparable to the Mustang in terms of its tire wear. Has it been aggressive with the track being a little bit on the warmer side, sitting at 31 degrees, but air temperature at 22, or has it been manageable at the moment?
Stephen, I think this car is a bit lighter than the Mustang with the BOP. But to my expectations, it handled very well, and the setup that I made for it catered for it actually as anticipated. So it was a very good stint. It lasted actually longer than I thought, like 4 or 5 laps longer. And yeah, it's expected that it will run down a bit faster with the higher temps coming up now.
Okay, it's gonna be a bit of a difficult one. We will be transitioning over to the nighttime. Have you been doing a bit of nighttime practice? I know some drivers have, others got the first experience, like Dino here. It was his first time out in night driving here in the Assetto Corsa Competizione not so long ago, and he said that it was a completely different ball game. It's currently 35 minutes past 2 in the afternoon, in-game sim time. But from your side, what's it all looking like?
Stephen, if I close my eyes, does that count as nighttime?
Well, fair enough. It does. It does. Sort of
I haven't actually practiced in the night racing at all. So it's going to be a first for me in a while with this Nissan on the 9.5 on the 570. Yeah.
It's going to be a proper run. I've got to say, honestly, great stuff. For you, and it's good to have you out there on the track going and having a bit of fun. And from what we're taking a look at the
Stephen, just one more thing.
Yes,
just give me an update on the rugby score there, please.
Well, I would love to, but I'm not watching the rugby, so let's go and ask Google, our friend. And actually also those who are watching the rugby, you out there in the virtual grandstands, it will be to see, and we give a bit of insight. So let's see what our rugby scoring is. South Africa.
Well, that's all I ask for. I don't have the TV in the car yet.
Okay, so we are versing Argentina, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Currently, Argentina is on 7. So 1 position higher than you at the moment. So it's a little bit like a bit of a problem there. But South Africa is currently 10 positions behind them, running having 17 points. So South Africa's in the lead in the rugby, 17-7, and looks like we're going strong there. So we'll definitely keep an eye out and keep a chat there. So if that is your request, I'm going to ask everyone out in the grandstands to constantly remind me to give those rugby scores out to our drivers and to Daniel de Villiers out there. But you have earned a lot of respect from the drivers that are saying, props, well done. They're looking forward to seeing you carrying on. And Daniel, keep having fun out there. Keep on the charge. And hopefully one day I will be fast enough to maybe keep you in the review mirrors, because by the time you come past me, I don't even see you.
We'll try and iRacing, then we even the field there, but
I think you're still faster. Well, Fridge Friendly actually going and saying 22-7. So we've gone and scored another one. So there we go. Pressure's on, Daniel. You've got to. They so far winning. It's time for you to do it as well. I mean, Tariq Adam is a little bit up the field, but you can catch him. Leon Rayner is running in second. Daniel Rowan third. Fleming Quinn Duplessis, Jacques Vermillion, Kerry van Zyl. So at the moment, the driver that you need to beat for the solo drivers is running in 5th position. So get up and go. Utilize the Godzilla, Daniel de Villiers.
Will do so. Thank you, Stephen.
Absolutely great stuff. Daniel going and getting himself sorted and being a part of it. Well, someone that is joining me in the box is someone that had to be out of the evacuation for the football, for the F&B Stadium. And that is the one and only co-commentator of Raceface.Pro. Those that love him, those that really love him, those that got to hear him out at Red Star Raceway, got to really experience his first time on a live mic at a racetrack. And yes, he was live at a racetrack, standing on the bridge, going and freezing his backside off until he couldn't bend his fingers. It was the funniest thing ever. But we have got the one and only Tristan Herbst. Tristan, welcome to the commentary box, or welcome back. I'm glad you found the spare key. You know where it is. It's under the mat. Coffee's on the side there. Rain has come down here in the real world, but the virtual is nice and sunny. And the racing so far has been quite an interesting one. Lots of changes up and down, but also some great rejoins, like Kalen Mauer, who threw his hat down and said, I'm done with this, going and getting the support from the crowd members and saying, you know what, actually, let's get ourselves back out there. But your driver's currently running in 2nd place, 19 seconds behind Tariq Adam.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. It was quite an eventful evening, I would say. Plans changed nicely over there in the Southwood Comic Con. Funny enough, I was there with one of the Omnius drivers, Mr. Brandon Kruger. He himself got stuck in that traffic. He almost didn't make the race. Funny enough, the race started due to all of that traffic. So very much so eventful and heavy change of plans. And I think we had a couple of furious people in the South there. You know, it's the one day all of the gamers and like-minded people can come together, and we get pushed to the side because of a soccer match. So a little bit annoying, but we're here. Everyone's alive. Everyone survived a bit of traffic, and thankfully the M570 doesn't get stubbed whatsoever. So drivers are continuing to race on. Everything seems to be looking good so far. I saw the likes of Kalen Mauer joining back up from the bottom. That's great to see. Love to see everybody still keeping it nice and consistent. Is there a Verstappen car on grid from what I can see, Steve?
Yes, that is Tariq Adam of the Emil Frey Racing, who is really giving everything he can. Tariq Adam rejoining the grid. It's been a very long time since we've seen him out on the South African grid, but he's looking to have a bit of fun out there. Currently our leader, who is out on the charge and trying to claw his way back as he catches up to the rest of the pack. He's been on a very solid charge going and opening up. Corne Strauss just went through the dirt. He's lying in 33rd position, but he's 19 seconds ahead of your drivers of the OG team. But the Midrand 570, a very, very exciting race. It's got everyone on their feet wanting to be a part of it. I know it's been a exciting point of talk throughout the entire year. You and I have been going and taking a look at it. We've also got lots of other drivers rejoining. We got Dylan Hall, who will be jumping in the car. It's been a while since we've seen him in the car. He's been, well, busy. He's been also commentating and got work. He's also going out of the country very soon, so he's going to be getting his last little bit of runs in as they go. But, I mean, it's been a wild, wild ride nonetheless. Some phenomenal action out on the track. Zaya S is in the grid as well. But with 7 hours and 53 minutes, we've got Daniel de Villiers, our correspondent, who is going to be giving us a bit of insight as the race goes on. He's busy trying to make his way through. We will be chatting to the drivers. I'm sure that you've heard some of the interviews that we've had so far with a couple of the top drivers here in the world, and we will be having a chat to many more that will be battling it out, but also just our amazing grandstand going absolutely wild here for the Midrand 570.
Yeah, I mean, I even popped in to check out the start of the race. Whipped out my phone, checked the time. Cool, it's 3:30. Let's hop on. And yeah, I saw that the start was great. Good to see that everybody got off the line quite nice and easy. But I mean, yeah, I've also been watching now that I got home, seeing some of the drivers throwing around here, and I'm seeing also in the virtual grandstand, it seems to be raining all over South Africa. It's raining. Donovan says Malmesbury, Sarko, Dylan saying it's raining in Polsdorf. Yeah, it's raining everywhere. It's raining here by me as well. I know it's raining by you, Stephen. Yeah, it looks like the weather in real life is not shaping out to be what we can see on our sim over here, but as long as it stays like this and it doesn't flip, I'm sure the drivers will be happy. But I'm just going to put out one more message over here to all the drivers, and it's just not congratulations, just to keep on pushing, guys. I know it's quite an intimidating thing seeing that 7 hours and 52 minutes above you. And, it's going to continue to tick down, and those seconds are slowly going to start to feel like they are becoming hours. But keep on pushing through. It's going to feel real nice once you cross the line after that 9.5 hours is finished. And, you guys will actually feel quite accomplished. So, good luck to everybody further racing the M570. Good luck to you, Stephen. I'll be seeing you a little bit further tomorrow. And, great success to everybody else on track. Everybody who's fallen off, make sure you get back on there. There's no point in doing all that practice and then dipping off because of a little incident. So do like Kalen Mauer, get back on track, and hope to see the finish line sparks like the rest of the cars.
All right, well, before you go, because I know that you want to get a little bit of a break after dealing with a crowd, but I'm going to just hold you on the collar here. Your new driver coming in, in from Team Tryhard, Henry Platt, who's now doing a solo drive. So it's his first time racing for the team. He's in the Nitro team, and he's doing it solo. Is this a trial by fire for the chap? Because he's now having to battle it out with Gerald Pretorius all over the back of him, looking to try and get that pass done and dusted. And, I mean, this is turning into wild stuff. But a new addition to the team, a very, an unexpected one, nonetheless. I think many people were having their guesses of who's going to go to which team over the courses, but Henry Platt going and moving on to the Nitro team is always great to see, but it's also one that's, caught everyone's attention, saying, how did this one work out?
Yeah, so I mean, we obviously, for the reason why he's driving solo for the M570 is that we actually managed to get Henry on board for the Omnis Gaming Nitro team a little bit just over about 2.5 weeks ago, and that is already when Omnius had started planning our teams for the M570. We had most of our drivers unfortunately flagging as unavailable for the weekend. Obviously we had our three main drivers, Bernard, Gideon and Brandon, marking themselves as available. That's why you can see them out on grid. But unfortunately everyone else actually seems to have a little bit of a busy weekend. I mean, I suppose it is rugby, and lots of people also just got plans. So unfortunately, he was the only other member of Omnius Gaming, not even Omnius Gaming Nitro. I'm talking about the entire of Omnius Gaming, who was available to do this race. And we informed him. We said, listen, you're going to be racing by yourself. There's no one else to race alongside you. And he said, oh, stuff that, I'm still going to do it. Posted a picture on the Omnius Gaming WhatsApp group earlier. Showed us his sandwiches and his 3 cups of coffee that he lined up. Which is looking good to see. So he's ready to tackle these 9 hours all by himself. And so I mean, the thing is, we always are looking for people, like I mentioned in the virtual grandstand. Like Nitro is a mixture of obviously guys who are already busy. They've got some hectic things going on in real life. That's our drivers like Johan Blichnoot and Mac van der Merwe, who've just got some little bit tighter deadlines in terms of career. And then you've got your new drivers who are relatively new to the scene. So this is Henry's 2nd or 3rd season of racing in the sim racing industry. So he's not been here for long. He's relatively new, and something that we look for heavily at Omnius Gaming is consistency. So he finished 3rd in the previous season of the Raceface Season 19 Championship. He finished 3rd, and he only won 1 race. So we were more monitoring his consistency. He did really well. He attended every single race. He didn't DNF once. And that's exactly what we look for in our new drivers, trying to push them up towards our pro team and get everyone sorted in that department. So, yeah, that's exactly why you see Mr. Henry Platt no longer rocking the orange and black. And apologies to Hansi for stealing your one of your drivers, but he's now rocking the black and white. And he's doing a phenomenal job, actually.
Well, he's about to have Pretorius gunning after him. Pretorius wants to get past as quick as possible before he hands over to Dylan Hall, who is waiting very, very patiently in the pit box. Got himself all geared up. He hasn't got his F400 this time around. He's going to be joining into the Ferrari, so it's going to be great stuff. Well, Tristan, it's been an honor chatting to you, and I know that you're a bit tired, you're a bit worn out, and wanting to carry on just getting yourself sorted out after a busy day, but thank you so much for giving some time to pop in, have a chat to us, and we look forward to chatting to you possibly later on, and good luck with Comic-Con tomorrow.
Thank you so much. And yeah, once again, good luck to everybody racing. Smash it on. 7 hours and 40 odd minutes. You guys have got this. Cheers, everybody. Have a great night further.
Oh, there we go. As we see Pretorius side by side heading into turn 2, going to take the dive and gets the pass done and dusted. Henry trying to come back at him, but not able to get that drive. He's going to rather wait it out and just chase down Pretorius, who is really going and lighting that matchstick at the moment to try and open up. Henry getting a little bit of a tank slapper, trying to make his way through. Bago Krobler onto the back of Issam Domingo, the Project Vapor team, going and pushing themselves out a little bit more and make their way around, as we do see Issam Domingo going a little bit more defensive. Bago Krobler looking for the inside line, trying to get that pass done and dusted. Wasn't quite able to get it all sorted out yet. Cheetah, though, is throwing both of them out a little bit wide, costing a bit of time out there. Chantal Hansen dealing with Chris Wall at the moment. And Chris Wall, also part of the Eleanor Flick Floyd team. And Flick Floyd actually being one of our sponsors here, joining us for the Midrand 570. It's always grand to have new sponsors being part of it. And also are the primary sponsors for Logistical Nightmare Racing. Been a huge part of it. For anyone that is looking to get into the dating game, go and take a look at Flick Floyd. Well, for those that are wanting the halftime rugby scores, and I know there's one person who's currently sitting in Innocent that is waiting for it, we are 27-7. So South Africa leads 27 in the rugby scores as we continue on with the Midrand 570 right here at Raceface.Pro, co-made with Logistical Nightmare Racing, as we see Fleming Bauer and Duplessis going and battling it out. Duplessis giving a quick flash saying, hey, listen, I'm coming after you, Fleming. You best move right out of my way, because we do have to get away from Jacques Vermillion, who's running in 6th position. He's 24 seconds behind, but still can be a viable threat as the race continues. Everyone's still trying to push their way through as our drivers make their way around. 1 hour and 45 minutes completed, and we've got one car stopped off. That is Lucas Joubert, who's in a bit of a precarious spot. That is after Cheetah, and man, oh man, that is a frightening one. And for anyone out there, let's take a look from his helmet, because this is going to be his perspective that we're going to take a look at of what the entire field looked like coming at him. So Lucas Joubert, who lost the rear out of Cheetah, stops middle of the circuit. And this is what he saw as the cars barreled full throttle to him. And that will give anyone a world of nightmares in a hurry. Nushka Burta saying, let's go Fleming and Henry. So putting out a bit of support there for the Martin Racing team. Going and having a bit of fun out there. I know that there will be Vietia Burta also giving a bit of a shout out as well. Nushka Burta was also got given the opportunity a while back. She tried her hand at a little bit of commentary and did a very good job. So Nushka, well done. It's good to see. And it was part of an initiative in sim racing to go and bring some new blood into the world of sim racing. And Nushka was one of them, who is the wife to Vietia Burta. And Vietia going and being a part of all the action. He's going to be climbing behind the wheel, I would think, to join up and have a bit of fun with his fellow team at a later stage during the course of this race. So much is going on, ladies and gentlemen. So much to still touch on as we will be going and racing as hard as we can here for the Midrand 570 right here at Raceface.Pro. And it has been an absolute wild ride so far. So much has gone on. And from the start of the race, Tariq Adam has led a dominating fight at this point. He's been really trying to break away from the field. He's been on a proper charge at this point, hoping that he can continue the drive on the way through. And let's see if they're going to be going and keeping it all together as they run the clock down, hoping to really stand up on the fight. So great stuff and great chances. So that being said, we are getting into the latest part of the stage. 7 hours and 42 minutes to go, and our drivers are pushing themselves that little bit harder. So our drivers needing to figure out what they can do here and where they can go through as we watch Duplessis pushing himself a little bit harder as one of our solo drivers, and I think that's Tariq Adam will be also. As one of our solo drives trying to push himself that little bit harder as he looks to really step up the pack, be a part of all the action here at Raceface.Pro. Going to be a tough time as they battle their way through. And he is tailing down Fleming Bauer as much as possible. Well, at the moment, trying to get that little bit of drive. Going to be a difficult time out there as they make their way through. Well, here in commentary, we're going to take a quick intermission, and we will be back with all the racing. We'll leave you with Tim, the cameraman, going through, and we will see you shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you enjoyed some of the signs and the sights and sounds of here at the Midrand 570. And if you just joined us, a massive, massive welcome to the Midrand 570, brought to you by Raceface and Logistical Nightmare Racing. It's been a wild, wild one. Woo! Let's talk about this. As du Plessis going on the inside of Fleming Bauer. These two have been at each other's throats for quite some time now. Hard on the brakes to try and get it all in. Du Plessis not able to get that inside line. He was really hunting it down, but just couldn't get the pass done and dusted. Loses out a little bit of time as Fleming Bauer makes his way through past one of the GSR team and continues on his charge to try and maintain. Chris Heineke down in the pits is going to allow Jean-Andre Dutoit to get on by as they make their way through. Harry du Plessis doing the same as he takes over from Vessel Wooder, who was a bit back. So, let's take a look at our running order with 2 hours and 5 minutes completed thus far. Tariq Adam leading out the charge as our solo entrant, Cleon Reyna, for the Ominous Gaming KSR. Daniel Rowe running in third place for the Hybrid Racing. Fleming Bauer for the Martin Racing, the Martian, along with du Plessis running in fifth place. All over the back, looking for that fourth place. He's properly charging for the Rigoli Esports and being one of the drivers that representing South Africa in the overseas side and getting picked up by a professional team. Always great to see. We got Sharks Vermilion jumping into the LNL Banana Express. They're running in sixth, along with seventh place PWSR Alpha. Daniel Hitman de Villiers, also a great run from him. He's got Bego Krubler of Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro all over the back of him. SM Domingo currently in 9th position for Project Vapor, followed by the Pandassi, Infiltrate, Hake and Stick, along with the Sarko Racing Gero Pretorius, who will be handing over the car to the likes of Dylan Hall in due course, as we do see de Villiers actually giving way to Bego Krobler there. So good to see. Kerry Franzel running in 13th. Daniel Van der Venter running in 14th for Team Up Garage. Then we got the Ominous Gaming Nitro, Henry Plutt, a solo driver. Jean-Ray Buerta running in 16th. And Chantal Henson for the Venomworks Racing Vipers ahead of the original Michelini of Noob Nation, also one of our solo drivers. Panassi Infiltrate, Jean-Ray Dutoit will be getting chased down by Kerry du Plessis of Kramadula Sim Racing. Then we have got the E1 Sim Sport, Ellis Buckley on the charge. He's got Jason Farmer of Griffin Sim Racing going to be closing up that gap. Zaire Essa running in 23rd position. He's trying to get a little bit of time to make his way through, as we did see Tariq Adam in shot. The two of them have got a long history. Tini Nkube is behind the car, making his way up through the order. And Yaku Nadir, the Speed Demons, followed by the OG Redemption, Michael Donaldson. We had a chat to him a little bit earlier. He's trying to make his way through. Graham Mold, Team Kerigma Racing, currently in 27th position. 28th is the KSR Quantum of Corne Strauss. Oh man, it's always nice to see the old name. And one that when I started sim racing and started in iRacing, I got to see him out on track, so it's nice to see him there. Welcome, Corne. Lucas Joubert of the Griffin Sim Racing team in 29th position. Then we got Johnny Ferreira of Player One Racing. Terence Ferreira handing over the car to him. Griffin Sim Racing, Diane Fenter going and running in 31st. 32nd is Ebb and Flow, Ludwig Zetzman. The Zetzman brothers are going to be sharing that car. Daniel Frost of the Full Performance in 33rd. 34th is Hansi Myberg, but it does look like we've had a few drivers out of the race. Kalen Mauer actually being one of them. He's unfortunately decided to call it quits. And it's the We All Pace car, unfortunately, looks like is out the race. But we do have quite a few interesting names of it. And one name that honestly is, well, I would say royalty here in the world of Raceface.Pro, the part of the original creation of Raceface.Pro in terms of the broadcasting side of things. And that is the legend himself, who was the leader of White Rabbit Gaming, who was the leader of South African broadcasting for sim racing, and to this day is the bar for South African sim racing broadcasting. George G. Max is out in the virtual grandstands and going and saying a bit of a shout out. George, if you ever have time, buddy, you're more than welcome to come into the box one more time. To come and address the fans that have been calling your name for years and years and years. Gerry van Zyl and Bradley Surley landing up in a bit of trouble, though, as those two cars had a little bit of a coming together by the looks of it. Bradley Surley, the 143, going in... No, they might have not actually had it coming together. They might have just dropped the wheel on the dirt and landed up with both Pandacity Esports cars landing into the dirt. This is Bradley Surley. And, yep, he just clipped the dirt, spun himself around, tries to bring himself back, and his teammate did exactly the same behind him and landed up in the dirt. So, well, there we go. That is doing it. Well, George, it's a Midrand 570, and it is part of the vision that years and years ago. There's a bit of a call. Come on, even 5 minutes to come out. I actually want to ask everyone out there in the virtual grandstands, everyone that is sitting out there and enjoying it all, do you want to see or hear George G. Max to come on the microphone even for 5 minutes to talk about liveries? Because man, that is one thing that I remember so much about liveries, giving you that extra bit of horsepower. Who would like to hear George G. Max to come out just for 5 minutes? George, come on. For all the fans out there, for all our virtual racers, as we do see Bradley Surley with a drive-through penalty, that is for track limits. So, my chat, well, my challenge, as we do see Findali is also getting a drive-through. So, for out there in the virtual grandstands, I want to see you guys support. If you want to hear George G. Max right here on Raceface.Pro, who hasn't been on air for quite some time here at Raceface.Pro, who went over to RCI and represented South African commentary, if you want to hear him one more time, go and write there, George G. Max. Go and write G. Max. Go and show that support. Let's see if we can get the man, the myth, the legend, the esport voice himself for sim racing one more time to come on air. He knows where to go. It's always open. But the man, the myth, the legend, he's graced us out in the chat there. Come on, George. You got a whole lot of fans, and a whole lot of fans want to hear you. They're going wild, chomping at the bit to get to hear your voice, even for a moment. You can join up on your phone. I mean, come on, Discord. It's there. It's going to be a great one. So, as everyone going and putting in that support, shouting out G-Max, G-Max, G-Max. People are calling names. People are wanting to hear it. The man, the myth, the legend, to return for a quick word on one of the biggest events here in South Africa that was put together for the second year running, having the one, the only Midrand 570. That was an idea birthed from way long ago. And George G. Max, many years ago, when I started with actually joining on air in 2020, one of the things that he said, he would love to have a race where all the communities came in to support one big race that was just that sim racing, absolute top notch. And before he went, he said one day he would see it coming. I was the first to say, I don't quite think we're going to have that. You know, it's going to be pretty difficult to get it all together. And he said, mark my words, we will have that. And, well, we got it here, going a bit wild. So, George, the box is always there. The microphone is always on. And it will be an honor to have the run. I'll DM you on Discord. Yes. That's it. All right, George, feel free to DM. And we're going to try and get the man, the myth, the legend, the one, the only, George G. Max, to come on air after years and years of being out of Raceface.Pro. And he's going to have a bit of a chat here. I mean, it's royalty to go and have him here. So with the fans cheering on, let's see if we can get him to join up, be a part of it. He will come to the interview room. That will be in the Discord. I think we can just pull him straight in if I can get an invite out to him. So we will have a bit of royalty stepping into the commentary box for South African sim racing. That honestly has been out of it for a while in terms of South African, but his name will forever be etched into it, and well, it's going to be great. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I mean, make some noise, go wild, let's really do it, show some South African love. He's gone over to the UK, he represents South Africa on air, the voice of sim racing here in South Africa will be returning. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be bringing him in. Put your hands together for the one, the only, George G. Max returns to Raceface.Pro to give us a few words. George, absolutely amazing. We're in the grace of royalty here, and welcome back to your very own home, Raceface.
Hey Stephen, how you doing, mate? It's been a while.
Far too long.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wasn't planning on jumping in here to say hello, but with your very kind words on the stream, I thought I'd better give the people what they want. So here I am, and just wanted to say I've been enjoying the racing so far. Got a couple of mates racing in it, so have the stream open. You're doing a fantastic job out here, and it's yeah, really does warm my heart to see Raceface still booming. As you mentioned, I mean, it was a place that I called home for a long period of time. Got lots of time for everyone still involved with Raceface, and just great to see some racing still going.
It's absolutely a monumental charge, and I can tell you, over the many years, everyone's been shouting, calling the name of you to come back. But we're talking about that. Let's take a look at the race at hand. We've got a few beautiful cars out there. We always spoke about the custom liveries many times before. I mean, that was one of your main points, is talking about liveries go and make you faster. We're getting to see quite a variety out there. Has there been any that's really grabbed your eye? I mean, you've got some old names back into the fray of things. Tariq Adam, who is running more the Red Bull colors, he's charged out towards the front. You've got Killian Rayner for the Ominous Gaming KSR. I mean, the OG team was a part of an earlier battle, and well, their earlier days in sim racing was against the likes of Hybrid Racing and also the likes of White Rabbit Gaming that was charging up to the front. They've also come into the fray of things. Any particular that you've really taken an eye out for and saying, hey, that's actually pretty cool out there?
You know, for me, anyone that rocks a South African flag livery on their car, that's you know, it's a taste of home while I'm out here in the UK. So I love seeing that, and of course we're out at Kyle Army. That yeah, liveries. I mean, I did used to think they make you go faster, but in the bigger scheme of things, you know, the ability to sort of house the colors of the people that are sponsoring your racing, whether you're driving for a professional team or you just got a group of mates together and you want to do something that just represents yourselves, I think has always been a part of sim racing that I love. And you know, seeing the efforts that go into sort of custom liveries these days far greater than back in the day when I was trying to get it working. You know, guys have some real artistic paintworks. You know, Mayer's look at this Mustang. I mean, honestly, that is a South African flag with swag. to be fair.
That is it, with the Martian on the side of it. But I mean, to take a look throughout the field, going and seeing a huge amount of drivers out there, going and really laying it on the line, trying to push themselves a little bit more. We've got solo drivers out there as well. But you didn't mention that there's a couple of drivers that you are supporting, a couple of friends out on the track. Who are you supporting? Who are those friends that are currently out on track that are taking the fight to the sharp end of the field?
I mean, Corne Strauss, Mr. Enrox. I saw his team sort of sliding down the field. KSR Quantum, big shout out to him, and of course Nkube in 21st. Him with Dean Kabasa and Mark Kabasa. These are guys that I've just been hanging around with, sort of in Discord for the longest period of time. And I built a sim rig out here finally and started to get back into racing, so it's nice to kind of have some mates that I can still enjoy the virtual world with. But lots of familiar names in the stream, lots of new names as well. So for me, that's the greatest part, is just seeing how many more people have gotten into it and how many of those sort of legends from back in the day are still there. I mean, Essa racing here, of course, big time legend in the sim racing space. Used to set the pace for all of us back in the days of racing an 80k together. I mean, it's heartwarming. I joined to watch as a spectator, and just seeing everybody here is for me fantastic. And everyone's in for a treat. We only got 7 hours left of this. I say only, that's a phenomenal amount of racing still to fit in that time.
Well, we've got to talk about the event, because many years ago, going back to 2020, when you gave me the opportunity to be on the microphone, and once again, very, very thankful. For many people that don't know, I was just getting into sim racing, and George G. Max went and said, hey, listen, you sound good over a microphone, let's see what you can do, and gave the opportunity to do it. So for everyone that's getting to hear me now, this is a man that got me into it and gave me the first stepping stone, the opportunity. And I think the first one was, you prackle on too much. Try and slow it down, or you're a little bit too quick. That helpful advice to it. But when you went and said you wanted that one race that sees everyone come together to be part of a bigger picture, to be part of a bigger race, to be that calendar event. So far this year, we've had 2 calendar events. The MSA Africa Esports Cup, where we crowned a Africa FIA champion of Jordan Sherritt. And now we have the Midrand 570 in its 2nd year running, going and battling it out. I mean, these are events that you went in 2020, said is going to happen, and that everyone's got to watch this space. Many people were a bit of naysayers saying, that won't happen. But I mean, now that you're seeing it out there in the flesh, your friends are out there, some new drivers are out there, and considering on a home track like Kailami, going and battling it out, I'm sure it's bringing a little bit out there to everyone.
For sure. I mean, a bit like being a proud dad, I suppose. Maybe the vision that I saw for it was a bit forward thinking back then. Like you said, there was a lot of naysaying against sort of one single spot for people to get there, but everything fits into place. Esports in South Africa has always been traditionally sort of an evolving field, and sim racing was no different to the likes of CS:GO or Dota. So it was a matter of time before we started to see sort of regimented events that were popular for everybody, not just from one sim racing league, but for multiple. And I tip my hat to all the sort of league owners and things that have really collaborated together. There's a big amount of symmetry where it's not like, oh, you race in XYZ league and you race in this league and nobody wants to race in somebody else's league. Those kind of days are far behind us, I feel, and everybody kind of collaborates together to promote events, and that's ultimately what grows the sport. You know, for me, that's always been the bigger picture: is how do we make this larger? How does it compete against the likes of your Counter Strikes and your Dotas and your Call of Duties? And you can't do that by having siloed events all the time. You need to have the best of the best racing in these kind of events.
Yeah, and we've got a mixture of pro-am, and am drivers all teaming up to get themselves to the end of the line in this monumental event. But for many of the fans that have been calling out and been asking for many, many years, and I can promise you this, there's not a single stream that has gone out without asking what has happened to George G. Max. The last we heard, you were out there at RCI going and representing South Africa on the microphone. You've done a brilliant, brilliant job. You've that voice of South African sim racing, and honestly, the only king for South African sim racing. No one will be able to take that crown away from you. But what have you been doing? What has George G. Max, the legend, been doing during the time of away from the microphone here at Raceface and pursuing life over out in the UK?
I mean, it's been a bit of an adventure, I'll be honest. Moving country is probably the hardest thing you'll do. I think people say moving house is probably one of the most stressful things you do, and I kind of moved house, moved countries, and set up a new life. So I have been kind of just head down, getting my life together over in the UK. I did do a little bit of RCI commentary when I first moved over, kind of still enjoyed doing that a lot. And then sort of priorities took over for me. I'm married now, have a phenomenal wife, and got a little dog, so you got to keep your dog busy. So for me, it's about balance, and I probably was a little bit imbalanced, committed a lot of time to racing and esports and casting and all of those things. So I think I'm finding a balance again. Like I mentioned before, I've kind of gone back into sim racing, built myself a rig, and enjoying it from that perspective of sort of taking myself away from the seriousness of it and getting back into the casual enjoyment. But for me, I'm someone that doesn't stay casual for too long, so I feel I will be back to commentating on races and maybe getting a little bit more serious in the sim racing competition side. But I need to remind myself all the time that it's all about that balance.
Well, I can speak on behalf of everyone here at Raceface.Pro. We've been missing you dearly. We've been very proud of you for everything that's been done. I know many of the fans out there in the virtual grandstands that have been clamoring on for years will be saying a massive congratulations to yourself and Mrs. Max for being a part of it. But honestly, George, it's been just a great time out there. But we got a race on hand. Neil Swartz going and battling out with Wessel Wood. It does look like Duplessis has got himself in between, and the back markers now trying to fight themselves out with a couple of leaders. For old time's sake, before we let you go, would you take us through one fight between Neil Swartz out in the Mustang for the Pandassi Infiltrate and Wessel Wood of the Kramadulis Sim Racing as they're going nose to tail for the lap? One lap around Kyalami. Then I'll leave you. Stephen,
absolutely not. This is your show now, and it's been really nice to chat to you again and say hello to everyone in the grandstands, the virtual grandstands. But this is your show now, and I am extremely proud of what you've managed to achieve with your commentary journey as well. So thanks for having me. I will love and leave you, and just know I am always watching. I thoroughly enjoy these streams.
All right. Well, before you go, I just want to say to everyone out there in the virtual grandstands, can we show some love one more time to the man, the myth, the legend, George G. Max, the voice of South African sim racing. George, thank you so much for gracing us. And we look forward to seeing you on track, on mic, and hopefully one day you and I can go a little bit of door banging against one another. But good luck with the little puppy and the little dog. I can tell you my dogs have kept my life a little bit interesting.
Much love, and yeah, to all the racers, enjoy the rest of your Kyalami 9 hour. It's very exciting. Love you lots. Bye,
you.
guys.
Cheers, George G Max. Wow, oh wow. You know, there's one thing you can always say here at Raceface and Logistical Nightmare Racing. We really go and have those interesting guests come through, and we do get those acts of royalty coming through. Absolutely, just really having a great time out there. Gotta say, some really, really exciting stuff. Well, getting a bit of news from Duplessis, and this was a little bit earlier on. Second stint was finished at 36 minutes past 6. Still feeling strong, still feeling that he can power his way through. He's been battling it out with Henry Mayer. Did lose a little bit of time. Henry Mayer did get through. We did see the Audi get a little bit loose on the gravel there and lost out a bit of time. So great stuff out there. The drivers are really pushing themselves on, and wow. I mean, that is good news. I won't lie. Currently sitting with my heart in my throat after that one. You know, when you get a compliment like that, and yeah, a lot of what was the built of bricks to quite a few of the very best, and George being one of them. Neil Swartz currently in a battle with Wessel Wooder as he tries to make his way through, heading up towards tabletop, and it is now going to be, well, into Westbank, at the top of the mine shaft, tries the outside, looks for the undercut, trying to pull Daniel Ricciardo a little bit too much onto the dirt as he tries to get the drive. Neil Swartz not backing down from the fight, will continue on the drive as they push their way through. So far, 2 hours and 31 minutes completed, and it has been an absolute charge. We did see, unfortunately, Hansi Myberg going and saying an injury won't allow him to get going. We'll try and get a bit of information from Hansi Myberg. We'll see if we can get him into the commentary box just to give us a bit of a chat and give us a bit of an idea of what's going on, especially that he has been out of it. He is parked in the pits, and it looks like he's going to be taking things a little bit easier, not giving up the fight just as yet. He is going to try and keep the momentum going, but we'll see if we can get a quick interview with him. So, Hansi Myberg, if you keep an eye on the stream, which I know you are, it would be grand to have a little bit of a chat to you, get a bit of insight to what's going on. But one person I want to have an insight to has been listening, and I think also sat with a bit of a deja vu and a heart in his throat. But before I get to that, Hansi Myberg jumps into the chat. Hansi Myberg, welcome. Glad to have you into the commentary box. A bit of a wild start for you. From working in the background, you had to do a full-on restart. Then you were going out, but now an injury coming into effect. So let's start with the good stuff. How was that start for you?
I think the start was pretty good. I mean, the second start we had was good. I picked up quite a couple of places, and due to some mistakes some guys made, and I think I had some good pace going there. But yeah, as I said, I've got a slight little injury. As you know, season 19, 2 weeks before the time, I tore 2 ligaments off my shoulder, and yeah, they say it's 8 weeks or to recover. And yeah, I'm only sitting on 3 weeks now and trying, but it's just too painful.
So having to take it step by step at this point. It's good to see that you haven't thrown in the towel, but taking it. Oh, that's it. You got to see the checkered flag. I mean, it's a Midrand 570. It happens once a year. I mean, for those that are out there, you got to see the flag. But I mean, the competition out there is absolutely fierce. I mean, Christian Venter has just taken over from Tariq Adam. Hopefully we can also have a chat to Tariq Adam a little bit later. Get him in the commentary box. It's been a while since we have had him have a chat to us. But we've got some seriously stiff competition around through the entire field. Pro, Pro-Am, and Am, all going in, pulling out all the stops out there. How's it been versing some of the newer names and older names here for the second running of the Midrand 570?
Yeah, look, Stephen, we had quite a good sign-up. I'm quite impressed with the sign-up. We have 36 teams up on the grid, and yeah, some of the old faces joining us again. Yeah, it's a good battle on the field. I mean, it's a very, very strong field. This, if you look at it, and you're going through all of the drivers here, it's insane. You know, these guys are very strong, decent racers.
It's absolutely incredible stuff. And Hansi, we did have George G Max a little bit earlier, which I think was quite poetic as well. No, you were one of the drivers going and saying you remember George when he was commentating. What did you think suddenly having an old voice pop up out of nowhere to give a few words?
Yeah, no, look, I disappeared from the rig for a couple of seconds there, and when I got back, I see G-Max sitting with you there in the steward box, and I was quite impressed. I was like, geez, that's a face I haven't seen for quite a while. So yeah, it's always good to see, you know, the old faces popping back and saying, how's it? And I mean, the compliments you guys getting and stuff, it's awesome. It's like super.
Well, it's great stuff out there. But going back to the race at hand, I mean, the track itself is reasonably hot and starting to come down 29 degrees. What are the drivers going to be dealing with now? Because we've started seeing more and more people swapping out. For those that are in teams, they've got teams of 2 or 3 drivers getting behind the wheel. But then you've got like yourself and the likes of Duplessis, who are solo drivers in this race, trying to make their way up through the order.
Yeah, look, I noticed it's a couple of solo drivers. I mean, you've got Henry Platt as well as a solo driver, and then, as you said, Quan Duplessis, myself, we've got De Villiers as solo drivers. Yeah, the guys are I think a lot of guys are on different strats here. You know, you've got the guys running full tanks, you've got guys running on hour stints. So there's quite a lot of strategies at play here. I mean, it's now, what's it now, just close to 4 p.m. on the actual race server. So I think from here the temperature starts, you know, dropping slowly, or it will stabilize here, and then from here it will dropping slightly towards the evening side.
I mean, this is a difficult track. A very unassuming track. Everyone knows Kyle Army. They've driven tons and tons of laps around it. But it's also a track that you can't rest on your laurels with it. You can get bitten. And Cheetah has taken quite a few drivers out. You managing to avoid some of the accidents out there and seeing some of the guys dropping a wheel on the dirt and landing up in the wall. Your take to it. I mean, we just had Gerry van Zyl, who has just lost the back of his car, the number 99. I mean, we're going to take a quick replay look at it through Crocodile. He's trying to get a little bit of time, closes up onto the back of one of the Ford performance cars, and just a little bit of contact, touch the dirt, and bang into the wall. I mean, a mistake like that can happen in an absolute flash that just changes your entire race. I mean, at the moment, you can see that bonnet is bent. He is coping with a serious amount of damage out there.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Cheetah is one of those corners. It's like you said, you can't just take. It's like a blink of an eye, and then you can lose it quick. I mean, you can put a tire on the grass, or just clip the inside on the right-hand side slightly, or maybe just slightly tapping off for another racer going a little bit slower, and then you lose your car as well. So yeah, you always have to be on it on Kyle Army.
It's always an interesting one to see how the drivers are going to do it. So, strategies, what do you think is going to be the best one to claw their way through, or do you think that there's no real top strategy that may be the win for it, or do you think it's going to be a bit of a touch and go? What's your thoughts on how this is all going to turn out? Because so far we've seen a lot of climbs, a lot of losses, and drivers trying to move their way through.
Yep, Stephen, it's a difficult one. I mean, it's like I said, all of these guys have got so many different straps playing, and I mean, even if they make a little bit of cause a damage or accident or whatever, they can, they have to maybe just change strat again just to accommodate losing time, or just making up some time again, or some of those grid spots. So I mean, it can go anywhere.
It's going to be a great one. I've got to say, absolutely tremendous stuff. Well, before I let you go, because I know that you're going to get a bit of rest with your shoulder, I can tell you, as a person that also battles with his shoulder, it's always not a easy thing. But before I let you go, any closing words you want to say to our amazing grandstands out there that littered the track? You could see them going and putting in all the support, going and cheering the guys on, being a part of the racing at hand, and really trying to get that climb up through the order. Anything you would like to say to our amazing virtual grandstand?
Yeah, from our side, I just want to thank everybody that's here, the grandstand, watching this race. I mean, I think the rugby is still on. I'm not too sure. I know some people are still watching that. I'm sure the figures we'll have more people popping into Kyalami to have a watch what's going on, or look what's going on. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, thanks for all the people watching. And yeah, I mean, the teams need to just don't give up, keep on pushing, even if you make a mistake. I mean, it's still a long way to go. You know, it's still got 6 hours 50 minutes. Yeah, a lot can happen. I mean, if you have a little bit of an accident or whatever, just keep on going. Go into the pits, fix it up, and keep on pushing.
It's absolutely incredible stuff. Well, Hansi Myburg, thank you very much. And go get some rest. And we look forward to seeing you back in the car a little bit later once the shoulder has eased up. And thanks for all the hard work that you do in the background.
No problem. Thanks, Stephen. Chat later.
I'm glad we got your livery sorted out.
Much appreciated for your effort as well, Stephen.
For anyone that doesn't know, there 2 minutes before the second restart, we managed to get that livery up. Hansi sent me the file, then sent me that there was a problem with all some liveries that didn't quite get through. So,
it's my mistake. I was a little bit in a hurry, never linked it to the actual race face. I uploaded everything, but never linked it to the race face, you know, the actual thing that it need to link it up to.
Oh, well, it's always guys here. Then the Mustang looks great.
It's a good car, actually. I'm actually very impressed with it. I mean, the other evening when I was doing my qualifying times, I actually chopped off, I think, 7 or 8 tenths of my PB with the BMW, and it was only on 10 minutes in the Ford.
Well, it's because it hasn't got teeth in the front that's getting in the way of it.
the teeth.
Well,
anyways, yeah.
Hansi Myburg of Team Tryhard. Go get some rest, and we'll chat to you a little bit later.
Like Stephen, cheers.
Oh, absolutely incredible stuff going out there. We are seeing a couple of drive-through penalties coming into play. Reginald Mutaleni being one of them that got caught out. Giancarlo Sculla, all the way out from America, going and racing with LNR. He is out there battling and has got De Villiers on his tail, going and chasing down De Villiers as a South African onto the back of the American. And looking to give him a good run for his money here. Reginald Mutaleni trying to pull into the pits. A couple of cars jumping out of the way as they try and maneuver their way through. De Villiers hunting down as they go on the charge. We're looking to also see if we can possibly get an interview with our leaders, and that is Christian Fenta and Tariq Adam. They'll make their way through. Second place is currently the Omnis Gaming Brandon Kruger. The Omnis Gaming KSR in second place. Dino Kia Hybrid Racing with Daniel Rowe. Henry Mayer of the Martin Racing lying in fourth place. Kwandu Pasi, who's running in fifth. He is one of our solo entrants. Bego Krobler of Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. Giancarlo Sculla along with Daniel De Villiers. We'll have a chat to him a little bit later. Andre Sorodio running in ninth. Jason Farmer, who's out in 10th position. Stuart Parsons of Flick Floyd going and landing up in the dirt. All the way out from Ireland, gets caught up by BG Smith, who is all over the back of him, and there was a turnaround for Stuart Parsons, and that just made life a little bit interesting. Henry Platt's going to dive up on the inside to try and get that pass done. Dylan Hall, who went to made up a few times, he is the leader of Sarco, another league racing here in South Africa, and has been around from console days, moved on to the world of PC racing. It's always great to have a variety coming in, but BG Smith onto the back of Henry Platt. Henry getting a little bit unsteady. The McLaren not looking the greatest. The Honda into the dirt, trying to get by, hunting down for the inside. Henry opening up the door a little bit, saying, okay, bud, if you really want it, fine, get past. Oh, wait, I'm going to try and undercut you at this point. BG swipes across the nose, trying to keep him going. But we do see Heinrich de Wet, who is now trying to rejoin. He landed up in the dirt coming out of the S's. That's going to be right in front of Dylan Hall. He's catching up at a rate of knots. He's got BG Smith and Henry Plutt closing up onto the back of him, trying to really get that gap all sorted out. So some proper charges out there from our competitors, who are really in for a good run out here. 34 cars still in this race. Started with 36, 2 retirements, unfortunately, during the course of the race thus far. But we are looking forward to seeing many more keep going as they battle their way through. So it's going to be a proper charge for them. 6 hours and 44 minutes left of this Midrand 570. And it is going to be a monumental run of note. So, as our drivers make their way through, a massive shout out has to go out to our partners being a part of all the racing. Flick Floyd, part of Logistical Nightmare Racing. We have got Red Star Raceway along with Scallywags Drift Academy, and also we cannot go and say a lose out to our new sponsor jumping on board, Extreme Service Center, going and being a part of it. So they joined up right before the Midrand 570, saying, look, we want to be part of it, and now getting to show off what they can do. And who knows, many more things to come in the very near future. But we'll have some more interviews during the course of the drive with quite a few different people, and get a bit of an insight of what's going on. But talking about getting a bit of insight, 0.8 seconds behind Giancarlo Scula, we're going to see if we can have a quick chat to Daniel Hitman de Villiers, who is on that chase. Daniel, can you hear me?
Hello, Stephen.
How's it, Daniel? Okay, a little bit of a chase at the moment, so I'm catching you at a bad time. But
No.
You are catching up to a driver that you have never squared up against, Giancarlo Scula, all the way out from America for the Logistical Nightmare Racing Banana Express. And it's proving to be a little bit of a difficult one out there. Are you monitoring the gap? Are you looking for an attack? What's going through the mind at this very moment? Considering you're 0.8 of a second, I mean, risk versus reward here, especially with 6 hours and 42 minutes to go. And how are you feeling, especially as the race is continuing?
Stephen, I'm just staying calm, keeping the rhythm here, trying to force him into mistakes. He has done a few mistakes that allowed me to catch him up, but he's still a quick guy. So I'm just going to stay calm, find the rhythm, and see what I can do to get past him. If he makes a mistake, then I'll utilize on that.
Well, that's it. And we did see you up into third before the pit stops going into play. So you did get yourself right up there. It's not over as yet. You managed to close up that gap. So far on that steady climb for the PWSR car. But how's the traffic been? We've seen a lot of very close battles amongst drivers who are trying to get themselves through the order. But how's it been out there for you trying to carve your way through the traffic?
So far, everyone that I've overtaken, Blue Flags, has been very much respectful. They've given way, they've indicated where they're going, so they don't cause too much chaos and keep losing time for us.
Okay, well, it's definitely been a great one. But the event so far, 2 hours and 48 minutes of the race completed. Are you still feeling as fresh as where you started? Or do you
I'm feeling much better after that last pit stop. My neck is a little bit sore, but I'll work through it.
Okay, so got your second win and looking for your third?
Yes, sir.
Okay, long as you're not breaking wind, because otherwise then you got a bit of a problem, eh?
Just an update on the rugby score there, if it's possible.
Yes, I will happily do that, because I think you deserve that little bit of information. So, it is, at the moment, 48-7.
There we go.
There we go. So 48-7, South Africa leading the charge. Argentina, unfortunately, getting shown the door at this point. So as a fellow South African, keep up the charge and make sure that Godzilla can charge its way to the front, because you've got an American of Scula ahead of you that's not going to back down from the fight.
Indeed.
All right, absolutely incredible stuff. We'll chat to you later, Daniel, the Hitman de Villiers.
Thank you, Stephen.
No, absolutely great stuff there. I've got to say, really, really impressive stuff for de Villiers going and battling out, and a special thank you to him being the driver that we can communicate to in race, and especially, I mean, he was out there, 0.8 of a second, going and fighting out, and we got Darren going and saying, say hi to Daniel for me. So Darren says hi, and he's saying, go PWSR. So great to see that is going out there. The Torpedo, the Hitman itself, getting a bit of support from a fellow teammate, old Thriller, going and battling his way through. So great stuff. And we see Kalen Mauer going and fortunately saying good luck, have fun, as he is just keeping an eye out. Brandon not having an easy time out there, going and putting in a support. So it's going to be interesting. We will have a chat to more and more drivers, and we do invite more and more teams. Vietia is saying 48-7 for Springboks. So there we go, going and giving us a bit of an update on the scores. And Vietia also going and keeping through. Michael Donaldson trying to go around the outside of Dean Kabasa at the moment. Dean trying to hold that out inside line, outside line, as they make their way through the Yuxay sweep into Barbecue, and it does look like the Mustang's going to be able to get the drive, but can he get on the power early enough? He does so. Michael Donaldson had nowhere to go. Dean Kabasa will outdrive him now and will carry on the pace, so it's been a very, very close fight between the two of them, and so far Michael Donaldson hoping to carry on as much momentum as possible, seeing where he can get the climb, as Michael Donaldson goes once again around Clubhouse. He's now getting pushed along by Bego Krobler, who's in the Ferrari, trying to see where he can get by as he's looking to lap these two. Michael Donaldson gets by. Dean Kabasa not backing down from the fight, does open the door ever so slightly for Bego Krobler to make his way through. Bego Krobler is currently in 5th position, trying to lap past the guys who are running in 23rd and 22nd position. So it's been quite a busy time there. He got held up a little bit, lost out a bit of time to Henry Mayer, and also had Giancarlo Sculo starting to close up the gap to him as well. So a bit of an interesting drive there. I end up with a few drivers going up and down through the order, and something they need to be well aware of at this point. And it's going to be a difficult time indeed. So folks, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're enjoying so far the Midrand 570, and the racing thus far has been absolutely incredible, as we do see Daniel de Villiers going and closing up that gap a little bit more. John Sculo not backing down from the fight, will try and take more of a defensive line, takes a very tight line through Cheetah, actually braking ever so early and just bleeds off the throttle, just gives it a quick tab, brings it back. He's now going to be suffering with a little bit of loss, but he has got a lot of drive in a straight line over the Nissan, as we do see one of the cars coming out of the pits, and that is going to be Hansi Myberg returning to the track, and after recovering from his injury a little bit. Oh, it does look like Daniel de Villiers' rear tires starting to let go on him there, and running into a bit of a difficult time, so he's catching slides all the way through. You can see the counter steer that's going in as well. Not an easy time out there for him, and just giving a quick wiggle wobble just to try and balance himself out, see where it's all going. Oh, another monster of a tank slapper coming through for Nissan. So not having an easy time. He's going to have to really try and pull it all together to carry on. Neil Swartz onto the back of Lawrence Bonhurst. Team Kerigma Racing going out wide, and suddenly now Neil Swartz from Panassi Infiltrate diving up around the outside. Gets it all booked in, and Alex Almez going and taking a seat over Thomas. Now Alex looking to try and move his way up through the order, not having an easy time out there, and will be trying to figure out what is going to be the game plan here as they make their way through. So some great drives being pulled on, a lot of hard work so far in the race. Lawrence Bonhurst losing out that little bit of time. We'll suddenly have Alex onto the back of him. Duplessis, though, had a disconnect. He's managed to reconnect, but is way down the order. He's into 26th position. I mean, that is a driver that was in the top 10 a solo driver, and he had a disconnect. And that has now thrown him to 26th position. Oh man, absolutely heart-wrenching for him. And wow. Not ideal situations there. Well, that being said, folks, here at the Midrand 570, it's all about going and putting on a great show with all our racing. Just to go and give a big shout out and a well done from Raceface.Pro and Logistical Nightmare Racing to the Springboks, because they have successfully beaten Argentina right into the ground. Springboks win with 48-7, and Springboks have now scored a full game. So well done to the Springboks on behalf of Raceface.Pro and the likes of Logistical Nightmare Racing. So great stuff out there. Well done, and always going to be a great time. Temple Molotor out there in the virtual grandstands, going and showing a bit of support. He is going and shouting out for Dean Kabasa at the moment, who is on the monumental charge and will have a little bit of pressure from Henry Plutt chasing him down. Henry trying to close up that gap and seeing where he can move forward at the moment. It's going to be a tough time out there and seeing where they can go. Bradley Surley, though, laying up in a little bit of the dirt, coming out of Crocodile. Now we'll have to try and deal with fellow teammate Kerry van Zale, closing up that gap at a rate of knots at the moment. So going to be a tough time out there for every one of our drivers, pushing that a little bit harder, seeing as they make their way through. Everyone needing to step it up that little bit more, be a part of it, and see where they can go, as we do have the Pendacity Esports cars going at one another. Bradley Surley and Kerry van Zale out on track, going and hammer and tongs at one another, trying to see where they can get that little bit of gain at the moment. Dylan Hall, unfortunately, doing a little bit of visitation into the S's and bouncing his way on through. He's into the top 10 for now, but here comes BG Smith in Little Honda and Henry Plutt closing up on the rate of knots at him. So Smith with the Honda will be trying to get past Dylan Hall as quick as possible, as Team Up Garage looking to make their name and make their name well known here in the Midrand 570. Dylan Hall leading out the charge for the Sarko Racing team. He's been on a bit of a climb after his teammates have put in a phenomenal charge with him. And Dylan Hall, who has been out of the seat for a while, now trying to battle it out side by side, loses out the drive. BG Surley going and straightening up that drive, as we do see Christian Fenter, that is our leader, who got turned round and is now at Ingwe. I don't see any damage on the car, but that is our leader of the race. And losing about a bit of time here, because Brandon Kruger will be closing up at a rate of knot number 9. Christian Fenter having a tough time out there. So let's see what happened to him. Bouncing over the curbs, trying to come back, and carrying a lot of momentum in through Cheetah. Oh, just put a wheel wrong. Catches a car. Oh, bit of damage to the front end as he came through. And that was all she wrote. Oh, massive slide out of barbecue. And really trying to keep his foot absolutely firmly planted at the moment. I think frustration is now slowly creeping in at this point to seeing how it all goes. So properly good racing on the way through. And it's going to be a monumental run for our drivers, looking to push themselves that little bit more at the moment. Seeing who's going to be able to close that gap at a rate of knots. Not going to be an easy time out there. They have to think the long game of what's happening. Who's going to be able to push themselves that little bit more? Who's going to be able to carry that drive a little bit more? And going to be a monumental run. So good stuff from our drivers, but our leader going and running into issues, losing out that little bit of time. Not a good thing indeed. So he's lost out a 40-second gap, folks. I mean, 40 seconds is a tremendous load of time that has gotten lost, And now leaders will have to be dealing with Brandon Kruger trying to make up some time. Henry Platt up on the inside of Dylan Hall. Tries to go for the pass. Couldn't quite get it done. Dylan Hall going and sharing the car while Henry Platt is the only driver in his car. Having to see where he can make that little bit of time, that little bit of gain. Dylan Hall trying to see where he's able to get that little bit more momentum at the moment. Just to hang on with every fiber of his body. Then you got Daniel de Villiers who's hunting down the likes of Giancarlo Scuola at the moment. He can't get past just as yet. Fighting for 6th and 7th at the moment. So they've gone up through the order, as it does look like we had a quick disconnect. Yeah, we had the likes of Duplessis disconnect and reconnect. So he's out and going still. So hats off to Duplessis on going and getting himself sorted. Bradley Surley onto the back of Kerry Van Sales. So the two Bandacity cars needing to work with one another during the course of this race to see how they can power their way forward. Henry Platt still giving a good go, trying to make some time, but it's Christian Frenta, Brandon Kruger, Dean O'Keefe, Henry Mayer, Bego Krobler, Giancarlo Scuola, Daniel Hitman de Villiers, Andre Soradio, Jason Farmer, BJ Smith, Dylan Hall, Henry Platt, Stuart Parsons is running in 13, Kerry Van Bradley Surley, Neil Swartz running a little bit further down at 16, Alex Almes, Lawrence Bonhurst, Vessel Wooder, along with Reginald Mataleni, Fridge Findley, Michael Donson, Dean Cabasa, Jakob Nadia, Heinrich De Wet, Altman Buerta, Johnny Ferreira, Lucas Jabé, Andre Krablasi, Ludwig Zetzman, Con Duplessis, Sean Skitter, Jared Bakum, and then we got the likes of Hansi Myberg. I do think one of the cars that we did lose was actually the Lamborghini that was out on the track. That was on a good drive. So it seems like they had a disconnect and are out of the race. Hopefully they can get themselves back in and going. Whereas we see Vessel onto the back of Lawrence trying to push as hard as he can. Trying to gain that little bit of time. So definitely some hard work coming in. Teams now starting to feel the pressure. Mistakes starting to creep in. And everyone's starting to feel that strain. Now, we do know a couple of these drivers are doing a solo, so let's take a look at the human anatomy of this, because that's going to be another thing to talk about, is what's going to happen to the human anatomy. We heard the likes of de Villiers going and saying that his neck started getting a bit sore and he's having to stand up and get going. Well, our drivers are going to start to feel that. They're going to have a buildup of lactic acid in the arms, in the legs, and that will start slowing them down a little bit. They'll start feeling that pain and cramping sensations. So what they're going to have to do is definitely go and take a bit of a breather. Rehydration is going to be absolutely key at this point to try and get themselves sorted out and get going. As we do see Henry Mayer, oh man, getting from 4th place. Henry Mayer's got a drive-through penalty that is going to spiral him down the order. And I know there's going to be a couple of drivers going and rubbing their hands together on that one, seeing the drive-through. And that is, once again, for track limits exceeded. They're going and cutting the curbs a little bit too far and getting caught out. We do have Ryan Barrington-Smith out in the virtual grandstands. And hopefully we can also get a chat with him and the rest of the Logistical Nightmare Racing family to give us a bit of an insight to what's happening with their race and their car and what's going through the minds of their drivers at this point, because they haven't had the easiest of races at hand, but they are still trying to battle it out and trying to make their way through and see where they all end up. As we see Daniel de Villiers going and battling out Giancarlo Scuola, not backing down from the fight, will look to go and work his way through this on the charge. Nonetheless, as we do see the big Nissan kicking up onto its hind haunches as it makes its way through. BG Smith's got Dylan Hall trying to look for the inside. BG managing to get past Dylan Hall, and now Henry Platt needing to do exactly the same as they charge their way through. Nose to tail racing on the way through. Platt is going to be a little bit worn out, and Dylan Hall and BG are going to be a little bit more awake. Their senses will be a little bit more keyed in, and they're hoping that that's going to make a bit of time. Henry Mayer comes out of the pit lane. Bego Krobler coming in through the final corner, so Henry Mayer won't be losing too much time there after serving his drive-through penalty, but that means he is closer to drive-through penalties that are going to start impacting him during the course of the race. Skula and De Villiers are battling it out as they make their way through. Incredible stuff happening here for the Midrand 570. Everyone looking to push themselves that little bit more, trying to get themselves back into the train of things and see where exactly they're going to end up by the end of this 9.5-hour race as they battle their way around the circuit. And I got to say, some great racing thus far. Very close racing. As much as we talk about the lead being a little bit open by 31 seconds, we saw how quickly it can change as De Villiers gets the pass on Skula, heading up the Yuxay sweep, gets it all done and dusted. Now he just needs to get the momentum to break away from that Aston Martin. He's going to absolutely hammer it down into sunset, carry the momentum, quick dab of the brakes, pulls the nose in, and will continue the drive as Skula keeps in that slipstream. Going to try and pull himself a little bit closer, not going to go for any risky moves, actually dropping back a little bit out of a clubhouse, and he's going to aim directly for the S's to try and close up that gap heading into the top march off. So he does get that drive, has that little bit of torque. De Villiers a little bit of a rider curb there, actually coming off it. Goes around a bit wide and misses out the second apex just. He went and took it a little bit late. He caught right at the end there. But Skula has got a lot of drive on him, is in the slipstream, pulling himself along. That is going to be gaining him a lot of time at the moment. So great stuff. See the fights all over the field and battling their way out with 3 hours now completed of our race. That being said, guys, I'm going to take a quick washroom break as we see Henry Platt get ahead of Dylan Hall side by side, gets a pass done and dusted. So we will be back with some of the live commentary, and all the action will be shown live here for the Midrand 570 for 2024, brought to you by Raceface and Logistical Nightmare Racing, along with our associate partners that have really done a phenomenal job to bring it all to life. So we'll chat to you guys momentarily. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back with the racing, and we are back here with the Midrand 570. Lots and lots have been going on. We've been keeping an eye on the Daniel de Villiers and John Carlo Schooler battle for quite a bit of time. We did see likes of Chris Heineke go and have a bit of a tussle with Daniel and Van der Venter. It's landed up with both of them parked out in the middle of nowhere. And there has been a couple of... Also, where is the Audi of the likes of Duplessis, who actually had a disconnect, believe it or not. So he dropped out of the running. And I think he is currently running. Where is Duplessis? I don't actually see Duplessis out on the circuit at the moment. So I think whatever's gone on, it's been a bit of force majeure that has taken the wheel out of his hands there and is now out of the running. So unfortunately for the newly taken driver, has unfortunately gone out due to a connection issue that's dropped him out. But we've seen John Carlos Schooler battling out with Daniel de Villiers. The two of them are the closest battle on track, other than Rian Ferree and Thomas Trollope, who's back into the car. And Tom is hoping that he can really keep the pressure on Rian Ferree at the moment as they charge their way through. So some great battles out on the track, and it's doing a quite a run. Pegasus Gaming going and saying the Honda is quite a handful. That I can firmly agree. It's an absolute handful, but it's such a lovely car. I mean, it's a two-way street out of all of it. But we do have a couple of drivers that are going to be having a chat with us. I know that gone and had a bit of a chat, and I've just gotten a bit of feedback from Duplessis. Going and saying, unfortunately, he cannot finish the race with the disconnect and had the adrenaline. It's gone and left him in a bit of an irritating situation, and he felt that he needs to stop the car. Unfortunately, going and retiring from the situation, needing to attend to some family matters. So we do wish the likes of Duplessis a goodwill and hope that all is okay. Going and taking a look at how it's a different time out there. I do see that's oh man, I don't know how to say it, but unfortunately he is out of the order and out of the race. He's going to be retiring from it, and the disconnect was just the trigger of it all, and then suddenly he had family business that he had to attend to, so he is out of the race. But we're going to have a couple of people to chat to. We will have a chat to Tariq Adam, who said that he would come into the commentary box a little bit later after having a bit of a rest, so we will have Tariq Adam coming in. But we do have a driver that will come in, Michael Donaldson. Michael, welcome back to the commentary box. Well, it's been an interesting race up and down through the field. Pit stops have been a bit of an interesting time out there. Loic Randall got into the car now. You're lying up in 23rd position, chasing down Dean Cabasa. But how has the Ferrari been treating you guys? We seem to have lost Michael Donaldson. So we'll try and get him back. We either lost Michael Donaldson or we lost Discord. I would possibly say that we lost Discord completely. So let's try and do a full restart of that. Because that's definitely not what we're wanting to have for this. But Duplessis, unfortunately, another retirement, not able to make the end. And we hope that we can get him all sorted out and get some news from him a little bit later on. of what's going on. And we will get through. So, I'm going to reopen Discord, see what's going on. I mean, sometimes we do tend to have these peculiar moments with technology, and, well, that being one of them at the moment. So, let's see if we can try and get to Michael Donaldson. So, let's go up into commentary. Michael Donaldson, can you hear me?
No, I can hear. Yeah, no, I can. No, I can.
Okay, fantastic stuff. Michael Donaldson, let's talk about the race thus far. You've handed over to Loic Randabel. The Ferrari 296 has been a great one. We're starting to see stop-go 30 seconds for Henry Platt, who's one of your team members in the Nitro, getting a stop-go 30-second for that, speeding in the pits. We've seen a couple of drive-through penalties starting to be issued out for exceeding track limits. And do you think that everyone's starting to taper off a little bit here? The challenge is becoming a little bit more real?
Yeah, well, Steve, I mean, going into about the halfway mark, or almost getting there now, you start to see a lot more of this coming out, because, I mean, you can occasionally get a track limit when your tires start graining, so you get a bit understeer. Same thing happened to us. We're sitting on 2 at the moment, but keeping things fairly consistent.
So where exactly is the areas of concern that's costing you a bit of time?
It honestly depends on the car and the setup, but for most, it's probably on the exit of the S's, as a matter of fact. Just on the left there, where if you go halfway over the curb, it'll hit you instantly with the track limit.
Okay, so as you're going through the S's at the top of the circuit, that's where the impact, most of it's coming from. But
yeah, exactly.
As the track's starting to cool down now, 27 degrees, you guys are obviously altering tire pressures to compensate for the track coming down. Are you expecting, as it gets cooler, that fuel usage and tire usage should get less in premise, or do you feel there's going to be a bigger problem as we see Daniel van der Vente through Ingwe is stopped in the middle of nowhere trying to get himself going? He's on the outside of it. Little Honda not having an easy time out there. But going back to the battle at hand, do you feel that there's an opportunity to avoid an extra pit stop by taking a little bit less fuel in the fight?
Well, you do tend to use a little bit less fuel because, I mean, your car doesn't heat up nearly as much. I mean, already we're starting to feel that our front tires are just sitting on the stage where they're hitting the right temperature. But other than that, it's a bit of a struggle because, I mean, when it gets colder, we're going to have a small bit of an issue with getting our fronts up to temp. We're really going to have to start slamming those turns. But all in all, like, we tend to be faster in the night than during the day. It's how myself and Loic and Johan go.
And now, obviously, a team of 3 for the 9 hour is a great time because you get to share the load and don't get yourself tied out. As we see Daniel de Villiers, he's got John Carlos Sculler all over the back of him. But going and taking a look at the strategy, is it more difficult to include more drivers compared to a single drive? I mean, single driver is the easiest. You just turn it on and you go. Where the likes of a team, you got to compensate. Is it more difficult, or is it actually easier to have a team of 3?
It is easier. It really takes the load off because we're like doing double stints. Towards the end of that, you start to feel pretty tired, especially now that the temperature outside has been relatively warm. Like, I mean, halfway into my stint, I start sweating already. So definitely having 3 takes a lot of the load off.
And with everything going on, trying to carve your way through, it hasn't been the easiest of races for you guys, but still going on, seeing a couple of retirements starting to creep through. Are you expecting to gain a few more positions, or are you in a steady hold at the moment?
We're definitely expecting to gain positions. Like in my last stint, we went from 30th to 24th. So we're definitely making up the places. It's going to be a bit of a challenge because our aim is to finish in the top 10. So that's going to be a massive push from us. But based off what we've been looking at, we did a bit of math, and it seems as though it is still entirely possible with the time we have left to finish at least like 9th, maybe 8th. But time will tell.
It's always a difficult one. Now the competitors that you're getting to verse, the lap times are not really dropping off so quickly as you go through the field. Do you feel that there's still others that are on their second wind or have gotten it in the second wind, or do you think this is what the pace is going to be throughout the duration of the Midrand 570, this 9.5 hours worth of racing?
Well, I can definitely say that after it hits about 6 p.m. in the race, it's going to cool down to a point where your tires won't be overheating, they won't be wearing as much. So you're really going to start seeing those times go plummeting down. Because I mean, if you're looking at temperatures of about 19 or 20 on Kyalami, that is on a full push able to set like in the 40s or very low 41s. So we're definitely going to see the times drop, and we're already feeling like as we're fighting through the battles and the competitiveness is really ramping up the closer we get to the top.
Well, I mean, it's getting into exciting moments, and we touched on how there's a bit of fan push where the teams are getting pushed by the fans to keep going. That hand on the shoulder saying you can do it. I mean, we're seeing a lot of it currently. From your side, you have mentioned that there's a couple of people that are giving you that bit of push, that motivation to keep going on. Has that been a critical thing for you, or has it been tuning out a lot of it?
Well, since I'm streaming myself, I also look at the chat a lot, and we're seeing a lot of people coming in to show our support for still trying to fight back. So it's definitely giving us a lot of encouragement.
That's always a great thing. Well, I mean, you brought up that you are live streaming a perspective, a view for those. Where can people go and tune in to see the point of view of all this and get to interact with you guys that are really laying it out there on the track?
Well, I am streaming on Twitch under my my gamer tag. Sorry?
Which is?
It is KaiFuZA, so KAIFFUZA.
Okay, so guys, go and look at KaiFuZA out on Twitch. Go and give him a bit of a follow, give him a bit of a punt. I know that on the road to affiliates and also trying to push through affiliates is not an easy thing, trying to go for Twitch partner. So go show likes of Michael Donaldson and the team a bit of love out there for all the hard work, and see a point of view, get to interact with them, and also get to hear some of the lowdown and the chatters coming to it. So with a couple of drivers pulling into the pits now, we saw our leader going and swapping out. Tariq Adam has just climbed into the car. Christian Fenter's out the car. Paul Fenter's pulled into the pits. Are we going to expect you pulling into the pits anytime soon to switch out Loic Randabel, or is he in for a little bit of a longer stint?
Oh, well, he's about just past halfway in his stint. So now it's getting to the point where we're deciding who to swap in next, because, I mean, Johan's got a bit of a storm outside of his place, and he's a bit worried about the electricity or the internet. So we're just waiting to see how that goes, and towards the end we're going to decide who we're going to swap in.
Okay, so taking the original plan, throwing it in the bin, focusing on the next plan to try and move your way up.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, fair enough. As we see Jean-Ray Detour into the wall, and Kerry van Zyl, the two Pandassi cars running 10th and 15th, are having a bit of trouble out there. One in Cheetah, one through the XK sweep. But now I'm going to ask a very, very difficult question, because we're seeing your fight on the climb up, but we're also seeing others going and fighting up. Brandon Kruger, Tariq Adam, Bago, Krobler, Dean Nokia, Daniel, the Hitman, De Villiers, all fighting out for the top. Daniel sitting in the top 5. But we just saw Brandon Kruger of the Anonymous Gaming KSR team has taken the lead away from the likes of the Emil Frey Racing, Tariq Adam and Christian Fenter. Do you expect to see these two that are running 41s at the moment? 41.5 was set by Tariq Adam on that last lap, actually improving his best lap time on his first and out. Who do you think may be a winning contention for the top 3?
Well, I don't want to sound biased, but we're definitely out here supporting our OG KSR team. You know, the big boys in the squad. So Tariq and the squad he has is definitely very fast guys. But so is Brandon and Bernard and all of them. They are going to be pushing, and it's going to be a very interesting fight out in front.
It's going to be a great one. Well, Michael Donaldson, thank you so much for joining us, and please pass on the regards to your team, and especially with all the hard work that's going on. And make sure, folks, go and look up Kaifu ZA out on Twitch and go and show a little bit of support and love to Michael Donaldson. Actually, there's quite a few of our streamers on YouTube and Twitch out in our Discord. Feel free to go and take a look and give them a follow, give them a bit of love, as they're on their road to being affiliates and partners in their respective platforms that they are streaming on. Thank you very much, Michael, and good luck for the rest of your race.
Thank you, Steve. We'll see you again.
See you again. Cheers.
Cheerio.
All that being said, absolutely great stuff out there. One person I do want to have a chat to is our, on-the-ground driver, the one that's been battling it out and, is in the top 5. After surviving an onslaught that we've been keeping an eye on, as we see one of the Griffin Racing, that's Chris Heineke, unfortunately in the weeds. Let's have a chat to Daniel De Villiers on that run. So, Daniel, can you hear me?
Radio check.
There we go. I can hear you loud and clear. Daniel, let's talk about what you just had to go through right before the LNR Aston Martin pulling into the pits. And Paul Fenter's now gotten behind the wheel. But you were in a race from top to bottom there, and it looked like it was a bit of a touch and go moment.
Yeah, Stephen, that was not part of the plan. At this moment, my tires are dead trying to defend the LNR Aston there, but so yes, my plan to keep it consistent and everything has gone through the window, and I have dead tires on this Nissan.
Well, that's definitely it. And you obviously heard the news that, unfortunately, we lost Duplessis, which means that you have gained a position as well. But now you're fighting in the top 5, 35 seconds behind Dean Nokia, the Hybrid Racing, a little bit up the road from you. 8 seconds behind you, though, is the Mustang of Fleming Bauer, giving you a bit of a chase of Martin Racing. This is a difficult touch and go moment. How are you feeling in the later stage of the race? 3 hours and 46 minutes have passed since you started this race, and 9.5 hours of racing for the Midrand 570. The sun is starting to set a little bit, and we can see that glare starting to become a little bit more poignant through the front windscreen.
Yeah, Stephen, I feel a little bit fatigued. My wife just brought me my Willie's milkshake here to let me rehydrate a bit. So I'm feeling a little bit better now. But the neck is still, it's cramping the neck and everything. So, but I'm sure I'll make it. It's doable, this.
Okay, well, a trick that would help is if you have an anti-inflammatory, that will actually help of getting sorted out. So if you have a bit of communication with the missus, check if you've got an anti-inflammatory. That will help out with the neck.
I will try my best, yeah.
There we go. A little bit of advice just to help going, but keep up the hard work. You're doing a great job fighting it out, and at the moment you are the first of our single drivers Last time was Duplessis that took the win at Monza as a solo act. Let's see if you can do the same here at Kyalami for the Midrand 570.
I can only wish, Stephen. But yeah, I'm gonna put in like 5 laps, then I can just rest like for a few seconds, then it should be game on again.
Oh, that's it. Not over just as yet. Well, absolutely grand stuff. Keep up the hard work, and we'll see you in a moment.
Cool, thank you, Stephen.
Great stuff coming in from Daniel de Villiers, going and having a chat to us, which is always great to see. And it's going to be great stuff. And Pegasus actually going and saying, it's not Pegasus, it's BG Smith saying, how's it? BG Smith, just as a quick one, you are allowed to come to the commentary box, and we'll pull you in for a bit of a chat, and get to chat to the little Honda that could, and should, and would go and carry on the drive out there. So, it's, we're going to be having a chat to quite a few drivers from across all the scenes, and see who will be able to give us a bit of insight to what's happening on. We've seen a couple of drivers landing up in the dirt, but let's go through the running order because there has been a change up for the lead, folks, here at the Midrand 570, and it has been a wild one so far. So Brandon Kruger for the Ominous Gaming KSR team, taking first place away from the Emil Frey Racing. Tariq Adam now lying in second place, 30 seconds behind. Beggar Krobler of Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro running in third. Dean O'Keir of Hybrid Racing running in fourth. Daniel the Hitman de Villiers of PWSR is running in fifth. Fleming Bauer running in sixth place. Martin Racing. Mahath Musa of Project Vapor in seventh place. And then we've got Paul Fenter of Eleanor Banana going and making his way through. He's currently in 8th place. 9th place, Griffin Sim Racing, followed by Harry van Zale of Panassi Infiltrate, and Norma Hiri, who is trying to make his way around the track. Ruin Heineke going and changing over from Dudley Hall a little bit early on. Sarko Racing running in 11th place. 12th is Panassi Infiltrate Haken Stake with Rian Faree. Thomas Trollope of E1 Simsport running in 13th position. 14th is Eleanor Flukfoy, who's just been overtaken by Jean-Ray Detoy of Pandassi Infiltrate. So 14th and 15th have just had a change on screen. Neil Greening going to be waiting out on this one. Kerry Duplessis running in 16th position of Kamandula Sim Racing. And then we've got Daniel Van der Venter running in 17th position for Team Up Garage. 18th is Team Noob Nation, Reginald Mutaleni, one of our solo drivers out there. Lawrence Bondenhurst running for Team Kerigma Racing in 19th. 20th position, Ominous Gaming Nitro, Henry Plutt. Along with Chantal Henson running for the Venomworks Racing Vipers. In 22nd is the OG Redemption of Loker Annabelle. We just had a chat to his teammate just a little bit earlier on. They chasing each other down. Martin Rotenbach of Speed Demons. Tenny and Kube of Ford Performance running in 24th. Corne Strauss of KSR Quantum, followed by Terence Ferreira of Player One Racing. Lucas Jabert of Griffin Sim Racing Team. Altman Butter running for Team Kerigma Racing in 28th. 29th, Griffin Sim Racing. And then we got Eben Flo up to 30th position for the Zetman brothers. Ludwig Zetman trying to make his way around. I think he has spent the most time in the car, actually. I don't think he's actually changed. And Ludwig is really going to keep hammering on. I think he's a solo driver there. Sean Skitter for Logistical Nightmare Racing. They're running in 31st at the moment. So it's been a little bit of a rough climb for them. Jared Boscombe running in 32nd position for Ford Performance. And Hunty Myberg back into the pits. As we know, he's nursing an injury. Tariq Adam retaking that first place away from Bernard Barkhuizen, who has now jumped into the car. Brandon Kruger jumping out of the car. Bego Krobler gets past, so a bit of a change up for the OG team. They drop down into third on their way through. So we're starting to see those changes happening and moving their way through. But we're going to have a chat to drivers that are in a little Honda, and they're running in 17th position at the moment. We're going to have a chat to BG Smith. Mr. BG, Team Up Garage, fantastic to see a new name to the grid here at Raceface.Pro and LNR, but also out there in the Honda, which is a car that's not loved a lot and should be loved a lot more than it is?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, the Honda is, or the lawnmower as we call it in the team, is quite interesting, especially around Kyalami. We've put a lot of work in to get it stable enough where we're all comfortable, and hopefully our Raceface AM team is presenting, and yeah, it's going good so far.
Oh, it's been great having you guys here, and far as I'm to believe as well, this is your very first race racing in Raceface, going and participating and getting into one of the big races here, the Midrand 570, that's pretty much been open for Pro-Am, and pros to be out on track. You guys have taken the bull by the horns here, and how's it been for your first time out?
Yeah, very much so. We've been we just decided let's go for it. I think we've proven that we've got the pace. We don't always have the consistency, as you have seen. The Honda has visited the kitty litter a few times, and I would like to blame the Honda, but unfortunately it's more us. But no, it's been fantastic. We've been doing the mini enduro races. On Raceface for, well, I've been in my second season now, and yeah, we're trying to get better, getting the racecraft there so that we can hopefully join the big boys soon.
Well, it's always great to have you around, and well, I do apologize for saying you're the rookie in this. You've a little bit more experience. But Up Garage, a very unique name that comes in. How on earth did that come about?
That is unfortunately our main driver, Vian Pitter, but he had to leave because of a family emergency right now. But it was very much his idea, so unfortunately you'll have to ask him, but he's not available now.
Okay, no, we'll save the question for him in that one. But so far, you guys are running in 17th position, Ruin for the Vault in the 11th position, so scored a drive-through penalty. You've been on the climb at the moment, chasing down Kerry Duplessis in 16th. He's 3.4 seconds ahead of you guys. What's the game plan heading into this race? As the day's getting longer and longer, we now 5 p.m. sometime. The sun's starting to set, the glare starting to come in through the windscreen. That's going to make things more challenging through sunset in the Aces and heading up the Yuxay sweep. Is there a long-term strategy to lengthen out the stints between drivers or shorten out the stints? Are you planning of changing drastic tire pressures, or is it just nurse as that it goes?
At this stage, we're monitoring tire pressures, and we will hopefully start changing them now for the next stint. Because we've pretty much lost one of our drivers right now, we're going to have to do double stints from here on out. But I mean, there's guys that's and big respect to the guys that's doing it, that's soloing it. So we will manage at this stage, because it's our first real enduro on ACC for that matter. As a team, yeah, we just want to have fun and see where the apple falls, as they say.
Well, I've got to say it's been an absolute honor to have you guys out here and joining us on behalf of the entire Raceface.Pro. It's fantastic to have you guys here, and thank you very much for choosing to come race with us here at Raceface.Pro and LNR for the Midrand 570. And I can't wait to see where you guys end up. The Honda is a very special place in my heart. I think it's, as I said, it's a car that needs to be loved a little bit more than it's getting at the moment. But to see you guys battling it out as the interesting little car that just kind of crept in and just kept that consistency moving up. You guys have visited the kitty litter a bit, but you've also stuck your nose away from trouble as much as possible, which has worked in your favor. I can't wait to see where you guys end up by the end of the race, especially as time goes on. But final question to you, have you practiced in the dark?
Unfortunately we did, but it wasn't enough, I feel. But hey, we'll see. Luckily, Kyalami is just around the corner. I can go and look at the real track just now if we have to, eh? But yeah. We'll see how it goes. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, anything you'd like to say to all our amazing petrol heads that are cheering you on out there in the grandstands for the Midrand 570, and all our partners that are watching with absolute intent at the moment, seeing how the race is going on?
I would just say thank you for all of the support. This is, I feel, how we grow the sport, right? And hopefully we'll see a little bit more drivers in the near future.
Well, that's it. And hopefully you will be wearing a little bit more gold as well.
We can only hope.
Well, I think you can. BG Smith of Up Garage, thank you very much for joining us. They are in the Honda going and moving their wheel forward. So it's going to be an interesting time out there. We are starting to see more and more pit stops. We did see the changeover back to first. Tariq Adam going and retaking his position, 25 seconds ahead of Bernard Barquez and Dean Nokia up into third. Jean Fafias now into the car for the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro. And this is his first stint out after waiting a bit of time. Fleming Bauer a little bit further down in fifth, sixth behind Musa, Paul Fenter, then Daniel the Hitman de Villiers came in for his pit stop, got that sorted out. Running in 8th place, 9th place is Chris Heineke. Ruan Heineke running in 10th, 11th is Ruan Ferry. Thomas Trollope and Jean-Andre de Toy are battling it out with Ruan van der Walt. The two Pandacity cars, instead of actually working with one another, it looks like they've gotten into pushing each other along a little bit harder now to see how far they can move him up through the field. And Van der Walt, monster send, misses his brake marker and off into the weeds. So not ideal circumstances for the 99 car. And Jean-Ray Dutoy will say, well, thank you very much on that one. He's going to continue the drive. So definitely a change out there. But I wonder, are these two driving the very same car that we saw Werner Skuman was driving a little bit earlier? That's my question, because we have lost quite a few drivers now. The nutrition rate's starting to kick in. We got 33 cars out on track. 32 are currently circulating. We do know about Hansi Myberg, who is unfortunately nursing that injury. So he is a little bit down the water. So we'll have to keep an eye on it, and we'll have to see how this all works. I think that we may have lost Werner Skuman in this race as well. I think he was one of the cars that just wasn't able to get to the line, but we'll try and get confirmation from Xavier, who is supporting his team. Thomas Trollope trying to make up some time. He's running in 12th position at the moment as they battle their way through. So interesting times ahead, interesting times to be seen by everyone looking to push themselves that little bit more, who can get that little bit more of a climb up through the field. Not going to be an easy one out there, and anything can happen in the running order of this. It's going to be a proper chase down to the running. So as Thomas Trollope makes his way through, we do see Martin Rotenbach, who has unfortunately gone off and now just trying to get his way back. He actually spun the car around. My heavens, what on earth is Martin Rotenbach doing? He actually came back into the track. So let's try and take a look. All going through just fine. Oh. What on earth happened to Rotenbach? That it looked like it stalled out on him. It snapped and stalled. That was very peculiar. And Martin Rotenbach of Speed Demons going and losing out. I just want to see if we can go back about a minute and yeah, just looked like it snapped, it went left, it went right, and then stalled completely. The car is completely stalled. So whatever's gone on with Martin Rotenbach, it seems like it has been absolutely detrimental to him and the team. The Speed Demons team is actually still stuck out on track. I mean, we continuing watching the replay. This is still about 7 seconds left, and you can see the cars all thankfully getting to see him because he's fallen off in the right place. But there is a live shot of him right now, who is parked out. So Martin Rosenbach is currently stopped out, and now back to pit. So looks like whatever was going on was detrimental failure that's taken him out of the running, and that's going and snapping around. A couple of the drivers also going and pointing out, saying, is the guy's okay? Trying to figure out what exactly has gone on. There's quite a few speculations that are going on, and we'll try and bring you that breaking news that's coming through. What happened to that car that completely lost its input? But we're talking about inputs. Let's talk to a driver and a league owner who is not afraid to give in a couple of inputs, who's actually been in a good race battling his way through, and that is Dylan Hall. Dylan Hall, welcome to the commentary box. Great to have you here after seeing you out and about running around. What a race it's been for you and the Sarco Racing team. You're up into the top 10 currently. Ren Heinecker behind the wheel. You were behind the wheel, and it seemed like after having a little bit of time away from the sim rig, you haven't had as much practice as you would normally do. You still got into quite a good race out there.
Yeah, Stephen, how's it? Yeah, it has been an interesting comeback to say the least. My time at work and my schedule has been completely all over the place, so it's been very, very tricky balancing that all together, but it was a nice when Rowan said, listen, we got the endurance race, do you want to join? And I promise you I jumped all over that, so it has been very interesting, and I had the cleanest stint out of the other two drivers that went ahead of me. I had no damage. Wasn't as quick as I would have liked to have been, but I seem to have found a little bit of pace later on, so yeah, looking forward to the next stint.
Well, I mean, the competitors have been quite on the ball. You were going side-by-side moments with quite a few of them. How has the 296 Ferrari been coping under the conditions and being forced offline a lot? Because you weren't on the racing line as often as you would like to be. We had some proper side-by-side moments. And then you had the leaders trying to barrel their way through as well while you're in a fight.
So look, the thing is that I must say I had some really amazing battles. I was fighting up against Parson Stewart. He ended up hitting the curb, going through Cheetah, which gave me the place. We had the Mr. Platt, Henry Platt Racing, have an amazing race with him where near the end of my stint was catching him, as well as Smith in that Honda. Yeah, he had just had so much pace, but then his pace kind of seemed to have gone off a bit, and then he landed up, I think we binned it, and myself and Platt were able to go through. So again, it was just lots and lots of fun behind the wheel, and I forgot how much I actually really enjoyed being in the driver's seat.
Well, I mean, let's talk about that. You spend a lot of time, for anyone that doesn't know, Dylan Hall is the community leader for Sarco, one of the oldest communities that was for console racing, then transitioned over to PC racing. You guys have also got a endurance league. You did a Kyle Army 9 hour where you're actually on the microphone for that. You weren't really getting behind the wheel as much, but taking that aspect of away from driving for quite some time, and then finally to get yourself back behind the wheel in sim racing. Now, we do know your escapades in the F400 that you do in the F400 Championship 2024. You guys have been doing rather well, but getting back behind the sim racing wheel, getting to relive some of those battles that you've had of old in an event that for its second year running, the Midrand 570, having these competitors properly going up against you, and really for you to pull out every trick in the book just to stay ahead.
So there is some amazing talent. We had qualified ourselves 20th, but in the practice, both myself, Gerard and Ruan was about half a second quicker, but myself and Gerard were within that low 42s, just breaking into those 41s. So our time was pretty pretty consistent, and that's been the thing, is keep it consistent. Neither one of us have got a track cut yet, so that's been really, really cool. Keep it nice and tidy, and eventually the race will come to you. I was fortunate enough that I was able to get some practice last weekend already. Didn't get much time through the week, but got into the car, they gave me the setup, made a few little tweaks, and we all kind of felt comfortable with the setup after they essentially said we've got to try get, I'm saying, slowest driver, inverted commas, me, even the most comfortable, and Gerard went quicker, and Ruan said that he can drive the setup, so away we go.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and I mean a great thing out there. Now, what's the game plan going forward? You've got 5 hours and 21 minutes remaining of this race. Sun's starting to set, track's cooling down, strategy starting to switch up. We've heard some drivers, unfortunately, out of the race. We've had Duplessis out due to family problems. We've had the Honda up ahead for Up Garage. They've had the same issue, so plans are starting to evolve, where drivers are starting to run into a few issues. But what does it mean for Sarko Racing at the moment? Is it adapting the strategy to verse the cars ahead of you, or are you just going to stick to what you originally planned?
No, look, so Ruan took a little bit of damage in the beginning, and he was driving with that 10 seconds of damage. And we said, look, that you can't pit now, we're going to be out of sequence, just run the strategy, stick it. So he was a little bit off pace. I'm actually not seeing his lap times now, but we're currently still on strats. The way it's working out, we didn't want a double stint, because we realized, after the double stint, coming to the end of that stint, the drivers generally start getting a little bit tired, and that's where the mistakes start happening. Daniel, going a little bit wide there. Sure.
We literally just saw Daniel and Harry Duplessis. As you said, mistakes can happen. Duplessis came over, got the rear, stepped out, and Daniel gave a little bit of a lead into the wheel arch.
As commentator Kursay, I'm not claiming that one.
No. You're not a commentator. You're a driver at the moment.
So yeah, we're currently, our strategy is running. We're still plan A. Fortunately enough, it has worked, but it's just keep consistent. Don't make any mistakes. Don't take some of those track cuts. So at least we stay within sync of the pits, so that we're not needing to have that quick little splash and dash at the end, which generally is where things go very, very interestingly in that last hour.
Well, where are you hoping to finish? Or where's the team hoping to finish, as you guys have been on a proper charge? You're trying to close up to Chris Heineke, who is running in 9th place at the moment. You got Ruan Ferrari chasing him down 32 seconds. And with Ruan currently running last lap as 1:42.4, so it's been consistent in the 42s. Where are you guys hoping to finish by the end of this?
So look, having Chris and Farmer in the Griffin Racing 2 car, obviously we're racing as Griffin Racing 1 in the Sarko livery, just because we understand that number fever is a thing, and then if you've got that green car behind you, it generally gets your attention. But we want to beat them, and it's full disclosure. They know it, we know it. They want to beat us. So currently we are looking at chasing down Chris, but we had said from the beginning that if we could get a top 10, that's with us having started 20th on the grid. Top 10 really is a good result for us.
Oh, it's always great to see it. And there was also a very close coming to blows between Chris and Ruan at the start of the race. The two Heinekes leaning into each other a little bit, which is very reminiscent of, if I go back to the console days where we had the Hills brothers going and leaning into one another, that little bit of that friendly conversation of, well, we're going to see who wins, suddenly gets a little bit elbows and knees and toes all leaning into each other's ribs. How was it sitting on the sideline and just seeing two drivers that decided to go and to war with one another out on circuit? while trying to get past an Aston Martin, while trying to defend from everyone behind. I mean, you guys were in a 6-car train.
Yes, and we actually had Chris and Ruan in the same chat, and Chris was basically saying, listen, Ruan, I'm going to get behind you and we're going to go through. And it looked like the Aston was just a little bit slow getting on the power, which caught Ruan a little bit unaware, so he hit the brakes and Chris was right up behind him, who collected him. So it wasn't an ideal moment, but Chris was, I'd say, just following Ruan, letting him do what he needs to do. And unfortunately, this is racing. This is what happens when you are so close. But brotherly love is always something. It either works in your favor or it doesn't.
That's definitely it. I've got to say, it's absolutely fantastic. And we've got to also say a big shout out from Raceface and Logistical Nightmare Racing for the Midrand 570. Built to
half.
Oh, that's it. It's a 9.5 hour race, but we got to give a shout out to Sarko, a bit of respect out there. Sarko has been around for quite some time, and to see you guys come out in force to support the event, to be part of the event, for Griffin Sim Racing to be a part of it as well. It's always enjoyable to see you guys out on track. So on behalf of Raceface and Logistical Nightmare Racing, thank you so much for being a part of the second year running of the Midrand 570, and I can't wait to see how high up the grid you guys are going to go. I mean, you're running 9th, you're running 10th at the moment. It's open cards, but it's still a long race with 5 hours and 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, thank you very much, Stephen. Looking, Griffin Racing is essentially Griffin Racing is the original luxury time racing that then became LTR, which then became Griffin. And I'm just very fortunate as a community owner to have the guys that race in the team use Sarko as their home base. So it's not necessarily a Sarko team, it's the Griffin Racing team running a Sarko livery. And I'm just very, very fortunate to have guys that want to come and race with us, and they do support us. And it allows us to bring 4 teams and come and race and race against everybody else, which is absolutely awesome.
Oh, it's absolutely incredible stuff. Well, Dylan, it's been great having you, and I know that you're going to be having a bit of a chat, but you're free to come in. You know the commentary side very well. You know the kettles to the right-hand side. You know to charge your phone. You go to the left, and the key is under the carpet if you want to come in and have a chat. But I know that it's going to get a little bit busy out there because taking a look, Zaya Essa actually put the fastest lap time of the race.
You see,
he's lying.
Tariq has just given himself a drive-through.
Okay, so Tariq Adams has now just got a drive-through penalty, and this is where I've actually asked Michael Donaldson where exactly would these drive-through penalties start to come from. He said on to the S's was the tricky part. Where do you feel that the drive-throughs are starting to build up?
Okay, so definitely going like through the S's. So if you go a little bit wide there, that corner on the exit is very, very unforgiving. Because you invalidate your lap in the practice so quickly that because you're not really touching the grass or that sort of thing, it is quite wide. So that's going to definitely count against you and give you that track cut. From here where Tariq is now going through Crocodile, if you go a little bit too wide on that exit there and you get that line, that your inside wheel over the outside white line, you can get one. Again, coming through Cheetah on the exit. And that's kind of the only real places. Well, I suppose there is on the exit there, like that, as Tariq went there. There are... So there's basically 4 places, I'd say, that are you pushing to the limit, and it is generally on an exit. There isn't going to be anything that you're going to be cutting on the inside, because the only corner you really want to be cutting is through Cheetah, but definitely not a good idea to do that.
Yeah, you don't want to get too close to the fangs because it will bite you, as we've seen quite a few drivers unfortunately take that hit. We do see the number 22 going and landing up. That's Johnny Ferreira looking a little bit second-hand in the Aston Martin. And that was coming down the mine shaft that he actually had a bit of a problem. Let's see if we can go and take a look. So top of the mine shaft, into the grass, trying to get himself going. And that suddenly has now Aston Martin lining up next to him. Tries to bring his car back. Slide.
Oh! Yeah, that was naughty from the car behind, unfortunately.
It's just trying to sneak on by, and unfortunately that landed up with a bit of a bent nose nonetheless. So not an easy
imagine
time.
if it was a Bentley, you would have said it was a Bentley.
Well, Loic Randwell showing off the Ferrari can drift around Reginald Mutaleni there, and it was a little bit of a difficult one to try and bring back, but that's definitely not going to be a fan favorite for the rear tires, that is for certain. The 296, for it to slide around means that you're really having to throw the car in quite a bit, because it is a rather stable car. Do you think that there's guys overdriving the cars a little bit as they start to get a little bit more tired?
Well, look, as you get into positions like this where there's 5 cars, 6 cars around you, you do want to be driving quicker. You want to prove that, hold on, I want to get away from this gap. And that's where the overdriving starts coming in. You know, you start looking at, Trollope there has just got himself a drive-through as well. You start looking at the mirrors going in a little bit too deep. That starts changing the tire pressure. And all of a sudden, the race starts falling away from you, only because you are overdriving and have to come back. I made an interesting mistake because I dropped my traction control to 7, thinking that I was just being a little bit too aggressive. This rear was stepping out, and all of a sudden my tire pressure started dropping, and I couldn't figure out why. It's because we were using the traction control on 6 to allow the car to rotate, to keep just enough slide to keep the heat in the rears. So we've actually adjusted the tire pressures accordingly for that.
That's always a difficult situation, and got to take my hat off for that. But also there's so much going out on track. I mean, at the moment we still got 33 teams that are out on track. 32 cars are currently circulating. We started with quite a few teams, unfortunately a couple of retirements during the course of the race, but it's still live, it's still well, there's still plenty of racing going on. And right through the field, there's always that great fight. But taking a look at some of the names that are out on the track, we've got a variety of top of AM, top of Pro-Am, top of Pro all coming in, as we see Loic Randwell pulling into the pits. So it looks like they have opted to get himself sorted out. Tariq Adam has served his drive-through penalty, and Paul Fenter gets a drive-through penalty, so he's going to be pulling into the pits. And you know when you get the shenanigans, but unfortunately the wooden spoon is at the end of it.
Somebody should clip this. They should clip this and send this to Paul for his shenanigans video.
Yes, I think needs to do it, because every pit box is gonna be definitely one of those. There we go, Paul. Well done. The only way I can say it is the most blunt way, in the famous words of Glenn Rowden in racing. Unfortunately, you met the stewards and they hit you on the willy with a wet shoelace. So anyway, I can say it.
Oh goodness!
Famous words of Glenn Rowden, a long-time steward in the world of real motorsport. But that has provided the opportunity for Daniel de Villiers to get onto the back of Paul Fenter. So this is starting to rack up. It looks like more and more drivers are starting to face those drive-through penalties. We're going to see more of those creeping in towards the evening as tires start falling away, drivers start falling away.
Just notice something. Jason Farmer is now in the car. So he's pitted from Chris, which puts us up into 9th place. Okay. And it seems like that was a little bit early for them. So that's quite interesting.
All right, well, I think maybe there's a bit of a chat there to try and find out what the score is. We did have a bit of breaking news from Martin Rotenbach, who was the Ferrari that had a snap oversteer on the straight and landed up in the dirt. He said, unfortunately, hardware failure was the cause of it. So
yeah, we did see that just going through the first little kink. There was a Ferrari sideways. That didn't make sense why or how it would be lost there.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Martin Rosenbach going and saying that because he was heading into turn one, was through turn one, heading towards turn two. He just snapped, it snapped and went off. And it turns out it is hardware failure that unfortunately took that car out of the running. So hopefully they can get that all sorted out and carry on the race from there. But we do have the likes of Hansi Myberg. He's parked in the pits. We've had a few odd drivers landing up with a difficult time out there. But a curious situation. Do you think that Jason Farmer and the team are looking to pull a little bit of an undercut on you guys here?
So possibly. They're most definitely racing against us. When myself and Jason got into the car, Jason was behind me, and he pulled 30 seconds on me. So in terms of his pace versus mine, there was no ways I was going to be closing up on him. I do know that I've still got about 0.5 of a second just to go and find on my consistency. And I'm looking forward to my next stint, which will only be after Gerard, who's going to be going in now. But yeah, as the sun goes down, it does get trickier, but it gets trickier for everybody. So good luck to those who haven't had much nighttime practice.
Well,
Ooh, contact in the back there.
yeah, just went and saw that a little bit, trying to go down and see who exactly had that little bit of contact. Was yellow flag for the 137 car. But just taking a look over to our virtual grandstands, just a bit of a cheer on going on. Pegasus Gaming saying, nice racing, Mr. Hall. Tianis Buerta going and sending a well done. Oh, there you go. Unfortunately, that was not a very good sign for one of the Griffin sim racing cars. That's landed up in a bit of a wrong spot there. So I'm gonna let you go to find out what's happening, because it seems like the entire wheels on the bus are starting to come adrift. But just to let you know, there is a lot of people that are saying well done for your drive. You got a bit of support out there. So
Awesome.
That's at least a going thing. We do believe that you're going to be going on a business trip out of the country in due course, though.
It won't be out of country, but it is around the country.
Okay, fair enough. Well, for anyone that's looking to join up with some racing, Sarko does a bit of racing as well out on a Wednesday. And for anyone that's looking to join up with Sarko, where can they go and find you guys to be part of it?
I'd say in our Discord. We are going to be just releasing our final season, not this weekend, but next weekend. We will have some more deets of next season, which will be starting like in the middle of October. It's kind of the week after my wife's birthday, just so that I'm not in too much trouble. But we are definitely going to have one more season, still with the last hour Watkins 8 hour, which will be happening later on in the year, which is the final. And the crazy thing is, I'm urging people to come, because we had Tariq Adam, who won the soccer season at the end of the season, and it is now the 8th consecutive different champion in a row. We are now pushing 8 different champions.
Sure. Now that is a feat and a half. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, do take note. Sarko racing out, and go and join up on the Discords. Get in touch with Dylan Hall and get to race with some of the best, and get to have some fun out on the Sarko grid. Dylan, thank you very much. I can't wait to hear from you a little bit later, because it does look like things are starting to heat up in the Griffin pits. And, well, I understand the Griffins are a little bit of lions, a bit of kitty, and they like the kitty litter, but maybe not this close to the end.
I'll definitely pass on that message. Like, Griffins, keep it out of the kitty litter.
That's it. That's it. Keep it out the sandbox. Don't need to be going and scratching and changing that just yet.
Right, awesome. Stephen, thanks so much. I'll definitely pop in later.
Fantastic. And remember, code coconuts.
We are always good coconuts. Thanks, Stephen. Cheers.
Cheers. Dylan going and bringing in and having a bit of a chat to us. So great to see the guys going and getting themselves out there, being a part of it. Always fantastic for the guys to have a chat to. Dylan Hall from Sarko, part of the Griffins racing team. They are chasing down to keep ahead. They're running in 9th place at the moment. Ruan Heineke behind the wheel. They've gotten ahead of sister car Jason Farmer as they make their way through. So, Tariq Adam served his drive-through penalty, but hasn't lost any time. 12 seconds ahead of Bernard Barkhuizen, who is trying to close up that gap. Dean Okier running in 3rd place, with Jean Verveers running in 4th. 5th place, Fleming Bauer for the Martin Racing. Then we got Mahath Musa, Project Vapor. They've been in a consistent pace at the moment, sitting into that top 6 repeatedly. Paul Fenter having a bit of a chase with Daniel. The Hitman de Villiers is right on the back of him. And a quick cheeky flash there as well. Hold on the phone. We're going to see if we can try and holler on the radio quickly. See if we can have a bit of a chat to him. Mr. de Villiers, can you hear me?
Radio check.
There we go. Okay. Well, a cheeky flash of headlights to Paul Fenter. I know that you were on the chase with him, but you got to give us a bit of an explanation there.
Oh, that was actually to you, just saying hello.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Going and waving to the cameras. Whoa, we got a Porsche. That is Kubus Mering. No, Kubus Mering is off a little bit further back, and that was Corne Strauss. Okay,
That's
Bottlenose.
Lorenz Bottlenose. Yeah.
All right, so we had 3 cars drop off at the exact same time in 3 different corners.
Oh my goodness.
That's a bit of a change there. Heineke into the pits, so he's getting himself sorted out. But de Villiers, you are now getting out of shape through Cheetah. Paul Fenter served a drive-through penalty. I think you're pushing a bit hard here. Do you think you may be overdriving the car a little bit?
When I get close to him, I get a little bit turbulence, and that kills the tires. But yeah, I am overdriving this at the moment just to try to catch up.
Okay, so maybe at the moment try and tone it down a bit. You're lying in 8th place at the moment. You're keeping that consistent pace. How many track cuts have you got currently? Because we've seen it been handed out like it's candy.
Only one.
Only one?
Only one.
Okay, well, keep it at 1. We've seen quite a few drivers that are, getting themselves caught out there, and we don't want to see you getting caught out in all the problems as well. Prefer to see you getting out towards the end.
I will do that.
All right, well, a bit of fresh air behind you. Jason Farmer, 1 lap down, so you haven't got really any attack from that side. How's the conditions now that the sun's starting to set? We're gonna jump on board, and we can see that the sun rays starting to come in from the right hand side of the car. Brake markers starting to fade away. How's it out there?
Yeah, it's difficult. Usually use some of the tire marks on track to pinpoint your braking marks and everything, and as soon as it becomes darker and the shadow comes, you got to find a new one. So it makes it very difficult to pinpoint your braking marker during the sunset.
Okay, and now that you're going and racing, conditions starting to change, what's the sort of calculations that you're doing in your head? Because we always spoke about tire pressure changes and all that type of stuff, but you're driving. You're a one-man machine right now.
I'm just winging it, based on what the tires on end. I just add the pressures or take away from it what needed, and looking at the temperatures as well on track and in the air to predict how quick it will drop or anything. Do I overpressure a bit to compensate for the night racing or the sun that's coming down with the track cooling down and everything? So I do compensate for everything and make sure I am in the target range for the tires.
Okay, well, keep up the hard work. Keep it all on track. As we can see, a bit of a dirty windscreen and the sunlight not helping there. But you're doing a great job, Mr. de Villiers. And go chase down Paul the Wall Fenter without doing a bit of Tokyo Drift.
That's my job. That's my mission.
There we go. Absolutely amazing to have a chat to the driver while he's driving, folks. That is Daniel de Villiers giving us a bit of insight from the car well, he is out there. Well, Henry Platt just overtake Thomas Trollop, who is now pulled into the pits. And then we have got Chantel, who's pulled into the pits. Mike LaRue will be climbing into the car and getting himself up and going once again. We do have Ron Ferree running in 10th, Ron for the Vault running in 11th, Jean-Ray DeToy running in 12th, Neil Greening in 13th position. But the question that's coming in is, where on earth has the Sarko chaps gone? Because there's Jason Farmer, who is in 9th position, who was a little bit further down, and the sister car is what we are busy looking for out on track. Duplessis, Henry Platt, Reginald Michelini, where on earth has Chris Heineke disappeared to? Because we're not seeing him at the moment. So let's go through our running order and see if we can pick him up. Emil Frey Racing out in first place with Tariq Adam, Christian Fenter, Bernard Barquez, and Brandon Kruger for the Omnis Gaming KSR. Dino Kier with the Hybrid Racing, Daniel Rowe running in third. Then we got the Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro running in fourth, along with Project Vapor in fifth. Henry Mayer of Martin Racing in sixth, followed by the LNL Banana Express with Daniel Hitman de Villiers chasing him down as a solo driver for the PWSR and is first of the solo drivers. Jason Farmer is running for the Griffin Sim Racing. They in 9th place. Ferree, making up a bit of time though, is lying in 10th place. Then we have got Panassi Infiltrate, Norm Mayhiri, Ulrich Diaga actually giving a bit of insight. Gerard going and jumping into the car, so they're lying in 14th. Okay, fantastic. Panassi Infiltrate in 12th. And then we got the Eleanor Flickfoy going and racing in 13th. 14th is the Sarko Racing, Gerald Pretorius. Thank you very much to Ulrich Diaga. I got a little bit concerned there, seeing the car disappear, and I was like, please tell me that I didn't take away one of the drivers for a bit in a discussion. Henry Platt running in 15th, along with, as a solo, Reginald Mutalini chasing him down, also as a solo, Kerry Duplessis into the pits. Melvin Trollope now getting into the car, and Johan Blicknote trying to close down that gap as fast as possible in the OG Redemption team as they really step on the gas. Tini and Kube running in 20th position. 21st is the Venomworks Racing Vipers, followed by Corne Strauss of KSR Quantum. Lawrence Bondhurst running in Team Kerigma Racing. Kupus Mering into the pits. They are getting some work done on the car. Griffin Sim Racing, Rob van der Heerden going and giving it everything he's got. Altman Buerta, Team Kerigma Racing, a little bit further back. Johnny Ferreira going in, keeping his car all sort of in check. Battling it out there. Lucas Jabert. Oh, gets contact with the Flickfoy. Oh, no. Lucas Jabert tipping the rear of Neil Greening. That is now taken 13th position and gone and broken that car. Flickfoy just came through and oh my heavens. Oh my heavens of words. What did we just see there? Did we just witness a murder of note? Okay, so, well, there we go. We see the one Griffin Sim Racing get a poor exit, ran a little bit wide, and suddenly Neil Greening trying to come by, and unfortunately the dirt was the decider there. Slight bit of contact ended in the wall for Neil Greening, and that has landed up with the likes of Gerald Pretorius onto the back of him. So unfortunately, a little catch-out has just turned the whole event on its head. Room for the Vault, though, getting into an accident. That is the 99 car on the Pandacity. And who did they go into? That is Melvin Trollope ahead of them. That is one of the big cars going having a bit of fun. So that's Pandacity chasing down the Aston Martin. Gets unsteady. Both having a little bit of contact with one another. Both going for a little bit of a spin. But none having that much of damage. Henry Platt actually landing up in the dirt as well for his run, and that is the number 12 car. This happened at the exact same time, folks, as what we just witnessed ahead. So Henry Platt keeping it all together, number 12, and where did he get it wrong? A quick flash from the Project Vapor machine, trying to get by, and there was a little bit of contact there, off into the dirt. He was able to bring it back, but definitely a rough time out there. So, Now, Neil Greening feeling the pressure from the likes of Gerald Pretorius, where the sister car kind of did them a little bit of a favor. Not ideal circumstances, not the way they wanted to take the fight, but it's what's given to them. So Gerald Pretorius is not going to back down from this fight. He's going to do everything he can. Greening is going to challenge him right the way through, down into turn 2. And, well, it does look like Gerald Pretorius will continue the drive. Tariq Adam trying to carve his way through. Our leader now getting in between the fray. But interesting enough, folks, we got to talk about some interesting drivers coming through. Zai Essa putting in the fastest lap times of the races for him. But we do have a driver that's out on track for the Speed Demons, and that is Bertus Hugo. For anyone that doesn't know, the CEO of Raceface.Pro and one part of the Midrand 570. It's made up of 2 parts, Raceface.Pro and Logistical Nightmare Racing. Bertus Hugo representing the Raceface.Pro side. He's been given the opportunity to get in the seat as a guest driver for the Speed Demons, so he's trying to make his way through. Oh no! Zaya S off into the dirt! While we were talking about that, reminiscing, we just had a whole change up here. Zaya Essa caught up onto the back of the Honda. He landed up with a bit of a problem. Reginald Mutileni behind. Oh, Zaya Essa went and catched the Honda. Honda came back at him. Reginald Mutileni got clouted in the process as well. And, wow, that is just a nightmare. Hansi Myberg actually getting a drive-through as well. I mean, it's just come unglued, folks. It really has come unglued. Wow. Wow. That is a proper change of events as we see Hansi Myberg. He's just serving a drive-through at the moment. And is just trying to keep some heat into the tires as well on his way through. We do see the Pandassi machine coming out, and that is Rian Fari after having his little bit of contact. But it's all come unglued. It has really all come unglued. Well, Bertus Hugo chasing down Zaya Essa now, as Zaya Essa sporting a bit of damage. Looks to try and get ahead of Lucas Jabé. That is way ahead of him. And, oh man, that is completely tied it up. I mean, you got Zaya Essa running in 29th position. And he is trying to get past Reginald Mutileni, who is given in that little bit of room. Kubus Mering going and dropping off as well. He landed up with a bit of contact a bit earlier. And now, just trying to rejoin over the XK sweep. Bit of a difficult time out there for the little Honda. Going and landing up with a bit of a problem. Hooks it into turn 2, keeps it all together, and you can see the reflection kicking off the track over the curb. Oh, just kicked out underneath him. A little touch into the wall, nothing bad, but spun him down in the worst possible place. So he's having to really keep it all in order. Lawrence Bondenhurst is now into the pits. I mean, this has now become a little bit unglued here, folks. We're getting into these short little races. Daniel Frost puts himself into the dirt as well. He's running in 32nd position for the Ford Performance and is not going to be smiling too much at that one. It's a wild run there. A properly wild run nonetheless. So drivers are having to push themselves out a little bit more. Fatigue kicking in, problems starting to kick in, and we're starting to see more and more mistakes starting to creep up throughout the race. So not an easy time, a very challenging time for a lot of our drivers out there as they have a bit of an interesting race. Tariq Adam trying to make his way back up through the order. He's lying in first, trying to break away. He's 13 seconds ahead of Bernard Barcaves, and it's closed down that gap quite severely. Dean Nokia running in 3rd place at the moment in the BMW, trying to make his way through a couple of back markers. Not having an easy time out there. Will be chased out by Jean Fiers, fellow teammate of the Hybrid Racing, but in the Pro Enduro team, Paul Fenter looking to keep ahead of Daniel de Villiers, both going through the Yuxay sweep. And a quick flash of the headlights. Yes, we see you, Daniel. It's amazing. You got headlights, but do you have indicators? Oh! No! No, the showboating! The showboating! Oh! Oh, man. We'll change away from you now. Henry Mayer running behind is now 0.8 seconds behind De Villiers. So he's got to get a little bit of a wake up here, because now he's got a Henry Mayer in the Mustang trying to do it. So a little bit of showboating has cost him 2.5 seconds. And suddenly Henry Mayer is all over his tails. So, I mean, this is just a proper run. And, wow, Henry Mayer now in tow, pulling himself along. Daniel De Villiers is going to have to be very careful. Henry Mayer, quick flash of the lights to Daniel, saying, I'm going to come by. Just be warned. Daniel going to put up his elbows and fight it out here. The Nissan versus the Mustang. Two of the largest vehicles out on the track are now going to do battle. Henry Mayer, who was a championship winner for the Raceface.Pro PokerBet GT3 Championship and the GT3 Sprint Series, sponsored by PokerBet, is now fighting it out against the very own Hitman, who at one point of his life was called the Torpedo for annihilating his team principal. Before he was a team principal, he managed to wipe out the team principal and still get invited into the team. How's that for a good going? But now he's got Henry Mayer all over the back of him, and that Mustang is slinging in the rear back out. And Henry Mayer is not keeping an easy time here. He's really battling it out and is battling to keep it all in order. Not having an easy time. Drops a wheel on the dirt. Tries to bring it back. And is really fighting it out as they battle their way through. As our drivers need to really get their teeth in at this point. Daniel De Villiers trying to carry as much momentum as possible and trying to forget about what's gone on. He's got Henry Mayer climbing all over the back bumper, trying to see where he can get by, looking for any way to get past this Nissan GTR. And Henry Mayer in the Mustang wants to try and make short work, because he's lost out quite a bit of time. And it just hasn't been their run for the Martin Racing. They've really lost out a little bit of run. So maybe McLaren was the better option versus the Mustang in this. But they've opted to go on the Mustang. Runs out a little bit wide as we see both cars a little bit of a touch on the dirt. But it does look like Daniel's starting to open up that gap a little bit more. Henry Plutt now into the pits. Reginald Mitteleni going and moving up a position. This is our closest battle, just outside the top 5, 6th and 7th position on the running through. 17th and 18th, Vesselwood and Johan Blicknote, they're about a second between one another. And trying to push themselves on the race, seeing how it's all going to go. It's going to be a difficult time here for everyone to try and see where they can go as they battle it out. But we do have a interesting chat, as we do have one person coming in to have a chat to us, and that's Loic Randabel. Just seeing these two cars like sliding around here, it's getting a bit rough. Oh, Henry Mayer into the dirt, slings it back. We'll have a chat to Loic Randabel of the Omnis Gaming, going and moving his way through. Loic Randabel, welcome to the chat. We are currently looking at a screen of Daniel De Villiers and Henry Mayer going in an absolute slugfest, but you just come out of the car and having a great race out there. How was it? First, a rush back home to get back in to get into the car, and now into the race. It's been up and down. It's been challenging. Give us your stint. How was it?
I've been having fun drifting, and that's all I have to say, really.
Fair enough. We saw some of the escapades where that rear was snapping out on you quite a bit, and you're having to really grab it by the collar to try bring it back. But I mean, the conditions, the evolving conditions at the moment, the track getting cooler, the sun starting to come down, and just having a mixture of Pro-Am, and Am cars all racing together in this 9.5-hour endurance race, the Midrand 570.
I mean, okay, all these cars, I absolutely love to see that we have, well, we started with 36, I'm not too sure, I didn't pay attention at the start, I wasn't there, but I think we started with 36, right, Stephen?
Yes, we did.
Well, yeah, okay, so it's been really nice to actually see a whole grid actually show up for the Midrand 570. I personally didn't think I was able to make it today, but I somehow managed to make it work. So hey, we've got another. We have a confirmed team, which is us. But either way, the evolving conditions and everything, it's been a bit of a challenge, especially with everything kind of cooling down, and me unfortunately having the entire right side punctured for 20 laps. But it is what it is. We move on. I haven't driven in 4 days, so that was the warm-up stint.
Okay, so that's getting your eyes sighted in. And I mean, let's talk about your team. You well experienced with racing with Michael. The two of you have done more than enough races with one another. And Johan coming and being a part of the team as well is always a nice and inviting to see it. But now, formally under the OG Redemption side of racing, you're getting to have your friend out there being with you. How's the racing been? Has there been a bit of a rivalry amongst you guys, seeing who can get the fastest lap or who can get the most consistent? Has there been just a banter or friendship, or is there something more underlying of trying to push for the bigger team?
All of the above, other than pushing for the bigger team. For me, that's nothing because I'm already in the bigger team. But moving on, yeah. So I mean, it's all just friendly banter and everything. Just trying to like compete for fastest lap and everything. But the thing that's really great about our team is that we are all the same pace. There is no like really fast driver and really slow driver. It's all same pace, and that is something I have not really don't really have much experience in. So it's been fun to kind of just see how it all folds out and everything. But either way, there's still banter, just slinging a bit of gack to the other ones for their instance in the start. But yeah.
And I mean, let's talk about it. I mean, the Midrand 570, second year running, it's been a great, it's become that highlight on the calendar for a lot of sim racers of, the Midrand 570, the Africa MSA Africa Cup. That was another one that's on the calendar. Do you feel that these big events that are starting to become more and more the yearly events to go to as drivers is something that's improving things, that's giving you that stride of, hey, let's get everyone together, let's get guys to go and race and make it a bigger, louder event? Or is it become one of those, well, it's just another race, it's on a Tuesday, or Wednesday, or Thursday, or Friday, or Saturday, or Sunday?
Well, I'd preferably say the Pokebet GT3 in the Sprint Series. That's always another race every Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever the days are. I don't pay attention. But the M570 and pretty much any other Enduros, that's always a big event. That's always something to be kind of excited for, to be just to be there, just to experience, try to finish. The goal always with Endurance is to try and finish, and ideally without damage. But, anything can happen. It's a very long race, and, I mean, you can start in the front, go back, and finish in the front again, or you can start at the back and go to the front regardless. So you never know.
Well, at the moment, Henry Plutz is ahead of you guys, a new driver to the Ominous Gaming Nitro side of things, a new driver to the stable. Johan Blacknote is trying to chase him down, and you got Vessel Wooder that's currently on the back of you guys as well. Has there been any communication amongst the team, the other teams that are out there, like for Henry, who is driving solo? Has there been, hey, well, listen, we're going to work with you, or is it going to be, we want to get ahead of them, we want to be that fastest OG team out on the grid?
Initially, when we were a lap behind Henry, and we saw that we were faster than him, we did ask him to let us through and try and push a hole, which he did. But I think over here, there's no team orders at all. We're just fighting, and I think I'm just seeing Johan go through now.
Yeah, no, and
I'm in the pause, so I can't tell.
And there's, well, put it this way, there's an indicator and a flash that's just gone off from Henry to Johan. So, about that team orders.
I don't think we requested anything. I think he's just being nice to us.
Okay, so there wasn't a... what was it?
There was no premeditated coordination, trust me.
Okay, so there wasn't the Red Bull order the infamous Red Bull order that came out during the Sebastian Vettel, Mark Webber sort of incident?
No multi-21s here.
Okay, no multi-21s. Fair enough. Right, you're currently in 15th position now. What's the overall goal? What are you guys aiming for? Other than finishing, there's obviously a goal to be higher up than the rest of the field. What's that target position you guys are striving for?
Well, before instance, normally you would aim for finishing higher than where you qualified, but that's out the window. So we are trying to do the comeback drive from P31 to top 10. Michael thinks we can do top 10, so we'll try for top 10. For me personally, I just want to beat Reginald. I just want to beat Reginald. There's no reason behind it.
Okay, well, fair enough. You want to get ahead of Reginald, who's driving solo and been doing a good job out there. But
he has been doing a good job. I'm proud of him.
Yeah, well, there's been good ones. I mean,
all the solo drivers.
Yeah, Daniel De Villiers is one. He's currently leading the solo drivers. Unfortunately, we did have Duplessis. He had to retire due to a family obligation, so he is out. He did send me a message, gave a breakdown of the story, but I think, you know, for live on air, that's we can only tell as far as it is. For those that want to know, you've got to go and ask the man himself, and he'll let them know. But we do see Paul Fenter into the box, getting himself sorted up. So Henry Mayer now moves up. Daniel De Villiers moves up into the top 5. But you guys are hoping to move into that top 10. There's a lot of hard work to get you guys a little bit further up in the order. But I firmly believe the combo that you've got with yourself, with Michael, with Johan Blacknote, you guys are on that proper charge. You're starting to get that climb. But it isn't going to be an easy one because Henry Platt and Vesselwood are not letting go of you guys during the course of the race. What's the game plan now? Who's next after Jan? Is it going to be Michael that's behind the car, or is it going to be you that's jumping into the car? Because from my understanding is you haven't had as much seat time in the dark conditions.
Your understanding is incorrect because there was the Sarko 9.5 hours, which started in the dark.
Okay.
So yeah, no. What's happened? What the strategy on who's driving next is completely out the window because Michael can't plan anything. So we've just basically coin flipped it, and it's Michael in the car next. I'm afterwards.
Okay. You know what? I'm glad I'm not the only team that does that.
We just wing it.
Well, we do see our Honda parked off at the top of the S's and is now trying to get itself sorted out. But, Loic, before we let you go, anything you would like to say to our amazing spectators that are chomping at the bit? They're watching this. They've been keeping eyes firmly fixed on the racing. And also to all competitors out there, keeping an eye on the racing as it goes. As we've now gone over that halfway mark. We've got 4 hours and 34 minutes to go. This is a race that is still on for a charge as Kobus Mering. Oh, and it looks like contact with Ruben van der Walt. Run. Getting a bit of contact there. Oh, jingos. Okay. Anything you would like to say in closing?
Well, I just say enjoy the race. Anything can happen. It's always enduros are always a race of attrition, as everyone knows. We'd also like to thank Omnis Gaming, obviously, and the sponsors, Switch, AOC, and Init Apparel. And that's about it. I'm shilling for nothing, but hey, it is what it is. Follow me at twitch.tv/humidifier. Done. I'm gone. Goodbye.
Okay, fair enough. Not often I get to chat to you, but it's always a joy to chat to you as well. Well, great stuff from the one, the only Loic Randall from OG. So absolutely great stuff from him. Well, we just saw that impact that was Ruben van der Walt, and from from his eye view of what it looked like, the number 99 just. Oh man, that was brutal. It was just solidly brutal. Let's go to the helicam because we had the LNR car lined up next to him, Ruben van der Walt trying to do it, and suddenly the Honda that's lost control, he tried to take the dive, and there was just side-on impact. Absolutely collared him on the way through, and oh, that's gonna spiral them out of it. So got a bit of damage onto the car. Is able to get it going. And Thunderbolt now leaving the pits once again. Lost out to Nel Swartz, his teammate, making their way through. But that was a brutal impact that happened out on track. Reginald Mutuleni, he's going on the chase with Mike LaRue just ahead of him. Mike LaRue of the Venomworks Racing Vipers. They have been on the proper charge. Maring into the pits now, getting a bit of repair work onto their little Honda. That's really taken... Oh man, it's gone through the walls, up and down of note. It's been a proper charge for them all. And seeing where they can go. Well, taking a look over to our virtual grandstands, it's going to be a proper run. Lots of guys have been having a bit of fun out there, and well, there's more of discussions. We would love to have a chat to all the difference. We've got Dean Nokia, who is with Daniel Rowe. You're more than welcome to come into the commentary box and come and have a chat to us. It would be quite nice, considering you started out in second place. It's lots of great running at the moment. There's great races going on at the moment. Reginald Mutuleni trying to catch up to LaRue. Henry Platt onto the back of Blichnote. Jean-Ray Buerta trying to make up some time on his way through. But we're starting to see drivers starting to feel that pressure. The team's starting to take that impact. Henry Mayer's into the pits. De Villiers is going to keep going. He's in 5th. Jean Verfiers is out in 4th. Daniel Rowe, who is currently out in 3rd place, ahead of his teammate Verfiers. It's 2.9 seconds on the back of him. So Daniel Rowe losing out that little bit of time may have a bit of a problem here with the Ferrari, and that's definitely going to be a tough one out there. Christian Venter now down into 2nd place. So they've swapped Tariq Adam and Christian Venter, swapped the 2 drivers. Christian's in the car, Tariq's out of the car, taking a break, but now he is 39 seconds behind Bernard Barkhuizen of the OG KSR team. That's going to be an interesting one of who can throw themselves up through the order once again. Niall Bluen out in the LNR. He's getting ahead of Henry Mayer. So Niall going and having a bit of fun out there. Good to see Niall and also his brother, his dad Lee. They were doing a bit of iRacing this past Tuesday and getting to commentate and see the two difference of the families of Niall and Lee going and duking it out. One of the running jokes that have been within the Logistical Nightmare Racing team is, Niall, take a break, let your dad race because he can keep it on the track longer than you. And that's been the running joke from the very own team, that going and giving each other a good bit of gears out there. So great to see. And we're always looking forward to some great running. So, as we looked to get some drivers to come and have a chat to us and give us a bit of insight into their races, into how they're going and where they are going to be, we're looking forward to get a bit more of an insight of what's happening out on track. One of the drivers that we're going to be looking and having a chat to is going to be the started in 2nd place, did a very good job, and is a teammate to Daniel Rowe. We're going to have a chat to Dino, who will be moving into the interview room out on our Discord to be a part of the discussion, and we can get a little bit of a breakdown from Dino, a local streamer that has transitioned from console racing to the world of PC racing. Was part of one team. He said, no, listen, I want to move on with something else. He then went under the belt of hybrid racing. He's been proving himself throughout the season and now getting to battle it out. So let's bring in Dean Nokia. Dean, welcome to the commentary box. Absolutely grand to have you. And wow. I mean, let's take it through what's happened here. You started out in 2nd. You guys are now fighting it out for the podium. You're 30 seconds behind Christian Venter. It's been a race and a half for you guys in the BMW.
No, it was super fun. For me, doing my first enduro, like you mentioned, coming from GT, I just want to say thank you to Raceface and these guys for allowing me to transition so smoothly. It has not been without expense, of course, but definitely feeling part of the crowd now. And regards to our battle, podium is definitely our goal at the moment. Unfortunately, On my second stint, I had to go to the loo, like you said, the water closet, and Daniel had to get thrown into pressures he wasn't used to. And that's unfortunate. Now we lost about 25 to 30 seconds there. So we're trying to recover, but it's going to be a good race.
Well, you guys have been on a steady climb throughout the race, and now that you've got your sister car 4 seconds back from you, applying a little bit of pressure, but take us through the transition that you've gone through, because console racing, Gran Turismo, a completely different world to the likes of Assetto Corsa Competizione on PC. It has its same competitive edges, you have the close racing, but the fundamentals of the sim are so vastly different. That transition, take us through what happened. What was the decision to jump over from console to PC, but also what you had to learn on top of what you already know? Because we know that you're a champion in console racing. We know that you've represented South Africa in console racing with Gran Turismo. And now you're stepping into a whole new shoes where you've teamed up against Daniel Rowe, a multinational champion in IRL motorsport, and has actually taken the crown here at Raceface once before for GT3 racing.
Well, to be very honest with you, I was off for about a year through some personal stuff, etc. And when I came back, I thought to myself, look, I did Gran Turismo again for about 6 months after being off for a year and a half, and really without sounding, let's say, arrogant and stuff, like you get over it, you know? There's not too much of a challenge anymore locally that much at all. Like you said, for about 2-3 years driving at the top, and then knowing something more challenging is going to be like Assetto Corsa. So the biggest thing to have adapted to was all the technical aspects. To get used to physics, you can go and do laps every night and learn a track and look at guides, etc. But the things in the previous season, which was my first season, that really caught me out would be like a drive-through, speeding in the pit lane, forgetting to put fuel in after a quali session, starting the race there, and a lot of top 5s and top 4s thrown away due to all those rookie mistakes. But apart from physics and dialing it in, that's just seat time. But yeah, it's a completely different ballgame here, much more serious racing. And I think, yeah, it's much more challenging. I think that's been the biggest thing, is all these nuances. Don't press this button, get the right pressures, etc., etc. So, no, it's been lovely. And if it wasn't for my wife allowing me to put in time like this, it definitely would not have been possible. But at the end of the day, happy wife, happy life, and baby's here now, and I've got the time and space now.
That's the thing. I was about to say, this year alone, you also became a father, going and having a little one change your entire life as well. So it literally was a whirlwind of aspects coming in. You swapped over from you got back into your sport, you swapped over to a completely new system, a new way of tackling things. You had a child. I mean, there's been so much. And even on the content creation side, as said, Dino, sim racer Dino, go and look it up on YouTube. He does quite a few awesome videos, lots of serious editing. And I remember the first time where you guys sit down with with everyone. You wanted your personal opinions on your editing, and everyone was taken 3 steps back of how much work that's gone in. But it seems like that's what the game has become with content creation. You've got to step up your game. You've got to change with the times. You've got to constantly evolve what you're doing. And in a sim racing space where it's very, very niche, how are you keeping up with what needs to be done? I mean, everyone takes a look at Gamer Muscle. They take a look at Jimmy Broadbent, Jardier. They look at OC Racing. There's so much that goes on. How do you learn to adapt your content creation style and streaming to be able to combat things like that and set yourself apart from just another racer?
Well, that's actually a very, very, very good point that you mentioned there. And with regards to baby, etc., like that, you don't have the amount of time that you used to back in the day with COVID that spiked you in the sim racing world. And everybody works. So now when you have 2 or 3 hours, maybe 4 nights a week or 3 nights a week, you have to focus on specific things. So you won't see me doing much more than 1 league at a time. And as to streaming, again, I'm learning something new from the PC vibes, because I can't stream and race at the same time without driving like on a Minecraft simulator due to FPS drop. So I wanted to stream this evening. Unfortunately, I made a nice little thumbnail, looking good. Was all ready. I bought myself a new mic, recolored my studio, set up a new camera, everything. But unfortunately, I won't be able to do that for another week or 2 or 3. Once I can get my PC stuff to get sorted out. But super stoked. With regards to ACC, I started following all the bigger names like you mentioned now, UKOG. I think that's George Boothby, Jardia, following Jardia, Nils Nojax. Well, I think that's the name, how you pronounce it. And then all the big ACC boys, you know. And yeah, but to be honest with you, I'm just smacking a Go setup. I haven't really fiddled. I told myself I'm not going to try and fiddle around my driving style if I don't know the physics of the game yet. Because if that hot lap that's using that setup can do that time, then that's the benchmark. Instead of having to try and fiddle and change, trying to get the perfect setup, if I, as a driver, am not completely, how can I say, polished yet. So until then, I'll stop playing around. For now, just hitting on the Go setup default and trying to do some laps. But yeah, it's been really fun, and I want to say thanks to the Raceface admin again for making the whole transition pleasant.
And I mean, let's talk about your first time out the box. You turned heads when you came onto the grid. Your first thing was to take on some of the quickest in South Africa, and then you put out the straight challenge that you want to be part of the bigger teams. That's your goal. You want the bigger teams to pick you up, show you what to do, and you show that you're worth your salt, which is very different to the usual running order of, well, I'm just here to have a bit of fun. You went the other way of, well, I want to show that I'm worth a fight. Do you feel that you gave yourself a little bit of a disadvantage here, putting that challenge out, or did that just fire you up to really take forward? Because a lot of people took notice of your first race and your second, and then you were picked up with hybrid racing, and now you had to try and keep up with Bago Krobler and Daniel Rowe and Fafirs and Kundu Pasi. It's just everyone started, the bigger guys that you challenged are now calling your bluff.
Well, I'm sitting here with a big grin on my face, and I think whoever is listening as well, I've got a lot of acquaintances. I'm not going to use the word haters and stuff like that, but I know my personality. I know my personality is not big mouth, but I come in with a bang. It's just my personality. You know, a lot of people see that as, I mean, in my very first week, I got my name changed and the post made to say I'm only allowed to post once a day because I came in with all this new bang energy. Only not realizing everybody else has been doing this for the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years, so they're probably bored and over it. And here comes this new guy. Some of the guys know me already from sim racing and Gran Turismo, where they transitioned from. And I was known as this fruitback, you know. And I know it comes with its pros and cons. A lot of people will take a liking at it. But a lot of other people who don't know you as a person and what you go through and your challenges, etc., like that, will be like, oh, look at this big guy, or he just went. But again, at the end of the day, you have to be worth your salt. You have to put the challenge out there. And like mentioned, for me, unfortunately, I don't want to spend a few hours a week on a sim and not do well with it. If I'm going to be streaming, my goal is to be fully monetized. Well, I'm monetized already on YouTube, but to be fully YouTube by next year, June, July. And the only way I'm going to be able to do that is not just to be another casual streamer or casual mid-pack racer. Unfortunately, there's just way too many of them, and it's just not my spirit of competitiveness. I like to see how to learn, what to learn, and fortunately for me, I've got a knack to really try and pick up something. If I've got 2 hours, there's a very famous old quote that Abraham Lincoln said, if you give me and another man 6 hours to chop down a tree, I'll spend my first hours sharpening my axe. In other words, not just racing 3 different leagues every day and think you're going to get better just by doing laps and laps and laps. So I really try and utilize the time I have, because with baby and work, you have to do it. But I love everybody there. There's some guys with big banter. But I would really challenge everyone to rather give me a call, pop me on WhatsApp, to get to know me as a person, because I'm going to be here to stay. And I really enjoy chasing the faster guys, people like Barcades, and to be able to compete with them now here in Kailami is so stoked. I mean, when we launched, I still get nervous like a little baby, as if it's my first ever big event that I've attended. Meanwhile, I've driven top 20, top 30 in the world with Gran Turismo, but it's a completely different game. I've got new friends to do, new people to impress, new people to accept approval from. And for me, that's very important, to be accepted as not just a crit back, but okay, he's worth his salt, you know, and that's for me very important. I like acceptance and recognition. It's one of my flaws of my personality, but yeah.
Oh, it's always a good thing to come in with a bang, come in with enthusiasm, and despite having a little bit of, well, a tough time in terms of sandpaper, some people thinking you sandpaper, well, it's always nice to, you're never fully dressed without a smile. And if you know where that saying comes from, well done. But absolutely great stuff. What's the game plan for you guys running in third at the moment? It looks like second is on the cards here because you're 18 seconds away from Kilian Reina, and well, they're 11 seconds away from the likes of Tariq Adam and Christian Venter. I mean, it's getting rather close towards the end of the race. We're 4 hours and 17. Drop-offs are starting to happen. What's the game plan?
To be very honest with you, on the first instance, I thought we were going pace for pace. However, unfortunately, the usage of the BMW is a little bit too much. We're not using a lot. We are short shifting, and we're not doing our complete pace, maybe 2-3 tenths a lap, just to get under the 2.80 liters per lap mark, which will allow us only to do 7 stops. But I do think some of the Fezzas are currently going to be 1 stop less. So you'll see a big shake up in the last 90 minutes with guys being able to do 1 stop less. And that's going to be the challenge for us. I think with the Rowe, his pressures now seem to be sorted. I think we're just going to try and keep it up. Unfortunately, in his very first stint, he managed to rack up all 3 of our track cuts for us. So that's on the previous stint. I had to drive very carefully and not to make any mistakes. So not just a newbie or big event for me, but I have to get that done. So game plan, just do our laps, not get any drive-throughs. Try and be faultless to mitigate that second stint of Dan when I messed up his pressures and allow 30 seconds to get back, and to possibly try and make up time on one of these pit stops, which is about 45 seconds that we're going to lose, that we cannot afford by losing a drive-through. So that's the goal. I do not think P2 at this point in time, pace-wise or stint-wise, is on the cards. However, I've seen now a lot of things might happen, but you can't commit or you can't expect or wish ill luck on anybody else. I'll never do that. I can never smile if somebody gets a drive-through. I always feel bad, but yeah, don't wish ill luck on everybody. And for me, honestly speaking, as it stands, I think pace-wise, whoever's in position 2 now deserve to be there. I think that a tad bit quicker, even I can match Barkhuizen lap for lap. I'm very stoked about that. That's a win for us. I think Rowe is now getting very nice and consistent, so that's also good. But I think going forward, just to keep it on track, not to get a drive-through or a stop-go, and bag the podium, which will be epic for our team, to be very honest.
Well, it's going to be the Midrand 570 of 2024. Happens once a year and second year running. Well, good luck for you on it. And just a reminder, track does get cooler, air temperatures get cooler, and you are in a turbocharged car. You know, a little bit of utilizing the revs towards the later may be an option. But well done for the racing so far.
So that's good.
So enjoy, have fun, and I can't wait to have a chat to you a little bit later on.
Well, I would like to have my first interview ever, so thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen, for your awesome commentary, and to everybody that's watching, anybody that's watching, thank you so much for all the support, guys, and then remember to give the stream a like and subscribe. Cheers and ciao.
Thank you very much, Dean, but you're going to have to say that when you come back to take your podium.
Thanks so much, Stephen. Have a good one, brother.
Cheers. Dino going and being a part of it. But while the race is going on, we've actually got another special guest joining us, a former voice of Raceface.Pro that used to be a former pro driver in the world of ACC, and the former teammate, which I'm now going to unmute the microphone of Daniel de Villiers because he wants to hear this. The former teammate of Daniel de Villiers, Cameron de Bastos, has joined in the chat. Cameron, welcome to the Raceface.Pro Midrand 570 in association with Logistical Nightmare Racing. We have got de Villiers, who is currently lying 5th on track, who survived the battle of Henry Mayer, that Henry Mayer landed up into the dirt. Now he's trying to close down on the rest of the field. He's got Fafirs, who's running in 4th place, 21 seconds ahead of him. Domingo is closing up 11 seconds behind him. And, well, the racing so far has been quite crazy.
Yeah, good evening, Stephen. Good evening, everybody, and hello, Daniel. Well, hello, okay, everybody. Yeah, I've kept a close eye on the background there on the racing. Doing some races and flying, virtually flying back all the way from Le Mans in France, basically from the iRacing world. And Stephen, you had to hit me with a lot of formers there. Hey, a former this and a former that. You're making me feel old there.
You're gonna have to improve that then, because Daniel pulls into the pits as he walks in. So a former doing laps.
Got 0.5 liter fuel. So
okay, formerly had fuel in his car and decided to run out of it. De Villiers.
Yeah, I think fuel is important to make the car go around. But yeah, no, I mean, former. I think you pretty much summed it up there, Stephen. ACC, the sim that I think it's about pretty much now almost a year since I've last driven this game. And it's still a very special sim to my heart in terms of where everything started. So it's always nice to every now and then to just have a peek of what's going on and seeing some new names moving up in the field and taking the fight to the big guys, you can say. As we see, I think it's one of the new names, Lucas Hubert, facing the wrong way. I think that's down mineshaft there, Stephen.
That looks to be... that might be... Yeah, that is... Where is that? That's
mineshaft, yeah. That's mineshaft.
Yeah.
Run down into mineshaft. Maybe he got a bit onto the dirt and spun the car around and just say, okay, now I'm going to be a spectator for 3 seconds.
Was the
Aces. Oh, so the run up. Clipped the curb there. But yeah, a lot of special memories and fun.
Hey.
A lot of fun memories, and still good to see Daniel still driving old Godzilla there. Still hasn't given up on it, eh?
Nope. Old faithful.
Well, I mean, to bring you two in, both of you have had experience working with each other for endurance racing and getting to learn the characteristics of it. As a team, now, Daniel, you busy racing alone, it's getting dark out there. If you had Cameron with you, what would be the information that you are wanting from your teammate to give you during the course of this race? And then I'm going to ask the vice versa question to Cameron of what he would be looking forward from your side of things, because just getting a little bit different.
Captain Nile at the moment.
So, Daniel, what will it be that you're looking for?
Captain Nile Billion at the moment. He's behind me now, so it looks like I've overcut at Paul Fenter's team at the moment. And I know they are quick, and I've been battling them this whole race so far. But yeah, that would be my question or my information that I needed from my team is to what is he doing, where can I gain, all that type of stuff.
Okay, all right, and Cameron, from your side, what would you be looking for or supplying as the information in this type of battle? I mean, this is the Midrand 570. It happens once a year. We got 4 hours and 9 minutes remaining. Yeah, there's a battle for the top 6, top 5 at the moment. It's been up and down chasing. What sort of information would you be asking for, or what you're going to be giving towards Daniel? I mean, your former teammate, who's now going and racing a bit Han Solo at the moment.
Honestly, I mean, first of all, the thing that I would say probably is we shouldn't have chosen Nissan because A, it's a Nissan, and B, it's a Nissan. But I do know Daniel loves and likes to push to get the car always driven. And but yeah, I mean, I probably would have asked the same updates on pace, when were the last stop, what lap times are running, and just going on from there. But it's not even something that I would normally just ask from Daniel. I mean, if Daniel can recall, we actually teamed up for the first time within one of Raceface endurance championships in the Porsche of all cars. I was looking to join I think it was my first ever Raceface endurance, and he was looking for a teammate, and we just hooked up on Discord and chose the Porsche and around Nürburgring. We were actually quite a formidable team. I think we were running second place in that endurance race until Daniel decided to not have power anymore. But no, we've I think both me and him, just when we were racing together in endurance racing, we never really had to ask for information regarding anything else. We just knew what to give to one another. And I think that's just because we have similar personalities, both hot-headed and trying to be fast in the other one, and see who bends the car first into the wall by being too fast.
The only difference is you swear in another language.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you have when you're dual nationalities. But it happens every now and then. But I think for Daniel to go and do a 9-hour solo, it's not something I would have ever done. I mean, a 3-hour solo for myself is pretty much pushing the limits. Steve, you can attest to that. Seeing me having to drive 3 hours because I messed up this team sign-up sheet, and and having to circle around 3 hours in a very wet Silverstone. But no, it takes a lot of guts and skill to go around 3 hours, a full 9.5 hours around Kyalami. Not something I would normally do, and massive respect for Daniel, especially having a little one and also a wife who I'm pretty sure is glaring at him every now and then saying, "Why'd you do this and leave me with a baby?" But well done to him, as we see. Reginald.
Now Reginald through the S's, getting it all out of shape, running in 19th position. So, information, Daniel, if you look in your rearview mirror, you will see a yellow Aston Martin 4 seconds back. And then the next one is, why'd you look in your rearview mirror 4 seconds back?
Thank you, sir.
Next moment, you just see him in the wall looking in his mirror 4 seconds back to see when he can rejoin the track.
But, I mean, there's some great racing here. Daniel, take us through how you're feeling. I mean, you're soloing this, you're the first of the solos, and we now into the 4-hour mark. You've completed 5 hours and 23 minutes of racing so far.
Can it end now, please? I am very tired. I'm fatigued, but I'm pushing myself to finish this for my team and for myself, knowing I can do this in a car that's very underrated. I don't lock up there.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I know that there's quite a bit going on and all that, but I think, for old time's sake of things, Daniel, you're in the hard push at the moment to get it across the line, and even Thriller Miller is jumping in saying, "Keep it up, Hitman, you've got this," and you're going and having a great time out there. You're really pushing. But pit wall is accessible, and I think at this point, a bit of backup is definitely needed. So I'm going to ask Cameron, for old time's sake, pit wall is accessible. Do you want to give Daniel a little bit of walking him through the race just for a little bit of duration? Because at the moment he's
put that stress on me, Stephen.
Wait, you don't put the stress on you now, Daniel.
Yes.
Oh, well, let's see if I can get it open, yeah? Well, I'm still trying. Well, I'm busy managing dinner for myself, yeah?
Oh, there we go.
Daniel de Villiers. There we go. Now I see. Okay, cool. So, Daniel. Faster, they're faster than Intersector 1 and Intersector 2. You're losing about, 500ths of a second in the first sector there. In the second sector, about 3/10, and final sector, you are faster by 2/10. So, do with that information what you want, but they are currently lapping 1/10 faster than you, or 1.6 faster than you, and closing down. That's the Aston just saying, "Hi, I'm there. Come on. Show us the Japanese power, don't give us the British power."
You failed to mention that Henry Mayer is 1.5 seconds onto the back of Niall at the moment.
But that's the next issue. You never focus on Henry Mayer. You always focus on the car behind you, Steve. You always focus on the car directly behind you. If Henry passes, then there's going to be like, "Oh, Henry passed, by the way, he's on you. he's on you at the moment. Good luck."
Well, what happens when you get a car getting into a battle? Because Henry Mayer's been lapping a 141.355, Niall 142.2. And now Niall is not backing down from the fight. Has suddenly got Henry Mayer onto the back of him. And Daniel has an opportunity here. So Daniel, time to get your head down, buddy. Because it looks like you're going to get a little bit of breathing room. Not much, but enough to open up that gap a little bit further on and down the road. So as Henry Mayer, wheels on the dirt, going and sliding the car around as he tries to close down the gap to Niall ahead of him. And these two have got a little bit of a heated rivalry going back from the past in Logistical Nightmare Racing. So it looks like we may see a reignition of a bit of a rivalry between Niall and Henry Mayer at the moment. So good luck, Daniel. Have a good one there. And head down, buddy.
Thanks, man. Do my best.
There we go. Absolutely fantastic. So while we put Daniel on a little bit of ice there, I mean, Cameron, a race like this and the Midrand 570 being one of those big calendar days that's written down out on the ACC side of things, but also in sim racing, is starting to develop those big calendar days, those must-go-to days. We're going to be having the iRacing as well, doing that with the 7th of December, where we have got the 6 hours of Japan, the 6 hours of Japan. They'll be having a good run. As we see Niall nearly into the side of who's that? That's Bertus Hugo. That's ahead of him. So Bertus Hugo, who's ahead, nearly had Niall into the door of him, so he's going to mind out the way.
Hopefully, well, we'll see.
Nope, not going to back down from the fights. He's actually bottled Niall up. Heading into Cheetah, so Niall suddenly had Henry Mayer all over the back of him. Daniel Rowe gets a drive-through penalty. That is what Dino was busy talking about, that he was trying to avoid after it all. But there's already a quick wobble from Henry Mayer and Niall at the moment. Both are not backing down from the fight. They are going to push as hard as they can. Henry Mayer going to try go up on the inside, and looks like he's gotten past Niall, who tries to go for a little bit of a cutback at this point. Couldn't quite get it hooked in, but is definitely putting a huge amount of pressure. A quick flash of the lights to Henry Mayer and saying, okay, but I'm going to give you a little bit of room now. Pull me a bit closer to Daniel de Villiers, but that has opened a 6-second gap to the likes of it. So a bit of an interesting time there. Drivers backing off from one another, but definitely fouled each other up in the process.
I mean, yeah, Stephen, I mean, unfortunately, with lap traffic coming in there and playing a big role in getting this positions determined there. But, I mean, you can't really be mad at the blue flag car of Bertus Hugo. I mean, he's trying his best to get out of the way as best as possible, but we all know that Carlisle is a narrow, windy track through the hills of Midrand here in South Africa. So it's a bit of a difficult one, but they tried their best, and as we see another nice move there, some cars having a bit more opportunity to move out of the way there. But
Johnny Ferreira of the Player One Racing, Terence Ferreira handing over the car to Johnny Ferreira, and now they are going and doing everything they can to try and keep the pace up there.
Yeah, it's also good to see some brothers fighting and sharing the car together. I mean, we have the Ebb and Flow team, two brothers, they're fighting or driving together, and now we also have the Ferreira brothers driving there. But I think there's also, I think Niall also has another brother, Lee, that I've raced with at.
That's his dad, if I remember. His
dad.
Lee
okay,
is, if I remember correctly, Paul Fenter actually told me Lee is actually the oldest in the Logistical Nightmare Racing family. He's come into the world of iRacing and been on his way and trying to get a little bit more up the road. And Niall is the son that's a little bit faster, but as Paul has jokingly said, is a little bit less consistent in pace there. But it always seems to be that. Then you've got Christoph Peterson, who's teamed up with Zaya Esser and Sean Skitter. So they have been making their way through. But that Aston Martin has been through absolute wars. They've held the fastest lap of the entire race, managing to get a 140, which is not even, couldn't even be beaten by Christian Venter and Tariq Adam, or even Gideon Reyna and Bernard Barkhuizen, who are running first and second. And I do want to point out, on 4.4 seconds by each other, because there goes the Ferrari in the Red Bull colours, and here comes the OG KSR closing down. Daniel Rose still needing to serve the drive-through penalty. Will have to get his car sorted out. Reginald Mutaleni trying to hang on to the back there as he's utilising all the slipstream at the moment. But I mean, now we're getting to the closing stages of a race. 3 hours and 58 minutes. There's lots to go on here. There's lots of mistakes that can start going and happening for a lot of the drivers, and it seems like it's starting to creep in the biggest way possible, especially as night goes on.
Yeah, you summed it up perfectly there, Stephen. It's a that's the beauty of endurance. Well, beauty and heartbreak of endurance racing. It's the exhaustion that's starting to kick in. Trying to be consistent as possible, keeping the car safe, minimize the damage that your car will encounter through the penalties or whatever. But it's always a bit of a difficult one. I mean, I know I got tired when I just ran a normal 9 hour, and I mean it's a bit difficult. I mean, yeah, it's not always easy, and we can see that with the likes of Daniel Rowe. With his drive-through penalty, unfortunately, one of the teammates just racking up too many track cuts or track excursions, just running a bit wide.
Actually, what happened was Dino Kier was behind the wheel, and he actually got the tire pressures slightly wrong.
Ooh,
and he needed to go to the loo. So Daniel Rowe jumped in lastminute.com, just needing to get in the car because his teammate really needed to go. And unfortunately, tire pressures were wrong, forced him out onto the curbing, racked up those incidents, and this was the drive-through penalty. This is what they've been trying to avoid during the course of the race, and now it's crept in. But taking a look at the lap times, Christian Venter, 1:42.077, Kilian Reiner, 1:41.4. So Kilian Reiner is properly hammering it now to close up the gap of Christian Venter. I mean, Christian Venter and Tariq Adam have been at a dominant charge, opening up a 10-second gap at the start of the race. But as it's become darker, it's become harder to get past cars, and it looks like they are starting to taper off on speed.
Yeah, it's well. It also depends on how the car is set up and how the car will perform with the air temperature and the track temperature and everything, and how what's going on around there. But I mean, it's they were dominant form, as it looks like Venter is really trying to push the car to its limit, putting a wheel and letting the rear step out a bit there. But it's sometimes it's not always fun being the one being chased by a car. I mean, looking at that car of Omnius Gaming there with Gideon Renner and I believe Bernard Barkhuizen. Those two are a formidable force. I've raced against them. I've had multiple battles with them where I've had to gone door to door with Gideon, and also Bernard Barkhuizen, where we I think it was a couple of last year where we had a battle at Monza. So I know how to fight against these guys. Tariq, when he entered sim racing, we were part of the then known Meraki motorsport racing team, and he was also quite quick there. And Christian Venter also shared a car with them. So now these are four guys that are driving the car to the absolute limit. But Gideon Renner has the task of zeroing down, focusing on target in front of him, and trying to close down and trying not to get held up by traffic. As we can see him trying to lap one of the Pandacity Fords, the Mustangs there, and also another Aston there. So it's now their focus is
Jimmy Ferreira there. He's now trying to get past. It's in the Aston Martin, and is not backing down from that fight. So,
no, and then this is where luck also comes in. As you spoke, me and you both know of luck, Stephen. We ran an endurance race, and we seemed like we're stuck now where we were, and then next moment we had one of the Ferreira going off into the some of the gravel chaps there at Cheetah. But I mean, sometimes luck just comes in, plays into your favor, and you get a position or you get a nice little gap. But it all depends on as you see, just trying to let some of the faster cars through there is Ferreira there. That's going to be a track cut if he gained any time there. And unfortunately, contact, and that sent him and the other car both a bit wide. Him coming off second best, and unfortunately losing some time there to the likes of Bertus Hugo there. But no, it's fun endurance racing. It can be a cruel mistress sometimes, but it also shows who has the skills to be consistent and just keep it keep it going throughout the whole 9.5 hours.
Well, I mean, Kyalami is one of those tracks that we've all raced around. If you ever got hold of a Set of Corsa Competizione or Set of Corsa or anything that you're able to drive around Kyalami, I remember the first time I ever got to try Kyalami in a game was an old game called V8 Superstars or V8 Supercars, where it was these European V8s that came through years and years ago on the earlier Kyalami, before it got redone to its current state we see now. It was previously on the previous one, but everyone enjoys Kyalami. It's one of those like staple tracks that you get to know first, but it also seems to be one that a lot of drivers go, well, we know Kyalami, they rest on their laurels, and suddenly it becomes a little bit harder to deal with. I mean, Henry Mayer, who has come to a stop. Hang on, we got a problem here. This is the 4999. They came to a stop. That is once our main leader going around, accelerating.
Disconnect. Something disconnected there. That something didn't sound right there. And what's going on? Is he still on the field? I don't see him.
No, he's gone. Henry Mayer, ladies and gentlemen, something has gone on with Henry Mayer.
That looked and sounded like a complete shutdown of any connection to the server from his side, Stephen. That really does just sound like a complete shutdown.
And wouldn't be the first time we've had a mechanical failure take drivers out of the running. And Henry Mayer with Martin Racing, one of our top teams that were anticipated to do well here, unfortunately, looks like the Lady Luck has walked out the door and Murphy was standing at the front. Wesselwood now trying to retake his position after Henry Plutt got past him. Henry going and joining up with Omnis Gaming, now having to really make his way through with Daniel de Villiers, who is wanting to make short work of these two, but they are in an absolute ding-dong battle ahead of him. So he's going to have to try and work through two cars that are not worrying about the rearview mirrors at the moment, but that is a definite problem for Henry Mayer and the likes of the whole Martin Racing. I mean, that is a catastrophic time, and it looks like they are out. Going through the grid, they are out. We got 31 cars, and there is no Mayer in sight.
I mean, it's heartbreaking, Stephen. We all know how that feels. We all know. Just imagine how it feels as we see Smith here with Team Up Garage there in the Honda of all cars that I haven't seen in a long time, facing the wrong way, coming down Sunset there. But yeah, it's gut wrenching. I mean, it unfortunately is what it is, but it's some issues that are out of your control that just happens. You can get pedal failure. Wheel starts acting up, shifters started going red. I've had that before, or even your inside just decides to say, "Listen, I'm giving up. I've used enough of my bandwidth. You go sort your own problems out and just says goodbye for the rest of it." So it's really gut wrenching to see that, and it's never fun to see a competitor, especially someone who was holding a very promising position or before going and suffering these disconnects, and it's really sad, but. Unfortunately, it is sometimes the hand that gets dealt, the cards that get dealt to you, and you just have to deal with it. But it's also now regarding of how the drivers feel. I mean, Stephen, now I'm going to quote you by saying, even if it's a disconnect, guys, get it sorted, get your guys in, get the car rolling around, and just continue and get the car to the finish. It's all that matters. I mean, you've got 3 hours 48 left. If you can get the car back up and running, if Henry wasn't your primary driver, get the car back into the server and just continue driving and go from there. It's might not be the ending you were hoping for, but seeing it till the very end is still something to be proud of.
Yeah, that is definitely the main thing to go for, and I've always been a big shout out to that. But it's actually Fleming Bauer that is I think Fleming Bauer is the primary driver for the team. So he may be able to get in the car and get the car going. So if there has been a disconnect, which is a possibility, Fleming Bauer is the primary driver to get back in and continue on the race or be able to switch it up. So I know that they'll be chatting frantically behind the scenes of what's happening with that, and hopefully we can get a bit of a understanding of the resolution of to what's happened. But that has just taken a serious contender, unfortunately, that has been up and down through. I mean, this has been a really, really tough race. The Midrand 570 is no joke as a very hard race. You know, it's one of those... It's a fantastic race to be a part of. I highly recommend, if you pro-am, everyone to be a part of it. I highly recommend it to do it, because once you've done it, it's always, well, it's there forever. You're going to have a lot of fun. You're going to continue the thing. But if you're not going to finish, if you're going to lose out that little bit of time, you've taken your day away. And for what purpose? That's the thing. So I'd rather see it to the end, my personal opinion. But I'd love to get some sort of understanding of what's just gone on with the car that caused it, because he was going flat out still. He was still going flat out on the way through. So it wasn't a snap. Usually when there's a heavy disconnect, we saw it a little bit earlier, where it happened with Rotenbach, where it disconnected and the steering snapped to the left. And, we just saw Chris Heineke into the wall. Chris Heineke went and
second hand.
Yeah, that has just changed it up. But I know there's a certain team that's going to be a little bit sad that the sister car has got into the wall, but at the same time, they're going to be happy because their goal is to beat that car. Dylan Hall in the 14th position now has had the sister car of Chris Heineke go into the wall. So an opportunity to usurp that position back is on the cards after a nasty, nasty pivot into the dirt. And I mean, let's try and see if we can take a look at what happened there. Did he put a wheel on the dirt? So he got past Ursula Witter with no problem. McLaren now sitting behind the Ferrari 296. Coming up to Cheetah. Oh, he touched the grass way before Cheetah. Tried correcting it. Second bit and just an impact into the wall. Thankfully, pit lane was just straight on.
Unfortunately, just it's one of those things, and that's I think where a bit of exhaustion is popping in there, Steve. But I mean, we spoke earlier about the disconnects, and it's always in ACC has traumatized me whenever if I hear something or see something disconnects or car disappearing in front of me, or just go directly face through a wall and that. But thinking back on what we saw on that replay, he was still going full throttle. Then suddenly the wheel straightened out. He hit the brakes, was able to turn the wheel a little bit, and then almost skid across the old pit wall, and then came to a stop. So I'm either thinking, I don't think it's internet connection per se. I think it's more likely hardware malfunction. Something in the car just says, no, you're not going to have it. So it's either the wheelbase or the wheel itself. I mean, these days, if you are lucky enough to have a direct drive, everything is attachable and it's detachable from it. So maybe the wheel gave a bit of problems, or the wheelbase itself has decided to fail, or is a component somewhere decided to say no. But it would be nice to know what's going on there or what happened there. But just looking now, taking back to Heineke there, unfortunately paying a heavy price and crashing the car. But it's going to take some time to get it fixed. Unfortunately, it's going to put them some laps down. But there's still 3 hours and 43 minutes left 44 minutes left in this race, and anything is still possible. Anything can still happen. So it's not something to give up yet. Anything can happen. Anything can change. It's the beauty of endurance racing.
I mean, it's just absolutely crazy to see what's gone on and how the drivers have been pushing through adversity, and it's still the punches being thrown as Van der Walt trying to go and make his way through. He's trying to catch up to his teammate, Niall Swartz, ahead of him. And try and get the two Pandacity cars running 9th and 10th at the moment to close up to one another.
Yeah, it's the Pandacity guys. I see they stuck with the old Stang there. A car that saw the likes of Werner Schoeman do quite well within the GT3 series that we're running at Raceface. So I think they said, well, this car's good. And Werner has quite a bit of experience developing the car and going from there. Let's put all of our teams in it and go on from there. And it seems to be paying off quite well for them. As Reggie again is facing the wrong way. That is in the run up to the S's. There's no, you don't have the prominent little, with a second hand looking front end on that McLaren.
Yeah, let's take a look. This is coming out of Sunset into Clubhouse. On the brakes, pulls the car through. Tail starts to come out wide, a bit of understeer, touches the grass, and then pivots its nose into the wall and going and touching the rear. Comes across, rejoining, and that's having to force like to Maeth Musa to just slow down a little bit. Not ideal circumstances.
No, absolutely not, Stephen. But yeah, I think I'm starting to share the same feeling you have regarding the McLaren. I mean, everybody at Raceface, everybody race against me, and those who don't know that I love the McLaren on ACC. But I don't know, after staring at the rear of it for quite some time now, I'm getting a bit tired of it. Maybe a bit of modification is needed. I think Reggie might have heard my silent plea for help, saying the car needs to be remodeled a bit there, but it's not always nice to suffer that type of impact and have the car damaged like that. But yeah, Reggie, I think he's again doing it solo, and he's a bit of contact between the Pandacity guys there, but Reggie is quite known for doing these endurance races solo. He has done a 24-hour, well, not 20 completely solo. He had one teammate backing him up in a 24-hour, but he had to run 12 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. He knows how to keep the car going until the very end. Even if he does have some damage, he will continue running to the end. So hats off to all of our solo drivers out there also. But Reggie also a person who has a huge amount of my respect regarding endurance races.
Well, Graham Mill all over the back of the Foster cars ahead of him. So he is a lap down to the two Mustangs ahead of him. But seeing how Niall and Rowan van der Walt are going and playing with each other actually is slowing him up. So he needs to try and get around them as quick as possible or try and hurry them along to try and gain a little bit of time here.
Yeah, and that's something that's... that's one of the strong points of the McLaren actually. If you set it up correctly and you're able to keep it in a relatively good shape, it's immensely fast in the straight, good traction out of the corners. If you are able to manage the throttle properly, and it will put you onto the rear of some of the cars that are laps ahead of you. So now it's being able to choose his opportunity, unlap himself, and to try and get it to the point where he's able to... that brings back PTSD for me, as we see Ellis Buckley fighting it out there with Reginald Mittelani. Now, these are not... they are fighting for position. Reggie being able to get the car into the pits, get it quickly fixed, which is quite impressive. Thinking of the damage that the car had, we saw it last with the bonnet flapping around before it went into pits. But this is a site that you know quite well, Stephen, except for I was the one within the McLaren.
Yeah, no, it's always a tricky one where the guys are going side by side through the Yuxkay sweep. Not an easy time out there. Got to be very cautious on your approach. But it does look like Buckley is not holding back at the moment. He's looking to try and gain some valuable time and retake that 19th position away from the likes of Reginald Mittelani. But it's been a great time out there. The drivers have really put on a huge amount of effort. But with that being said, folks, we're into the final 3 hours and 38 minutes. So we're going to take a short intermission just to get ourselves ordered out. But we will be following all the battles out on track. Tim the camera. Oh, no!
Oh!
That. Yeah. On that note, we're going to take an intermission, and we'll be back with more coverage of the Midrand 570. So don't go anywhere. Cameras will be showing, Tim the cameraman will be showing all the guidance onto that. Oh my heavens, now to go and have a drink after that one. A very stiff drink, because my heavens, I think there's going to be a discussion in the pits.
I threw for Gideon.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for more of this fantastic Midrand 570. And, well, it has been an endurance and a half for all our amazing competitors. And I have to say that reading through some of the comments of Daniel de Villiers, Hansi Myberg, Saki Goes Bossy, also known as Jaco Krobler, Jean-Ray Buerta, Tianas Buerta, everyone just going and giving a shout out. Willy Zitzman also going and shouting out as well to all that's going on. It's absolutely incredible. It's fantastic to have everyone just going and giving a bit of an idea of what's happening. Now, just to let you know what's happening down below, we do have Cameron de Bastos and Daniel de Villiers. They are chatting to one another, catching up, and Cameron helping out Daniel a little bit, just giving him a bit of insight to what's happening around the track and help keeping him a little bit more engaged. And I've got to say, hats off to that as well. But we do have a couple of new runnings. So, Gideon Reyna up into first place, 28 seconds ahead of this driver, Luke Addison. First time in the car the entire race. And he's in the final 3 hours and a couple of minutes that he's climbed into the car. So Luke Addison putting in some good times. Best lap time was 1:40.9. It's been running consistent 1:41.0 on that last lap. He's down into the 140s again. So he's really putting in these absolute banker lap times to try and close up the laps as fast as possible. And you got Daniel Rowe running in third place. Jean Fiers in fourth. Daniel de Villiers is up into fifth place. And he's got Andre Serradio, Project Vapor, trying to close down onto him. Then we've got the Eleanor Banana Express. They are running in seventh place. I had a chat to Paul Feinter a little bit while off air. And just getting insights of what's happening on with the team. He says, no, look, everyone is feeling a bit polished out. They're feeling a bit tired, but they're going to keep on going. But we do have a bit of an incident. Dylan Hall out into the dirt. He's trying to get himself going. Now, remember, they were trying to get ahead of Chris Heineke, that at one point was solidly into the wall and has a serious amount of damage to his car. Michael Donaldson is running in 9th place for the OG Redemption team. Now, they said the aim is to get that top 10, and at the moment they're holding on to it as they got ahead of Dylan Hall and Jean-Andre Dutoy of the Pandassi Infiltrate. Brandon Holzhazen into the pits. They were having a great race up until about 4 hours left where they got involved in the accident. That was pretty much a turning point for the Elnor Flick 4 team. Gerry van Zale of the Pandassi Infiltrate, Norm Meijeri. And then we have got Henry Platt trying to make his way through, a solo driver pushing his way towards the top. Chris Wall now jumping into the Flick 4 team. So he's going to be doing everything he can. Fridge Daly, part of the Venomworks Racing. And don't worry, don't confuse him with the Freezer. He's just the Fridge, as he puts on a monumental charge towards the top. And properly running as they go through. We've got Kerry Duplessis trying to run in 16th position, and Bradley Surley chasing him down for the Pandassi Infiltrate, hack and sack. The E1 Simsport moving down in 18th and getting a Reginald Mutaleni around the outside. So Reginald moving up a position, getting ahead of the Aston Martin, and did touch the dirt on through Sunset, so taking a little bit too much in the corners. Dean Kabasa out on track. He's in 20th position. Lawrence Bonhurst trying to make his way around. Team Kerigma Racing. Then we got Team Up Garage, followed by Team Kerigma Racing, Graham Moll. Then Griffin Sim Racing lying in 24th position with Andre Grabasi. Christoph Peterson for Logistical Nightmare Racing. They've been having a literal logistical nightmare at this point. Lucas Jabert of Griffin Sim Racing Team. Johnny Ferreira of Player One Racing. Christian Zetman of Ebb and Flow is on a great charge, and he's been getting a serious amount of support from Willy Zetman. And so it's good to see the excitement coming in from the family and a lot of enjoyment. Jared Muscom going and make his way through, and Hansi Myberg, who is parked in the pits. We are down to 30 cars left on the track, and I can tell you that the conversations have been rather interesting, where we've had the likes of, well, Christian Fenter going and actually saying to Gideon that, listen, they were looking forward to the fact that the drive-through was just rather unfortunate that took him out of it. And yes, there was an earlier drive-through that we saw land up becoming a big factor in the race for the lead, but Gideon Reina currently leading out ahead of Luke Addison. But for how long is the question, as we do see Andre Serradio and Daniel de Villiers going and battling out one another. And this is where Daniel de Villiers will be going and chatting, and it's been a bit of a saving grace, you would say, an angel coming down for him, as Cameron Bastos is also going to be giving a little bit, a few pointers of what's happening on the race, giving him a few ideas as well. And Cameron Bastos coming from his own endurance race, a 3 hour earlier today, and he was absolutely hammering it. So good to see that this is all happening. The drivers are really focusing on their charge, ensuring that they can stay in the fight to the top. So great to see it. And we will continue the race, keeping on with our racing at hand and keeping on with the coverage of the Midrand 570, brought to you by Raceface.Pro and the likes of Logistical Nightmare with our partners. A big shout out to our partners, because without them, it would not have been possible. PokerBet being one of them. And then Extreme Car Service, followed by Red Star Raceway, Scallywags, Flickfoy, all being a part of the amazing shows that keep the leagues alive and also keep us racing. So now it's going to be a interesting time out there. Magic Waven, who was racing a bit earlier, that is Mr. Duplessis. Looks like he's managed to get himself sorted out. We're not quite sure what happened to him. We do understand that he had a bit of a family matter that he needed to solve, and he's had to retire the car, unfortunately. So he's now going and sitting on the sideline, giving a bit of support to the rest of the team, saying, okay, keep up the hard work, guys. It's an absolute banger. So we'll have to see how it's going to work out. Cameron Bastos also saying, giving a bit of support from the luxury of his couch. Yep, he's on Discord and having a bit of a chat to his teammate, who's under some former teammate, and he's under some serious pressure. Long-term friend. I'll say the teammate. So it's going to be, this is going to be a interesting one, and always great to see guys going and lending a bit of a hand to one another in this. Now we are getting to the closing stage of the race. 3 hours and 4 minutes left of the race. It's going to be a bit of a long one down to the end, as all the drivers are just counting down the minutes, the seconds, the hours at this point of how long until that checked flag's going to come out. And we will be trying to bring you all the coverage as much as possible here from right here at the Raceface.Pro channel, and it's going to be a absolutely wacky and wild one. So Duplessis is there. If you feel like you want to chat, you're more than welcome. But we do have a special guest joining us now. We've had a few special guests, from Old School Voices of George G. Max to Cameron de Bastos, drivers popping in and out to give us their side of the story. Well, we're going to have a chat to one of the organizers of the Midrand 570 and one of the two heads that helped put this all together, Bertus Hugo, and he was also a driver out there. Bertus, welcome. You missed out the first race, but you got to do a couple of laps this time around, and what a race it's been. You got to be on the track, and well, you didn't have the easiest time out there because you got swamped out by the leaders that were on a proper charge.
Yeah, I haven't seen so many blue flags in my life, but yeah, it was good. It was good to have a few laps and some time in the seat. Yeah, it was very cool to have laps on the track in the Mid 570. I mean, it's been the first one was an epic race, and yeah, this is one of those races you want to be part of it in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, nice to be on the track.
Well, I mean, it's been an incredible time. Drivers have been really pushing themselves to them. I mean, we keep an eye on Daniel de Villiers and Andre Serradio. This is our closest battle in the top 10, and they separated by a second. First place has got Luke Addison, Tariq and Christian Fenter versing Gideon Reina and Bernard Barkhuizen. They're fighting it out. Daniel Rowe and Dean Nokia.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got some proper big names out towards the top, but also a lot of new names going throughout the field, coming in and being part of all the show. A lot of new starters as well, being a part of the fun. But every endurance race seems to tell another story. It seems to be another mark on things. But the Midrand 570, this is its second year running, and not many events can say they've kept a consistent running throughout the years and become that staple on the calendar for sim races, and especially here in South Africa, where we actually lost that at one point.
Yeah, I think this is the theme of the race is let's unite, or let us unite. And what's so cool for me is to see all the familiar faces who, guys who raced with us many years back, coming through to help put up a show. Teams and drivers who, even if they don't normally race, it's almost like they come back out of retirement just to have a few laps with us. So it's nice to see drivers, teams from different communities coming in. Obviously, the guys from L&R, our co-hosts, they are always keen to have a go. They've always supported our endurance races, and now this one we are hosting together, so that's cool. But there's also other communities, Sarko and so on, who drivers jumping in, and Dylan, I'm not sure if he's on the track at the moment, but it's very cool to see everyone from different corners of the sim racing scene in South Africa to jump in and join us for this one.
Well, I mean, it's been an exciting run, but it's also been a little bit of a challenging, because at the beginning of the year, everyone was calling for the Midrand 570. There was so many questions of, is it going to happen again? Is it going to be that arriving? And there was stone cold silence for a long time, like a state secret. Was there a bit of a background of, we're going to just keep cards close to our chest? Was there ever a thought that, would it come back? Would it be another thing? Did you expect it to suddenly become that staple? Or was it just a happy coincidence that everything just fell into place?
I think, for us, it was, we always wanted to have another one. So there was always a plan to host it again this year. I think it was just a case of timing. The silence wasn't, there was no any hidden agenda behind it. It was just a case of fitting it in somewhere in the calendar, which made sense for everyone. And it turned out to be the 28th of September. So I think we set down the date 2 or 3 months ago. It was a bit late in the year to set the date for it, but from next year onwards, hopefully we'll set the dates well in advance. We still have a great turnout. 37 entries, 36 starts. It's a great turnout. So I think it's been good. And look, it's as you say, it's a staple event now. It's the one that everyone wants to be a part of. So, and as long as everyone is still interested, we'll keep hosting it.
So, let's take a look at the race at hand. We've got all this, the partners jumping on board, some unique things, and as we're getting closer to not only the closing stages of 2024, but on the horizon, possibly the closing stages of Assetto Corsa Competizione, as we know it. And is there a little bit of what's next for the future for not only Raceface, but for L&R as a total? What's next for sim racing developing into the future? What is it in your vision and in the vision of your admin? What is the next step? What is the next goal for sim racing? Because we've got this staple event. It's becoming this big event. It's becoming this, you have to be at it. You have to go racing with it.
Yeah.
But it's not the end of it.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I think I can give you the big vision is to grow sim racing in South Africa. I think that is the main goal is to grow the sport. And thanks to a number of people working behind the scenes, working with the MSA, and that includes you. We've managed to get to a point where now we can say, okay, right, the sport is getting some recognition, but now we need to build it. Now it's a case of we need to look at all ways in which we can build this sport, and that includes a number of things. There is a number of plans in the background, which I'll reveal as it comes to fruition. But yeah, we are. I think from my side, it's about building a strategy to grow the sport, and that goes beyond just racing every week and racing in the enduros. We have to bring in the real world. We started a partnership with Red Star Raceway, and we are very thankful for them to team up with us, and hopefully we can do a bit of cross-pollination between real-world racing and sim racing. So there's a couple of things that we're working on in the background. There's a big event coming, hopefully towards the end of November, and that will also reveal very soon. I'm pretty sure everything will work out. We're getting a few things in place to make it happen, but yeah, it's there's a lot of things, but I think there's a bit of a mixture into the real world and sim racing, and how we can work together to grow the sport.
Oh, it's always a great thing to see. Well, we saw Bernard Barkhuizen's gone from second down into seventh, and Bernard King saying it looks a little bit problematic, and I tend to agree. He spent a lot of time in the box, 152.4 seconds. That may have been a disconnect that would have taken him out of the fight for first place in the last 2 hours and 54 minutes. That just literally transpired right in front of us now, which is it's definitely a hit. But let's talk about the racing that we got on track. We have got some amazing talent, like Daniel de Villiers, currently the fastest solo driver out on the track. You've got teams fighting it out. You've got solo drivers fighting it out. I mean, there's lots of little aspects that are happening in the world here, and a lot of guys trying to move forward. Oh, Christoph Peterson going and trying to get himself going. Looks like they've had a problem. But lots of aspects coming in. I mean, take a look at this. We got Daniel de Villiers, solo driver in a Nissan GTR, which, I mean, why a Nissan GTR out of all things, battling against Andre Sorodio, who's had a little bit of time off to get some TLC and just relax, and before he gets in back behind the car, going and hammering it out. This event itself has not only challenged drivers to push their limits, but teams to strategize, incorporate, and move forward, and even getting to chat to all the different people throughout the race, from the old voices like George G. Max going and saying this is where the vision was from the start of it for Raceface.Pro and sim racing in total, just to have these type of big staple events where there's a coming together, and for the drivers to say, look, we want to push ourselves that little bit higher, that move ourselves up through the order, and getting to see the return of some drivers. I mean, let's be frank here. Tariq and Luke Addison returning to the track with Christian Venter, a dominating fight. They were in originally for quite some time, and then tapered off, and now we're getting to see them return. And we've also got Hybrid Racing taking the fight. So has OG has been taking the fights. I mean, there's so many little nuances that have been happening out within this race that plays homage back to what of the past, of the competitive nature, the friendly nature, and also how sim racing has just evolved from a simple game that you do by yourself with AI to you're competing with some of the big stuff. I mean, we've got our partners that are watching the stream intently and taking notes of what are the sim racers doing, what are they trying to do, and how they're improving. We've got real world companies that have stood up and taken notice of sim racing from many events.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is what it's all about. This is racing. This is endurance racing, but it's also, I think it's, and I think this is in sim racing. This is always unique to sim racing. We have it's become a lifestyle. I mean, and I've said this before, but I think, and that's where, I think we'll take a bit of the credit. And there's been other leagues and other communities who's played their part as well, where it's become a lifestyle. It's on Friday morning, everyone watches the replays of the previous night's race. On Thursdays and Wednesdays, the league races, and then they share the clips of the big crashes and the cool overtakes and so on, and then they start to focus on the next week's race. And over the weekend, you start to get that buzz from the WhatsApp groups, where the guys are starting to share their setups and the tips and tricks and things for the next track. And then, but the guys have also become friends. The teams have become it's almost like families. So, but I think now sim racing is in the last couple of weeks has been, there's politics and like in real racing as well, and there's things not everyone is not everyone can be friends with everyone, but I think overall, the guys support each other. It's nice to see, different guys from different walks of life getting together and sticking out an endurance race. I mean, there's few things as nice as reaching that checkered flag when you've done 9 hours or 12 hours or 24-hour with a couple of your friends. Even if you had bad luck, like we've seen for many guys, and now for 5Ks and Korea, they've just had bad. I see Brandon said he had a disconnect. So again, we've seen this before. But I mean, you get back in the car and you fight for it, and I think it's very cool to see.
That's what they're doing right now. Burnout Barcades currently on screen, still trying to fight it out. They're lying in 7th position. We're starting to see the drive-thrus coming in, and Finn Daly getting one of them. We saw the likes of Ryan Barrington-Smith getting one as well. But we've now developed, and one thing, this event has also become a bit of a special moment for LNR and Raceface as well, because this is something that solidifies the friendship that the two leagues have actually come to have as well. LNR and Raceface have been a long-term discussion. There's been long-term friendship between the two leagues themselves and an understanding. And now suddenly this is, the cherry on the cake. It's that, how can I put it? It's that statue that stands to what you guys have built up over the course of many years. I mean, take us through the history of LNR and Raceface to get to this point where two leagues go, let's run an event together and let's make it work.
I think it started with myself and Sean Buck, the owner of L&R, having some wheel-to-wheel action in, I think it was back in 2020. He joined our first, well, he joined the GT3 championship on Thursdays, and we had a few wheel-to-wheel battles and started chatting, and I mean since then we've become friends, and he's out in Ireland, so you know, if he was closer we would have had a few beers already, but I mean, we've always had a lot of respect and as I said, a good friendship going, and then when Paul Venter sort of took over the reins, you know, we kept that respect, and in the last year or two, Paul and myself, we've also built a relationship, and we kept the relationship between Raceface and L&R. It's always been respectful, it's always been friendly, always been supportive, but I mean, it's the same for a number of communities. We also have I need to mention MNR. It's probably one of our oldest, or if not the oldest, how can I say, ally or alliance, or let's just call them friends. Some of our oldest friends in the sim racing community. They've been supporting us. We've been supporting them. We've got long-standing agreements, but we are friendly. And there's just that respect. So throughout the years, I think L&R and Raceface, they run their league, we run our leagues, but there's always been that respect to make sure that we don't clash, we don't, and we try and support them, they support us. And during the thing is, during leagues or during the weekly leagues, it's difficult for drivers to commit to too many different leagues. There's only a handful of guys who's got the free time to race in every single league on every weeknight. But endurance races like the Mid-570 and some of our other endurance races, that's where we can all get together on a weekend. When there's no league racing going, then we can get together and we can support each other, and we can have a nice friendly fight. And I think that's what the Mid-570 stands for. So last year when we decided to do the Mid-570, we joined forces and we went at it, and it was a big success, and I think that's something that we aim to build on. And that but it's been great. It's been great to, and I think that's what this is all about. We share the vision. I think myself and Paul and Hansi and Sean, everyone involved in and even you, Stephen, we all share the vision of building the sport. And I think we can either work against each other, but then nothing is going to happen, or we can work together and we can see how we can support each other to make this make it even better and bigger.
Well, you're talking about it, and while we've got ACC currently doing it and really putting on a show, we can't look away from the elephant in the room. That is the big announcement, 2025 Assetto Corsa Evo to come out, and that seems to be the big news that's going to be looming on Monday. And looking how that may change the Midrand 570, that it may move to a different sim, that possibly we are watching as of right now the possible last ACC Midrand 570. Is that a thing that's kind of weighing on you? Because Raceface built up this history of ACC was the longest standing sim, and much like where L&R has gone and had the likes of PlayStation being involved and they transitioning into different sims and moving forward. For Raceface, ACC has been the main staple and possibly might be the change into AC Evo. Is that a bit of a worry thought for you, or is it an exciting prospect? Because many people may rest on, okay, well, this works, and others going, well, we want to see more, we want to move forward. What's your take on it?
So, I mean, that's something we will think long and hard about. I mean, it's coming. So at some point, it depends on, if is there going to be, is it going to be the same? Will we be able to run endurance races on Evo firstly? With all the things that goes along with it. And if we can, hopefully they can fix the multiplayer so we don't have to connect with driver one. so I think change is good if it's positive change. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Evo can offer and what we can do with it. I think in the end of the day, it doesn't matter what sim we use. As long as it gives us the platform to allow all these elements that we spoke about now, and that includes, all the aspects and factors that plays a role in these kind of races, from your sprint races to endurance races, 24-hour races. Is the netcode going to be stable enough so that we can run a 24-hour race? That's a question that we can only answer once we test it out, once we see the new sim in action. So I think from our side, as I said, I'm excited to see what it offers and what we can do with it. I'm not sure what's going to happen with ACC. Are we going to stop development completely? Is that what? I don't know what the roadmap is for ACC. But we'll see, and we'll first test it out. We like to be early adopters, but we also don't want to change things, right away, and then we see, it's not a good idea, or the sim is glitchy. And I mean, I've seen so many times with new sims like AMS2 and the different, R factor and so on. There's a lot of guys who wants to jump ship quickly because they want something different. You're always going to have the crowd who's going to want to try the new things, and then you're going to have the diehards who wants to stick with the tried and tested. So we'll have to find that balance and see, when is it going to be a good time to switch over to the new sim, and is it possible? So we'll check it out. We'll probably start off with a couple of fun races in the off season. We might run one of our off-season leagues, a spring league or a summer league or something like that, and possibly even run it for our Wednesday series, the sprint series, run it on Evo and see how it goes. But before we make any changes, I can assure you that we'll put a lot of thought into it, and we'll make sure that the sim is stable, there's no glitches, before we make any massive changes on our side, because at the end of the day, we want to offer a good service as well to the community, and having a sim that's glitching up, that's not going to work. So we'll check it out, we'll see how it goes, and then we'll make a call when the time is right.
Well, let's talk about, and I'm gonna slightly open the envelope here, because for everyone that's wondering, like, what's next for Raceface, there's been a few builds that's been happening in the background, a few developments, we can say it like that, where, well, you've been hard at work, going and crafting in the background, something a little bit different. Now, we have seen the transition over to SimGrid to allow for easier registration, guys to be able to work on licenses, and it adds a bit. The admin side comes off and works really well. But there's been a few other works in the background. We've all noticed that there's been a resurgence on the social media side. I know for everyone that's been keeping an eye out, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, that there has been that new resurgence of posts coming out that's been driving things forward. We've seen a lot more interactive new ways to utilize tickets when we have problems. But that's not the last of it, is it?
Well, yeah, I can tell you there's a new website which will be launched imminently. So that's the one thing. I don't know what else you're talking about, because there's a lot of things, a lot of things in the works in the background.
I'm just peeling the page ever so slightly. It's who knows what it can be. Some people say you're off to a new record of stuff, and others have got to try and find out.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
tinfoil hats could be a factor.
All I can say is keep your weekend, the last weekend of November, keep it open. That's all I can say.
Okay. Yeah. Because everyone's in for a good braai.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. So there we go, folks. For anyone that's in for a good braai, you got a bit of a small hint there. It's always a good one.
Yeah.
But Bertus, before I let you go and carry on enjoying the race and seeing us all, I mean, development of Raceface and just the sim racing as a total. I mean, we've seen a difference from the average guys going and racing. We got to have a chat to George G. Max, that actually had a huge pivot on the career for him, becoming the voice of sim racing, and holds that crown to this day. Going and moving on to the UK, he had a bit of a chat with him, getting a bit of history, what's been going on with him, and how he's getting back into the seat and maybe back onto the mic as well, which is a bit of an exciting time. But it's all come through of lots and lots of little development over the years. I mean, if anyone goes back to the earliest videos on Raceface.Pro, you would see it is yourself and Paul Herber going and racing and just a general chat recording. Did you ever think that at one point you're going to be having a full set that landed up going on DSTV, getting sent to GameX? You had MTN involved. You've got now PokerBet. I mean, they handed away 250,000 Rand cash and PokerBet credits to the drivers, where Henry Mayer walked away 2 weekends later, or a weekend later, and he's bought himself a nice aluminium rig. It just happens to be blue, and it had a Ford, and it just happened to break down at Kyalami. But he did go out and get an entire new thing. I mean, if you look at the earliest of what it's become to what it is now in terms of media and how it's been all taken in.
Yeah.
I mean, that must also be a little bit of a smile on the face, but also asking what's next.
I think it's good to sometimes take a step back and look at where we were and where we came from, and where we are now. I think from my side, I'm just very, very grateful for everyone who's helped to get us here. I mean, this is not just it's not a one-man show. It's a massive team effort, and I can single out a couple of individuals, including George, Alan Patterson, and now you on the mic, and then obviously in the background, guys like Bago, Grobler, we used to do the stewarding for a long time. All the other stewards who were involved, also Doe and Doe Gerber, Paul Gerber, Hansi. I mean, Hansi's just been a rock star, managing the ACC league.
Talking about it, there he is. There is
There he is.
Hansi injured. He's got torn ligaments in his shoulder.
Exactly. But
There he
he's
is.
racing. Exactly. That's what it's all about. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's as soon as his arm gets sore, then he stops for half an hour or so, and then he gets back in the car. I mean, that is some dedication. So, yeah. I mean, it's been great. It's been a ride. It's been a journey, but it's very nice to see that, you know, this is from where we were to where we are now and where we're going. You know, I can't tell you what the future holds, but we are definitely working on a couple of things in the background. And I think now, you know, we need to, it's almost like we've got a responsibility now to make sure that we don't drop the ball and we keep on, you know, improving and you know, fine-tuning this monster so that it can move forward and grow. And yeah, it's but again, it's not just one thing. It's all the drivers, all the teams, everyone involved, everyone who keeps on supporting us. You know, it's great, and we're just very thankful for everyone who contribute.
Oh, absolutely incredible stuff. Bertus Hugo, and I know I speak on behalf of all the sim racers out there. And guys out there in the virtual chat, share some love for Bertus Hugo and the entire Raceface team. They've been putting this all together. Tireless work. I can tell you from, you know, just being on the outside looking in, getting to see what Hansi does, look at Doe, what he's doing, seeing what, like Paul Fenter, Sean Buck, Donovan Leia, Robin Williams from the Logistical Nightmare Racing side. I mean, it's wild stuff to get it all together. So, I mean, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there in the virtual grandstands, let's show a bit of love to all our league owners that have gone and put this all together, that race after race, day after day. It doesn't matter if it's Raceface, Logistical Nightmare Racing, Sarko, Monday Night Racing, anyone out there. We can go and start up go in and jump into a league Monday to Sunday. You can go racing and you can go and battle it out to the absolute run. So let's show a bit of love. Let's go and say well done. And honestly, Bertus, on behalf of Sim Racing, to you, to Logistical Nightmare Racing, to everyone at Raceface, thank you so much for giving us a home, letting us have fun, letting us talk rubbish on a microphone. I mean, well done to that. But from our side, we have to thank all the amazing petrol heads out there that join in. And I mean, right now, we have had well over 800 people watch the Midrand 570, and it's going to climb. It's going to get better. It's going to get faster. It's going to get shared out, and it's going to break last year's record in all of it. And it's all thanks to those of the past, those of the future, and those that are currently out there. And Alan Patterson, you're also one of those. Without your voice, and honestly, without you having a solar panel and generators, and yes, I'm going to take a stab at that one, a lot of the broadcasts wouldn't have been shown, so well done there. But honestly, hands up, show a bit of love to you guys, and Bertus, thank you very much. But I think you're missing out on a bit of a race here, and you've got to go and have a chat to the Speed Demons, because you guys need to pick up the pace a little bit more. I mean, there's 2 hours and 28 minutes left of the Midrand 570, and I'm sure you want to get a lap in right before the end. It's night time.
We'll see how it goes. But thanks to you, Stephen. Thanks for everything. Thanks for you're also running an endurance. You're in the seat. So yeah, thanks for all the hard work and commitment, and yeah, thanks everyone else. I'll see you again soon.
See you soon. I can bet you after this, I am definitely sleeping, because the BioPlus and the Coca-Cola and lack of sleep is definitely going to not work out. 24 hours of no sleep, you get to see some fun stuff. There is a unicorn sitting to the left of me, and there's a zebra to the right of me. Good luck with that one.
I can imagine.
All right. Bert Hugo from Raceface.Pro, the CEO of Raceface.Pro. Absolutely love it. We get to have a chat to these guys. We get to really go and see all the racing. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we have got still 30 cars out on the grid going and slamming around. We have been watching Jacques Vermillion and the likes of Daniel de Villiers going to war with one another. Alan Patterson is standing on the edge of his seat here, watching PWSR solo drive against Jacques Vermillion. I mean, Alan is taking a break. Now, he went on a sabbatical for a couple of months, but he has tuned in every single race to cheer on Daniel the Hitman de Villiers and Thriller Miller do it all. They have gone and had the support, so a big shout out to him. Great to see it. But talking about league owner, talking about team owners, we had a chat to a league owner. Let's talk to a team owner, and we're going to have a chat to a new team that came out with a bit of a bang. They really stepped it up. They got into this new world, and honestly, it's where a lot of the drivers have progressed. So we're going to bring in Xavier Udendal of the Pandacity, actually taking on the challenge. I challenged a lot of the team owners to come in on air and see whether they can handle it for the 24 for this. Well, it's a 9-hour, it's a 24-hour for me, but going and putting a couple of drivers out on the track, like Kerry Van Zyl of the Pandacity Infiltrate, Noam Meijeri, and yes, I think I failed that, and I just went and teased someone's ancestor for the top 10. But Xavier Udendal from Pandacity, welcome to the commentary box, and what a run it has been for your team. It's been a little bit of highs and lows. It's been chaos all over the show. You guys have really had to work through a little bit. We saw Werner Skuman, who had to really fight it out as well. But the development within the team has been constant. You've taken on new drivers, you've developed new drivers, you've developed fast-paced drivers that are now looking at going that little bit more. They're taking the challenge to the front. I mean, you've got a team sitting in the top 10. Kerry Van Zyl sitting in the top 10. You have got Jean-De Toy sitting in the top 10, lying in 9th place. They are chasing down Chris Heineke of Griffin Sim Racing. That's got multitude of experience. Bernard Barques in the Ominous Gaming Team KSR, chasing them down. And they are a well-known Alan R, which, well, they are an entire league with their drivers to go and have a bit of fun. PWSR, one of the longest-standing championship winning teams here at Raceface.Pro with a legacy of note behind them. Mahayath Musa of Project Vapor. The Project Vapor team has been a dominant force over the last couple of years, and not to mention hybrid racing, and then the combo up of the Emile Frey Racing. You guys are the youngest team that is existing in this top 10, and you've taken 2 cars, put it right to the top, and trying to take the fight on.
Okay, first of all, Stephen, hi. How are you? I hope you're doing well. But listen, Stephen, before I start replying to any of what you just said, I am mad at you. I'm extremely upset with you. Reason being, chosen, it's late at night. You've chosen to put me up after Bertus on an interview. How can I match up to that, Stephen? How can we ever match up to a Bertus Hugo flipping interview? I mean, come on, man.
It's like racing. Step it up. How do you get first place? Get faster. That's it.
But no, seriously, thank you, Stephen, for having me here. I really appreciate it. Listen, before I reply to everything, it's some sort of book about F1. I think it might be Adrian Newey's book, but it's some sort of F1 book where it basically says legends are meant to be toppled and legacies are made to be destroyed. I mean, listen, for our guys, you said we're the youngest, and for our guys, I mean, it's a massive achievement. I think there's a lot of news still to break, especially tomorrow. We've got some news coming tomorrow already. But in terms of development, Stephen, it's been such a wonderful path. We brought on new drivers. We are bringing on new drivers. We've got a lot of very young guns who have a lot of potential. Really hardworking. all in all, I mean, being a team owner, I think, in where we are now, in sim racing and SSA, it's wonderful, honestly. And it's such an honor for us, obviously, with Werner or Joker as our ACC director. It is so flipping fun for us to be able to challenge the big guys. People like Eleanor, people like Project Vapor, people like Omnius. We get to stand next to them and say, you know what, you're not getting away, and we're gonna catch up. In terms of today's race, Bradley, Faria, and Joker, they've had a bit of a tough one. I don't think it's two incidents, but it's not their fault. I think they unfortunately put them a bit down the field, but mighty drives from all our drivers. They're genuinely just trying their best. This was an event we were really looking forward to. We were very, very fortunate to be in contact and receive a bit of a personal invite to the event from someone. I'm not at liberty to say who invited us, but no, we're very excited to be here, and it's been 7 hours of pure ecstasy. Our drivers have had a lot of fun. We've been making a lot of jokes. We've been singing a lot, not too much, but overall it's just been flipping fun.
It's a great sign for it, but I mean, taking a look at the race so far, the drivers that you got out there, Mordred Claessens, that usually goes and contends in races. You've got Werner Skuman, who's got a long history in the world of ACC, but you've also got Jean-Ray Detoy and Gerry van Zyl. These are drivers that are not too familiar, but we've seen a growth and an exponential growth within the drivers to try and get better. We've also seen Panacity venture out into different forms of not only sim racing as a competition, you guys have also gone into different competitions in other esports avenues as well, much like what Omnius Gaming has done over the course of their time. So you guys have expanded out of sim racing itself to try out different esports and try and develop things a little bit further. That's not an easy thing to do, and especially from your side to decide, okay, I'm going to create a team that's going to not only go racing, we're going to do CSGO, we're going to do Rocket League, we're going to do all type of stuff, and try and put this angry panda that's on the side of a car out everywhere for the world to see, and even on streamers to have this angry panda. I mean, when last has anyone seen an angry panda other than Mortal Kombat that's just come out?
So I do have to say a few things there, Stephen. I hope you don't mind if I expand a bit. First of all, I do have to say a big thanks to our streamers. I know you've seen some of them, and they've been repping the Pandacity name, and it's so flipping cool to see them. So actually, Stephen, ACC, you've got it the wrong way around. ACC is Pandacity's newest baby. So to give a bit of context, Pandacity started as basically a no-drama organization, is what I always call it. In terms of, for us, it's all about kind of having fun and having the passion. So it's all about bringing people on board who want to learn and who want to grow, and then we obviously give them the resources to grow. And what's been so wonderful, Steve, is we started in Rocket League, and we actually had a Rocket League team go to Comic-Con this week. They fell out top 8, unfortunately, but a brilliant game for our Titans. We have an Overwatch team that is going to ATK Arena in Cape Town next month. We have a free League of Legends team who are starting their own internal league next month as well. And then, last December, I met Mr. Joker, Mr. Werner, and with him we were able to sit and we created our ACC division. So, to give you a bit of history on kind of how the events unfolded, Stephen.
Well, I mean, for a lot of people that, well, like myself, just saw it as an advert popping up in the Discord and go, who on earth are this lot? Getting a little bit of a history of the different teams are getting into it. Now, as a team owner, the Midrand 570 is a definite race to be at. It's a staple event. And you guys have thrown all resources to try and do this, even getting a couple of your streamers to give in a little bit of support to the sim racers out there, and we got to see them where there's people that have no idea about sim racing, and now they are supporting, they're cheering on, they getting behind all the action, as we just see Jacques de Villiers getting past Daniel, the Hitman de Villiers. A little bit of rubbing and racing there, but de Villiers unfortunately just couldn't hang on to the Aston Martin, but he's going to try and come back at a rate of knots. But we saw a whole different world being opened up, and this has set the precedent of what esport teams are needing to develop. A cross-platform, cross-communication, and getting the bridge that's, well, you just the Dota team, or you just the racing team, suddenly to, we all under the same umbrella here. We're trying to get everyone to talk to one another, and there's very few esports teams in the world. I know of only two. You and the likes of Omnis Gaming. Oh, no, there was an extra one. There was the White Rabbit Gaming of past. They also had that.
They don't sim race anymore, hey? I don't think they sim race anymore.
They used to be quite a big team here, and quite a dominant force actually. But those are the only three teams that I really saw that did something like that. How is it changing the mentality shift for those that are in different avenues and different esports, that you're now trying to get them to communicate to one another, support one another, and eventually land up having one big team that forms like this community sort of love to one another, but at the same time still keeping the competition aspect there?
But yeah, first of all, I have to say, it's you create a bit of a family, don't you? And I think that's, Stephen, what you have as well with your team is, I think, across disciplines, whatever game it might be, I think you create a bit of a family, and that's what we've been so lucky with, at Pandacity, is, we have our wonderful, sponsors with SimK and Infiltrate, and they've kind of just given us the resources and be like, hey, take this and just, kind of grow it. And the thing is, you have, Stephen, we have streamers, that I bring on board. And that is Henry Platt. Sorry, Stationary. Sorry, Stephen, you're doing your job there. I probably shouldn't.
It's all fine, but he's lost it through Cheetah. And
that looks like Cheetah.
Yeah, so he's able to bring it back, and thankfully he's on the inside. Everyone else is going on the outside, so he's in the prime position to get himself going. But a bit of the hefty loss there, considering he's a solo driver, might I add, and is one of the very few solo drivers that we've gone and had during the race that have been racing for so far total hours of 7 hours and 15 minutes.
And can I just say, very well done to the solo drivers. It's amazing. And also, sorry, before I continue, Stephen, I just want to give another applause to Hansi. Driving with, I think it's a torn ligament, I think it is. Driving with a torn ligament.
2 torn ligaments in the shoulder.
How? Stephen, I would be crying in my bed, wrapped up with a bucket of popcorn. Hansi, I don't know how you do it, but seriously, all respect. Everyone loves Hansi, and I don't know how he finds the strength. He's obviously a better person than me.
I think it's a way to stay away from going and doing the dishes at night. Sorry, love, I've got to. I can't do the dishes. I've got to do the sim race. But your shoulder, no, I can't do the dishes. I've got to do the sim race. It's a brilliant excuse. Maybe we should try it sometime.
The doctor said the dishes will hurt my arm, but the sim racing won't.
You know,
sim racing goes first. What I was on the track I was on there, I went on stream the other day, and it's I'm not gonna say he or she because then everyone will know who it is. But said streamer basically said, "What do you mean racing cars?" And I had to explain to them that first of all, cars race in real life, which they love, they now absolutely love, and they adore. And then I had to explain that we do that in a sim, and it's such. You bring literal communities together, you kind of just absolutely smash communities together, and it is, honestly, it's a bit of fun, Stephen, introducing people to this, but it's also been so much fun. I don't know if you've ever played something like League of Legends. Our League of Legends manager the other day dared me to play it, I'm not touching it ever again. But it was such a bit of an eye-opening experience. And I think, that's hopefully what we can do with the sim racing community in South Africa is, opens people's eyes and kind of show people that, hey, this is a serious thing, this is a big thing, especially when you've got people like PokerBet, with that grand 250,000 that they sponsored last season.
It was an incredible one, and in terms of League of Legends, I think I played it. There's a character called Blitzcrank, Teemo, and Nautilus. I think those are the characters. Everyone loves Teemo. Everyone loves Teemo.
I think there's like over 200 characters, or agents, or whatever they call them. Yeah, no, I didn't bother learning the names. Okay, but Steven, I do have a question for you. Because you always ask questions, and I think I have to ask you a question. Ooh, a bit of a tight overtake there. Amez
getting Decabassa into Cheetah there. Not a comfy ride. Yes, sorry, you wanted to ask a question.
Okay, if you had to pick one driver, not a team, one driver for driver of the day, who initially would you give it to now?
Driver of the day.
You're not allowed to pick a team. You're not allowed to pick a bunch of drivers. One driver of the whole race so far.
Right. I'm going to pick a driver that, one, has had the most distractions throughout the day. So through 7 hours and 10 minutes has had the most distraction out of everyone. Not a single person on the grid has had the most distraction, and has been consistent in times, averaging 1:42.6 has been the average time. He's also a driver that has gained from the start of his race to where he is now, has gained 9 positions. And that
Which is amazing.
That driver is Daniel de Villiers. For many people that don't know, and Xavier, you wouldn't have known this, I only muted Daniel de Villiers. Daniel de Villiers did not want me to deafen him. So for 7 hours, he's had me commentating on everyone else's race and go and talk about every accident in real time that is nowhere around him at the loudest I can go at full ball, while he has been 0.5 to 0.3 of a second. So every time we saw him in a close battle and I said I will not get on the microphone with him, he could hear exactly everything I said. And only at the end, where he started flashing his lights, where he was getting cocky, was when he landed up with a problem. This man has put up with me for over 7 hours at full commentary. That would be my driver of the day.
You know what? I can see why you've chosen it, and I honestly I can see the logic behind it. Because if I was yelling, well, not yelling, but if I was commentating in someone's ears, I think they would have already chopped my head off. especially for 7.5 hours. So I biggest respect to Daniel. I have to say, I think I agree with you. For him to be sitting P5 as a solo, what a drive. That said, obviously, I'm not gonna say anything against my Pandacity guys. They're there for me a very tight tie. Let's say that much. And Ruan getting post back markers, or are we overtaking? Not quite sure. Let's have a look.
No, he's just exited the pits.
Oh, he just exited the pits.
Yeah, and Paul Fenter, who is actually ahead of him, he's lying in 6th place, trying to carve his way back up through the field. So Ruan is trying to actually catch up to Niall Swartz ahead of him. So he's trying to catch up to his teammates at the moment. But that would be my driver of the day, and that will be that. But Xavier, honestly, it's fantastic to chat to you, and we can go on and on and on about everything that goes on in the world of racing and esports and all the discussions about it. And it's going to be an honor to one day meet you in person instead of just over voice. But I've got to say for everyone out there that wants to get in touch with you, where can they get in touch with Pandassi? Because you guys are also getting behind an F1 league as well. You've gone and stretched out to that. You've now going and having your different esports that guys can go out and support. So where can people from outside get in touch with you and keep an eye out on everything?
Well, first have to say we are very honored on the F1 side, Stephen. For that, you can go on the Raceface Discord, you can go to the Pandassi Esports, and you'll actually see a link to a league known as SFL. We are very fortunate to have Raceface say, go green light. You guys can advertise that. So if you're looking to get into the F1 games, alongside your ACC at Raceface, you can go there. In terms of Pandassi Esports, either they can send you a message, or you can go to Pandassi Esports on Twitter, or you can just go to the Pandassi Esports channel in Raceface, and you can find our link there. Not too complicated, but for anything outside of ACC, we'd love to help. And you too, Stephen, if you're ever interested in Mortal Kombat or something, we'll make space for you.
I'm not too good at any of the other stuff. I think if it was a chocolate eating competition, you're on. I've got it, and if you're going for Pringles, I've got 2 stacks of Pringles here. So take that.
You know what? I'll make a league. I'll make a Pringle eating South African league for you.
There we go. Salt and vinegar, and original. Any other ones are bad flavors. But absolutely fantastic to have a chat to you, Xavier. Go and support the team in the last 2 hours of the race for the Midrand 570. And the race is on. And I've got a question. Will it be the number 99 or will it be the 75 that will get the win? You got 2 teams. You got a race. And, well, there's only one that can stand on top. So, all I can say is tell those boys to go racing.
You know what? I'm going to say it's going to be the number 143.
Okay.
I can't tell you why, but either now or in an hour's time, listen, I'm just saying, that 143 has got some power under it. Okay, nothing gets for 75 and nothing gets for 99, but, you know, my eggs have to be in a basket, and then I'm going to have to put it out to the 143.
So, there we go. Xavier Undal of Pandassi Esports. Thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to chatting to you later on.
Thank you, Stephen.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, let's get to the racing because we're into the final 2 hours. We've got to have a chat to everyone. It's always fantastic. But let's go through the running order. Let's get an idea who's there, who's what, as we see Thunderbolt on the 99. We just spoke about you, and you get a drive-through penalty. Why? Why? It's always the commentator's curse. But let's talk about what's happening out here. We got the Emily Frey Racing, Tariq Adam, Christian Fenter, and Luke Addison out in first place. They're getting chased down by the combo of Dino Kier and Daniel Rowe lying in second place for Hybrid Racing. Tianis Buerta of Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro going and having a bit of fun with Bago Krobler. They managed to claw their way up, and Sean Fears being in that is the very same car, going and making their way up through the order. Then you got Mahath Musa and Andre Soradio of Project Vapor lying in fourth, and followed down in fifth place. Daniel De Villiers, a solo driver, trying to keep ahead of Paul Fenter, who is now making up a bit of time for the LNL Banana Express. He's been going and having a bit of fun. We did see some great racing with this Aston Martin a little bit earlier. And, Paul going into the dirt, nearly into the wall. Come on, Paul, keep it out of the dirt. It's dusty now. Now you got to go clean it. Get your Mr. Bin and get your rag. That's it. I'm gonna send that chap a rag and a Mr. Min. He's gonna know exactly what that is, and he's gonna have it on his shenanigans show. That is for certain. Bernard Barkhazen of the Thomas Gaming KSR team. Shout out to these two. Bernard Barkhazen and Brandon Kruger. They actually put a thing going and saying they're not gonna give up. They're gonna keep going. They're gonna push as hard as they can to get it to the end. They had a disconnect. They were running second with a chance of getting first. The disconnect took them out of that, but they are still pushing as hard as they can in the top 10. They are giving it everything for the Ominous Gaming and KSR team. And we've had those disconnects where guys just gave up the ghost. Gave up the ghost. These have not. These two have not, and I take my hats off to them. So keep pushing, guys. You're going to go after it. Jason Farmer Griffin Sim Racing going and leading out. Now, they got their own little challenge, trying to keep ahead of the Sarko Racing that's trying to chase him down. The sister car that is looking to get ahead of him. Then our 9th place car, this is the OG Redemption team, Loic Randabel, Michael Donaldson, and Johan all going and being a part of this. Remember, this is their redemption arc. The reason why they got this livery and the whole style is because they failed to finish the Sarko 9 hour. So this is their redemption arc through it all. They are currently in the top 10, which Loic Randabel himself on air said it is not possible. It's not statistically possible. Well, guess what? You are now lying in 9th position. And Chris Wall, currently running in 10th place, is making his way through for the LNR Flick Foy as he launches his way to the top and getting himself towards the top of the order. Jared Pretorius currently in for Sarko Racing. Then we have got Niall Swartz of the Pandassi Infiltrate being chased down by Ruan van der Walt. Werner Skuman now jumped behind the wheel of the Pandassi Infiltrate Huck and Stake, but along with Vessel Wooder going and racing for the Kramadoulas Sim Racing. Chantal Henson, who has been on an absolute charge. I've got to give it up to Chantal and the entire Venomworks team. We haven't spoken about them too often, but they have been consistent in their pace with this car. 8 pit stops in. It looks like it's going to be a proper run for them. Henry Plutt, one of the solo drivers for the Omnis Gaming Nitro. And if we remember back to what Tristan Herbst was busy saying, it was well, there's no one else to go with you. You need to race in this race. Sorry, bud, you're going to be by yourself. And what did Henry say? Well, guess I got to have some coffees. That was his answer, and he stuck it with it. Absolutely great stuff. Then we've got Alex Almez of the E1 Sim Sport, and the whole E1 Sim Sport have done a phenomenal job in their drive. I'm a little bit depressed I couldn't get their livery working, but honestly, I take my hats off to them, and a massive shout out, a South African shout out to them for all the hard work that they've been doing. Reginald Mutaleni of Noob Nation, one of our solo drivers, doing an absolutely bang-up job out there. He has been powering on and also streaming at the same time, might I add. So he's been properly going through it all. Tini and Kube of Ford Performance, he's going and having a bit of fun, and the whole team really been pushing as hard as they can. BG Smith from Team Up Garage, looking to get to the line. They want to get into that top 20 as fast as they can, and driving one of the cars that a lot of people second thoughts of even getting in close to. Lawrence Barnos of Team Kerigma Racing launching their way through. Interesting enough, they are teamed up with a sister car, Altman Buerta, that's in the McLaren, changing way from blue to green. So, well, maybe there's a bit of story to having a bit of a green there. We've got the Green Mamba Fever, we've got the Bleed Green, and now we've got, well, even Team Kerigma Racing going green from the original blue. Then we've got Andre Lipsy of Griffin Sim Racing. He's in the pits. Ryan Barrington Smith and the Logistical Nightmare Racing team. Now, this team has gone through the works. They had some of the fastest drivers. They still hold the fastest lap time of the race that was actually set by Zaya Issa, doing a 140 around the track, managing just to beat out Tariq Adam and Luke Addison to steal that away from the rest. So they are on an absolute charge out there. Terence Ferreira running for the Player One Racing. Johnny Ferreira and Terence Ferreira have been sharing that car. Etienne Mouton of Griffin Sim Racing team is on a great charge. Ludwig Zetzman, phenomenal charge for the Zetzman, and he's been a solo drive throughout the race. And I've got to say, it's been great. We usually see the Zetzman brothers together, but Ludwig has been a solo drive throughout it all. Willie Zetzman has been out there in the grandstands cheering on start to finish. He has not backed down from it. It's been incredible, and honestly, one of the families that in motorsport you always talk about, the long legacy families. Well, the Zetzmans are definitely the long legacy families there. So Ludwig Zetzman and Willie Zetzman, well done to you guys. Keep up the hard work. Keep up for the remaining hour and 58 minutes. Then we got Daniel Frost for the Ford Performance, lying in 29th position. They still out on a charge. Hansi Myberg, solo driver, 2 torn ligaments in his right shoulder, who's been taking it easy. We got to have an interview with him as well, and we got to see him out on the track, so he's been really on the hard pass here. He's been the admin, he's been everything, and he's been under the influence of medication just to try and keep him going. He wants to see this race through. and will see it through to the end. Absolutely incredible stuff. We've had quite a few. Dude, Billy saying Christian Zetzman had a drive a session. Okay, so Christian was in the car. Okay, so the two brothers did. So hats off. I do want to put it into both Ludwig and to Willy. Ludwig and Christian, well done to you guys then. It's always great to see the family in there. Now, I was wondering if Christian was in for a round or two. And, Fridge getting himself a drive-through penalty. Got off the button a little bit too early. We're just talking about the team, Fridge. And, man, oh man, scoring that drive-through. Chantel is just face-palming right now, so, yeah, thanks, Fridge. The Venomworks Racing Vipers doing a great job out there. But absolutely huge amount of racing towards the end. Everyone just counting down the clock now. An hour and 56 minutes to go. And our leaders at the top of the pack. 264 laps into this race. Pushing it as hard as they can. Dean Nokia, who has jumped in. He is now trying to push it down to the end. 1 hour and 56 minutes. I do foresee one more pit stop coming in for the drivers. They will do a last splash and dash. If it's going to be a tire change, though, I don't think we're going to see a tire change happening during that splash and dash. They're going to try and take it into the remaining parts of the hour, get into the pits, get the cars done, and head back out as we get closer and closer to the end of this Midrand 570. And folks, it has been a wild one. This has been the 2024 edition of the Midrand 570. And the drivers have been really stepping up. Bernard Barkhuizen touching the dirt a little bit. He's not going to be too happy about that. Bringing it back on the drive. Reginald Mutaleni, 1.6 seconds behind Fridge Vendeli. So he is now doing everything he can to catch up to that purple and white Mustang ahead of him. But he's also getting pressure from behind from the LNR team. They're looking to make short work of him. Ryan Barrington-Smith will be saying, come on, go, go, go. I need to get past you and try and catch a racer. I want to gain a little bit of time. Fridge into the pits. So Original Mutaleni now 32 seconds behind. Alex will be trying to continue on his drive. So already pit stops are coming in. Chris Wall into the pits. And, Chris Wall for the Flukfoy team going and landing up, missing the pit box. Oh boy. Oh boy. And Fridge getting an even worse one. Sped into the pits. Stop go 30-second penalty for the Venomworks driver. And man, just from bad to worse to absolute devastation at this point. It is an absolute difficult time. Okay, and Billy saying from 8 o'clock till 11. So I do apologize. Billy missed out on that one. I might have gone over it, but I do apologize for missing out. And apologies to Christian Zetzman. Still phenomenal driving on his part, racing with his brother. But, man, Fridge. It seems like when you get a drive-through penalty, you tend to always land up with a stop-go 30-second penalty. That frustration bubbles over to an absolute devastation point. And it does lead you into a bit of a tough time. But we're going to have a chat to a couple of drivers. We're going to have a chat to a couple of people. We're going to bring in first Michael Donaldson. And then we're actually going to jump down and have a chat to Cameron Bastos and Daniel De Villiers, who've been keeping each other awake during the course of the show. But let's bring in Michael Donaldson of OG Retribution. Michael Donaldson, welcome to the commentary box. And, well, first things first, your very own teammate said, we're not going to get a top 10. It's just not going to happen. And yet he's driving in 9th.
Chasing down 8th.
So, is this a bit of I told you so coming in, maybe?
Oh no, most definitely. I've been giving Loic a lot of crap.
Absolutely. I mean, you want to live on air say, hey, look, we're not going to get it. you best make sure that you weren't going to get it. But, I mean, the racing thus far, we're into the final hour and 53 minutes of the race for the Midrand 570. He's flashing his lights just to, let him know that he is listening. So he is saying, how's it from the car. Stop listening to the radio. You mean to be driving.
He's really trying to prove his point about us not getting the top 10, Because, I mean, so far in this stint, he's gone off a cheater. He's had a bit of a spin. I mean, we were about 5 seconds away from Jason Farm at some point.
Okay, well, I mean...
Yeah.
he's got a. There's always that little bit of a difficult game, but the race thus far. I mean, we're getting to the end of it. It's the final push to get to the end. What's going through your guys' mind? What's happening with the team? What's the thought process?
Well, just trying our absolute best to not have mistakes and to not get any drive-throughs.
Okay, so
no penalties, no mistakes.
Flashing your lights mid-corner through cheetah is not the brightest idea.
No, but that's just Loic. Granted, I'm going to give him one hell of a chew out after this if he doesn't quit it.
Well, I mean, he's weaving left and right now. It just takes one moment that the tires lose grip. And I mean, the track itself is starting to get a bit cooler. And 15 degrees, you know what happens. I mean, Michael, you've been in races where a little bit of, oh, well, I can go and take a breath here to have a bit of fun. And it landed up putting a wheel on the dirt. I mean, let's go back to one of your championship races where you thought to give your friend a little bit of room and you landed up smack into the wall, losing all your points.
Yep, I remember that.
So, you know, there's always those difficult times, but how's the motivation, the team now getting into that final little bit? I mean, there was a slump phase. When everyone saw 4 hours, it was like, oh no, please, there's no, come on. Now it's the realization that's going to end. The 2024 Midrand 570 is about to come to a close in an hour and 51 minutes. Accomplishment where you guys have come from the back of the grid into the top 10 at the moment and really pushing your way through. How's the motivation in the team? Are you guys awake? Are you excited? Is adrenaline pumping? Is it kind of just dragging on and you want to get the whole race done? And who's going to be next? Because surely you've got one more pit stop.
Yeah, we've got one more. Johan's getting ready to pop in the last one. And yeah, we're really hoping to push towards that 8th place. This stint is got to be a good one.
No, it's got to be absolutely critical. 13 seconds behind Jason Farmer at the moment.
Yeah, it's one hell of a push, and like at the moment we've probably got more Red Bull or Monster running through our blood than actual blood. So it's like we're all getting to a stage where we're all a bit tired, but we've got a couple guys in the Discord channel with us, and we're all just having a big chat, you know, having a few laughs, keeping ourselves awake and keeping ourselves motivated.
Well, it's always great to have that bit of a chat and have the friends going and being around you. I know that a lot of the ACC community and those in different playing different games or trying out different sims, giving that motivation to sit in. So this is a direct call out to those sitting in the Discord for the Loic Randall, the OG Retribution Cop. For you guys that are sitting in those Discord, direct call out to you. Keep up the hard work, keep these guys motivated and see them to the end. Let's see if they can get that top 10. And it's a direct call out. So well done. Keep it up. And I'll look forward to seeing this car finally getting that top 10 that you guys narrowly missed out previously at Sarko. But you're going to make it count on the big one, the Midrand 570.
Yeah, well, at Sarko, we ended up coming back because we were in P4 when we disconnected. We then ended up reconnecting 2 laps down, and then we fought back to finish in P8.
Okay, well, so it's gonna make it work here.
Yeah, and I mean the previous endurance we finished at P9, so every time we're just trying to do better and better and better until eventually that win hopefully comes through.
Absolutely. Well, I wish to give you a good luck, but if there's anything you would like to say to all our amazing petrol heads out there that are watching the live stream, that are cheering you guys on, and also our amazing partners that are keeping a very close eye on the action, anything you would like to say in closing, Michael Donaldson, before I let you go to go and rejoin your team for the last hour and 48 minutes?
Oh, well, anyone that stuck around and kept watching, I mean, we all really appreciate your efforts. You know, it's getting late, it's really approaching midnight, and we still got another hour and 47 minutes left of this, and you guys have just been powering it through with us. And to all the sponsors and everything, thank you for making this whole thing possible. bring everyone together for a massive race. And I really hope they see our potential and we can do things like this more often.
Well, that's it. The aim is to keep going forward and never look back. Well, absolutely incredible stuff. Michael Donaldson, thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the race. Hopefully that 8th place is on the cards. 14 seconds though, 15. All right, you're losing a bit of time there. Best you go and have a chat to him.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I've got to go and give Lyric his turn talking to you now.
Michael Donaldson, the OG Retribution team. Well, that being said, let's go down to another team, which was a unique build-up, and it was by chance, actually. We're going to drop down to the commentary Pro-Am. Well, actually, no, we're going to bring them up. So let's bring up Daniel de Villiers, and let's bring up Cameron Abastos, because now I'm going to ruin the entire conversation.
We're just talking about getting to Jinx.
There we go.
Hydration.
Hydration, yes. It just happens to go on with a few things. Oh, man! Daniel, you know there's a corner somewhere there.
Yeah, there's no tires left as well.
Okay, right, so that's definitely it. For many people that don't know, earlier on, Cameron Bastos came in to have a chat. He was just trying to keep me a bit of company in the commentary. And prior to Cameron, we had a Daniel de Villiers say, hey, listen, I want to be in the commentary and be that on-track chat that you get to have a little bit of feedback to and get to ask. One thing that he asked me at the beginning of the year to do, this has been Daniel's want to do for a while. We were meant to do it for an endurance race. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And this finally got to be it, the big one, the Midrand 570. Daniel, how are you feeling? Solo drive, first to the solos, lying in 5th at the moment, 24 seconds behind Mahayath Musa. And there's a Mustang that's going all over the show there and managing to avoid that one. But how are you feeling, and what is the track looking like at the moment for the 1 hour and 45 minutes remaining of this race?
Well, Stephen, I am very fatigued. My legs are sore, my knees are sore, my neck is sore, and I'm very thirsty, so I haven't had much to drink, actually. The last thing I drank something was 4 hours in the race.
Okay, why didn't you have a bottle of water next to you?
I was hoping my wife would have helped me that, but she went to bed.
Okay, right, so you made your own problem there.
Yeah, but yeah, track conditions. Track is very cold and cool. It's still got a lot of grip. I can still manage good times if I had fresher tires. But yeah, I did a personal best of 41.6. I know it's not fast compared to the others, but for me, it's going on for this race.
Well, the thing is, you got that time on the board. You pushing that a little bit harder. You're into the top 5. I mean, that is no easy feat, but you do have a car chasing you down. 38 seconds behind Paul Fenter, Alanar coming to retake the fight to you, and working out your fueling. You're going to have to do a splash and dash. You just said your tires are on the way, so that means you're going to be replacing your tires. This is a little bit of a difficult situation that you find yourself in at the moment. I mean, Cameron, earlier in the day, you had a similar problem like this around the Mans, where tires went, fuel's going, cars catching up.
Yeah, well, luckily in my scenario was not luckily actually, just more of bad luck in my scenario. Too light on fuel, and the car decided to go skippity over at we refer to it as Fuddy Duddy in the team, but it's Indianapolis corner for most people that know the Mars circuit. But yeah, I know, having fuel in the car and with tires dropping off, especially in the dark, does make it a bit more of a challenging situation there. You know the car wants to go faster. You know that you have the pace, especially with the temperatures. Especially if it's a bit of a cooler temperature, it just happens that sometimes the car does not always want to go there. The tires just say, "Okay, I'm on the limit. I can't go anymore," and it just decides to give in. And yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. But Daniel, so far from what I've been able to see from the telemetry that I'm able to view, he's been doing a good job. he's pushing, but he's also not pushing himself to the limit where things will suddenly just give up. Yeah, you make mistakes, you might miss a few corners here and there, but that's what we call the clouding of the mind, when especially when doing a solo, having not had the luxury of taking in fluids and being able to hand the car over to somebody else.
Difficult times indeed, but still keep up the amazing work. And well, you guys are in there. I know Daniel's into the last stages of trying to push the car a little bit harder, so I'm going to move you guys back to your own private side to focus on your race. I know that it's a bit difficult into it. Daniel, we'll have a chat to you after the race. Well, when you get a bit of sleep, but you guys do what you need to do. Pit wall is available to you guys to go and enjoy, keep an eye out, and have a bit of fun. So very, very interesting times there. We're going and putting Cameron as we take a look on board with De Villiers. You can see it's rather dark, but if we move up to our first place, Tariq Adam, who's just throwing the car in through Sunset and now charging his way through. He's onto the anchors, chucking the car around. You can see Daniel De Villiers just ahead of him. He's chasing down. Tariq Adam has been on an outright charge to really put a staple. A long time since he's been in the Raceface stable and getting to race here, and he's going to prove a bit of a show for the entire Emil Frey racing team to really put on a dominating act as they trying to keep ahead of Dean Nokia, who's running out in second place at the moment for the hybrid racing. There's still going to be one pit stop left for the drivers to work out here. Everyone has opened up a good bit of spacing to one another. There's no real close battles on track at the moment. Everyone just trying to see their laps through, trying to count down those times and really keep up the hard work. Fridge Finale now making his way around. He's had a bit of a rough start to his stint, but it's still going to be pushing his way to the end. He's right onto the back of the likes of Miller. Daniel Hitman De Villiers diving to the inside line, going to be slowing up a little bit, allow Tariq Adam through, instantly moves himself back to continue on the fight. The 777 pulling into the pits, Ryan Barrington-Smith looking a little bit broken out there, and he is just limping that 777 down to the line, not having any easy time for their running order. It's been a challenge for the LNR team. For the 777 car, and let's actually go take a look at the yellow flag that started it all. So he was catching up onto the back of the OG car. That is Loic Randabel that's behind the wheel. Closed right up onto him, dropped a wheel on the dirt, and spiked it in the wall. Narrowly missed by one of the other cars, but Ryan Barrington-Smith having to get that car into the pits after an absolutely monumental shunt. He's had Bernard Barkhuizen into the pits as well. He's trying to get himself sorted out, and they will be doing, I would say, their final pit stop to try and usurp the likes of Paul Fenter at the moment. It's going to be a difficult time. They are a lap down at the moment from Paul Fenter, so they're going to have to really try and get that lap to work. And I wonder if he's going to be handing over the car to Brandon Kruger, or if he's going to just keep it going down to the LRT and Mahith Musa. Running in fourth place for the Project Vapor team. They've been on an absolute charge throughout the race, keeping a consistent effort in the car and really showing off what they can do as they keep a dominant effort. So a bit of an interesting situation has gone on, and drivers now just trying to push themselves forward. We got Rob van der Heever from Griffin Sim Racing. Spoke about him a little bit earlier. Raced at Red Star Raceway, bitterly cold. But one thing, as he gets sideways through Sunset, what a lot of people don't actually know what happened to Rob van der Heever, and I'm gonna take the cat out of the bag here. So Rob, forgive me for it, as we do see a McLaren. That is Altman Buerta turned the wrong way around. But Rob, forgive me for dropping the cat out of the bag here. So for many people that don't know, Rob van der Heever actually races a legend, a NX legend. So it's this little stocky, short wheelbase motorbike motor, saloon-looking car. Anyone look for it, NX Legends. Beautiful, beautiful category. All the same stuff. Very competitive, very close, and actually affordable racing as well. But Rob van der Heever did one thing I thought I would never hear would happen. So he actually lost control of the car, clipped the dirt, and then clipped a second car, which sent the car flying. And when I mean flying, all four wheels were off the ground with a gentleman that is about 90 odd kilograms in this vehicle, has launched itself into the air. All four wheels off the ground, and it's now flying. He lands up with it doing a little bit of a barrel roll in the air and comes straight down onto a suspension. Somehow it did not land up side, roof, door. It did not scrunch itself to pieces. It literally jumped in the air, barrel rolled, and landed on all four tires. How someone managed to do that is beyond me, but it was one of the most majestic things to go and hear that this gentleman gets to do it. I mean, this is a gentleman that has to literally bow down to get through a doorway. He is extremely tall. He's extremely heavy in terms of just he's pure muscle out there. Managed to launch this. Now, he does look like he's sitting in a Tinker Toy car. And bear in mind, these cars are able to go well over 200 k's an hour at a moment. So they are seriously quick pieces of machinery. But he managed to launch it, barrel roll, and land straight down. Squashed the suspension on the way down because it all took that heavy impact. But he was able to race on Saturday. So he barrel rolled it in the air on Friday, but raced on Saturday to go and duke it out with a couple of competitors and really push them to the limit. So that's Rob van der Heever for anyone that doesn't know. And for anyone that wants to go and take a look at racing, go and take a look at the SAES. He actually races in the backdraft racing and has a lot of fun in the backdraft racing cars. He will be out in November, end of the month of November, in the 4 hours of Kyalami and 9 hours of Kyalami, November 29th and 30th. So a bit of support there for our fellow sim racers that go and do some real world racing as well. Much like Dylan Hall. Dylan Hall's also one of those case in points. He actually races in the F400s. I touched on to it a while ago. It's done really, really well with the F400s and has gotten quite a variety of different sim racers to join him in the escapade with the F400s and really show what they can do. F400 go-karts are full-stroke go-karts, not like the ones that you go and rent like at a shop. No, these ones are actually proper quick and are serious bits of machinery out there. And he took on the mantle of wanting to do it, being the first generation race driver. His son, Dylan Hall's son, actually also races, started in the F200s not so long ago and has done really well with it. So it's been a father-son duo and having a first and second generation driving as well. So that's just a bit of what's going on. Ryan Barrington-Smith also done a bit of karting, sent me quite a few interesting videos, one of them actually being with him down at Dube, and has done really well with that. And after winning a little bit of prize money in the pocket to forward into going and getting a new engine and everything to become more competitive heading into next year, he's been quite excited from sim racing's given the opportunity to him to go and actually go racing. Tariq Adam also comes in from a real racing background, started as a sim racer, got the opportunity to race a Toyota GR, and he had a bit of contact there. That is against one of the Mustangs. He turned in, second-guessed it, turned in again, second-guessed it, and he was able to keep it all going. That would have been a devastating run for him. But Tariq Adam still able to go out there and still pushing it as high as he can. But has had an opportunity. He's raced in the Toyota GRs. He's raced around quite a variety of circuits all over South Africa. Done a great job out there and started out just as a sim racer. No racing background ever so much. Lawrence Bodenhurst, unfortunately, started out as a farmer now, and as you can see, he started out his farm just at the top of Mineshaft, going and cutting some of the mealies down already, and getting the plows or getting the crops all done. So Lawrence Bodenhurst, thank you very much. The grass was a little bit, don't worry about it, it's all good. You don't have to take the Porsche and go and get rid of the fields there, but you know what? Got to give it up for the Team Kerygma Racing. For anyone that doesn't know Team Kerygma Racing, it's been a long-standing team within Raceface.Pro and many other leagues. They have been quite a dominant force for many times. They've been in Pro-Am over the course of the endurance season, and they were in blue and silver for many people for many times. Blue and silver was their colors, and they made sure to stay consistent, stay true to themselves in the racing. Very quick in Pro-Am, but just missing out on that Pro every so often, just not able to hit that top spot. But Team Kerygma Racing has pushed. Altman Buerta and Lawrence Badenhorst and many of the other team have just constantly pushed their limits and really stepped it up. And Team Kerygma Racing has become one of those staple names in the world of sim racing. If you want to go and take a look at our Pro-Ams. Ellis Buckley. I can't tell much about Ellis Buckley. The E1 Sim Sport whole team has been a international team that came over and racing with us. Absolutely incredible to have them and going and showing off what they can do. Out from the UK, been putting on a tremendous fight. He has not competed against majority of this field. The entire team has not competed against majority of this field. So it's been a learning curve of getting to understand your competitors in a race, not even in a practice. In a race, you're getting to learn your competitors, what they can do, what they can't do, where you can push the limits, how fast can you go. And now they're taking on Reginald Muteleni, a local streamer here in South Africa that has constantly... I have to say, Reginald has been one of those sim racing streamers that I take my hat off to. I really do. So in the world of streaming, consistency is key. You know, there's different choices saying consistency is key. Others saying you don't have to be consistent. Others say that you do. Reginald Muteleni has lived, breathed, and will die sim racing straight out the bat. I can tell you that hands down. He's participated in nearly every race possible, racing in a variety of leagues all over South Africa. He has done Monday Night Racing. He's tried out different sims from iRacing to Acera Corsa Competizione, LMU, Le Mans Ultimate, just everything. He has properly done it all, and consistently his channel, you'll know if you go on 8 o'clock Monday, he is up there racing. You'll tune into it straight away. You'll see some of the racing. He does come up with some very interesting words when he does lose his temper, which is always fun to go and take a look at. But if you go and pull up his streams right now, and you can actually go and take a look at him, much like many of our amazing content creators that are currently racing out on track, that you can go and watch and see it. I mean, Paul Fenter is busy streaming in their perspective for LNR. You got Reginald Muteleni from his perspective. You have got Michael Donaldson from his perspective out on Twitch. You've got a variety of amazing content creators that... Oh, bit of contact. As Buckley understeered into the side of the McLaren. Reginald not giving a bit of an inch there. Able to get going, not too much damage, but that has dropped him down the order. And Reginald Muteleni pulls into the pit, so he is now getting some work done on his car. But yeah, I do take my hat off to our amazing content creators here in sim racing, because day in, day out, Werner Skuman being one of them as well, you can go and look at their channels. You can go and find races. And yes, we do have the amazing opportunity to broadcast our races and being a part of it, but I will firmly say what our content creators are able to do out here and go and put on a show for you guys that are on par with some of the best streamers in the world. They're able to go and deliver content, funny, engaging, and constantly going, something that I don't think I would be able to do. Straight out, I'm a commentator. I can talk about the race and what I see in front of me, and what I'm seeing in front of me is the likes of Swartz going and getting ahead, trying to make his way around in the Mustang, trying to battle his way through. Werner Skuman closing up the gap to the likes of Fridge at the moment, who's trying to make his way around, doing everything he can. Fridge Van Daly has gained a little bit of position over Reginald Muteleni. That's what I can do. But to talk to you guys, while racing is definitely taking a different skill. So hands up to all our content creators out there, and please go take a look in our Discord. Go and show them a bit of love. go and give them a like, go and give them a subscribe, go and give them a follow. Doesn't hurt, costs you nothing, but it helps them out in the algorithms. And right here on YouTube, even on Twitch, Facebook, all of it, go and take a look at them. But we also have to take a big shout out to our sponsors, FlickFloy, going and being a part of it, and PokerBet, Red Star Raceway, and Drift Academy, Scallywags Drift Academy being a part of it, and also Extreme Car Services. Just, yeah, shout out to them. Go and take a look at them. Amazing, amazing stuff out there. And it can really lead you up to a really good path. If you want to go absolutely insane and go and throw a car around, Scallywags there. If you want to go racing, or you want to learn how to ride a motorbike, Red Star. If you want a good service, you go to Extreme. If you in the dating game, you're feeling a bit alone, you want a little bit of love in your life, Flick4's got you sorted out there as well. But also, take a look at the different leagues. We've got Logistical Nightmare Racing that's pairing up with the likes of Raceface to put this up and going. And there's plenty of racing. As you heard, that on Tuesdays and weekends, we have got it for Logistical Nightmare Racing. There's consoles, and there is the world of ACC as well that you guys get to have a bit of fun. There's a lot of others in the pipeline, and here at Raceface.Pro, we've got ACC and we've got iRacing as well, for those that want to try out something new, try out and having a bit of fun, or going and engaging in different subs. We've spoken to a variety of leaders within the communities and drivers going and giving us their inputs and what's been going on and how they've been really stepping up the bar, how they're moving forward, how they've been moving the needle within sim racing, and also going to chat to the drivers as they move their way through. So definitely go take a look at all of it, and also take a look at PokerBet, as they will be giving away quite a bit of cash prizes by going and clicking on our link and being a part of its amazing competitions that you can win so much. But let's talk about the racing at hand, because we got Dylan Hall, who has got a bit of a problem from a Werner Skuman. Werner Skuman in the Mustang GT3, chasing down Dylan Hall, who has been out of the seat for the last couple of days. Work has been rather busy. He's lost out a bit of time. They're lying in 13th position. They are trying to close down on Jason Farmer, running in 8th position. And now Werner Skuman is here to play, and Werner Skuman in the Mustang is going to look for a giant send. Tried to look for the inside line, couldn't do it. Now Werner Skuman has raced against Dylan Hall in the past. He knows all the tricks of the trade. What is Dylan going to do to try and really elevate the level, try and push his way forward? Well, we're about to see it all as Dylan Hall trying to break away from Werner Skuman as closed up onto him. The Mustang going and barreling down as the two stallions are going through. You've got the Mustang and you've got the prancing horse ahead of the Ferrari. The elegance and the brute force going at each other. The Italian love and, well, the royal send from America. And the screaming bald eagle on the way through. And, well, Dylan Hall tried battling it out. He's side by side, but Werner Skuman made it absolutely known that he ain't going to back down from a fight. And we spoke about that angry panda. Well, Werner Skuman is the angry panda. That is for certain. Now, for anyone that hasn't seen Werner Skuman lose his temper before, he's literally that angry panda. He can be cute and fluffy, but he can be that angry panda. Dylan Hall losing out position now will stay on the back of him, 0.5 of a second. This does help them though. The two of them can pull themselves along to get closer to this car, the Illinois FlickFloy. And this is Stuart Parsons going and making around. One thing we got to talk about this team is this is Eleanor, but we do have the owner of FlickFloy going and racing in the team as well, getting to have his personal experience on it and getting to race on track. Now they have been through a bit of a tough time up and down through the grid. They've had some nightmare contacts that dropped them further down the order, but they have managed to claw their way back up into 12th position, and honestly been a great time. We've actually had a little bit of the FlickFloy staff going and cheering on and saying go, go, go as they see it all happening in front of them, which is absolutely tremendous stuff from our drivers, really pushing through, trying to get it down to the end as we enter the last hour and 23 minutes of this race. The Midrand 570, folks, is for 2024 getting closer and closer to the end. Drivers are waiting through. It is 12 past 9 in the sim. It's cold, it's dark, it is just turning into a difficult race. But here in South Africa, where majority of these drivers lie, it is now the next morning. Good morning, world from South Africa. It's 14 minutes past 12 on the 29th. I mean, we're into the morning, folks. These drivers have still got a long way to go before they see the end of this race. 1 hour and 22 minutes racing to go. So by the time we get to about 2 o'clock, these drivers will be on their way to bed. So 2 o'clock will be the sign-off time for a lot of these drivers. And I won't lie, it will actually be the sign-off time for me, because I don't think we're going to get any interviews done. I think everyone's going to be feeling the same. But what we will do is we'll try and get a chat with our top drivers. We'll try and get a little bit of an interview, have a post-race interview with our winners, just to congratulate them, because this has been a long race, and a lot of our competitors are very worn out. I know a good couple of these competitors are actually going back to Comic-Con, which the gates open at 9 o'clock, but half of these guys pitch up at 6. Why? I don't know. Don't ask me, they just do it. But you gotta love them for it. Commitment to it. This has been a weekend and a half for our drivers that have really stuck it through on a Saturday, deciding that they are going to start the race. They had a restart, and now they are sticking it out till the very end. 30 cars out on track, 29 still circulating. Kansi Myberg is the only car not to get back in behind the wheel, and that is, for all intents and purposes, 2 torn ligaments in his shoulder is stopping him. Been a dominant force, so has to go to the Emil Frey Racing. Tariq Adam, Christian Venter, and Luke Addison. Say what you will about them, but a dominating force, running consistent. Last lap was a 140.8 as they came across the line, and that is absolutely blistering in the dark. In the cold, they're managing to put in those absolutely super lap times to ensure that they can get themselves to the end. Dino Kia running in second place for the hybrid racing. They're trying to push through at the moment. They're running 141.8. Miles Musa 142.4. Tiana Sporto 142.6. Paul Fenter actually was a little bit quicker than them. He's lying in fifth with a 142.0 on his last lap. So he's trying to get a little bit of time back in here. But there is some racing out and about, and it's going to come down to the final stages, because this is turning into it. This is turning into that last-ditch effort. Who's going to be able to power themselves down to the line? Who's going to be able to claw their way to victory? 7 hours have gone by. No, scratch it. 8 hours and 10 minutes have gone by. We are getting closer and closer to the end, folks, of this race. We are going to finish up on the 9.5 hour mark, which has been a long haul. The Midrand 570 is a testament to the teams, the drivers, and to you guys, the absolute spectators that just keep coming back for more and really showing off that lovely petrol head finesse and just being a part of the racing. Absolutely love you guys. But I want to know, this is going to be a great run. So Billy Sitzman, it's not only to the drivers who will be going directly to bed, but also their supporters. But yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I really have to agree with you on the supporters going to be diving to bed, because I've got to say, for everyone that's out there, thus far, we will be ending with 1,000 views by the end of this race. You heard me right. 1,000 times this has been viewed live. We have had so many people absolutely going on. We got Noni Renner going and putting in the support for Gideon Renner. I mean, there we go. Noni, there's Gideon Renner. You called for it. There he is, out on track, showing what he can do for the Almonds Gaming KSR. Hats off to them. They're up in 7th place, chasing down Daniel de Villiers. They're 51 seconds behind, doing everything they can. Willie Setzman saying, it's long past my bedtime, but still battling to stay awake to support my sons. Well, you know, Willie Zetzman, there we go. Ludwig Zetzman's behind the wheel. Christian Zetzman is doing an absolute charge. And that's fantastic. Honestly, that is the embodiment of what's going on. And I take my hat off to that. When families can get supportive, they can get really behind their sons moving forward and going and choosing to be there. Even Bertus Hugo, I mean, it's way past his bedtime. I mean, half the time you can't even get hold of him, and he's still around, which is a first. Hey, Bertus, I'm surprised you haven't gone to bed yet. I'm giving you gears, I know. But really, your sons are doing an absolute bang-up job, and I think a lot of it's because of the support's coming in from you. I could say from my side, the families are a major supporting factor. They can either make you or break you. And, well, getting behind sim racing, I can tell you straight up, my father, Alan Koenig, bless his soul, I love him to pieces. He's my dad. Does give me grey hairs. So does my brother. But they don't understand sim racing. He straight up says doesn't understand sim racing, so you can't understand why one would get excited to see sim racing. Why these guys are going and fighting it out. What's the point? I mean, this is all virtual stuff. It's, not like you're going to smash these cars and it's sitting broken in your garage. But that's the whole way of thinking of it. And to have families that show support for the virtual racing side of things, because this is real racing. We might be in virtual machines, but we are racing hard out there. I mean, Werner Skuman is a second away from Stuart Parsons. He has been awake. They have gone in the pits 8 times. They've done 1 drive-through penalty. They're going after the Eleanor Flick Floyd racing team that's ahead of them. They are racing as hard as they can. And that's what the embodiment is right there. And thanks to you, petrol heads, you are the very reason why we keep coming back again and again and again. And we had that chat with Bertus Hugo saying this is why we come back. It's for the communities. It's for our drivers, but also for you guys, the absolute petrol heads. Because without having the petrol heads watching, wanting to see the racing live, if it wasn't for our amazing petrol heads, if it wasn't for our amazing drivers, if it wasn't for the amazing teams, do you know that we wouldn't have a stream for this amazing race? The Midrand 570 would go without a stream. It would have just been another race. There would have been that thing. But we heard the shouts from the rooftops. There was the calls every single day. I kid you not. We had calls every single day asking about the stream. Who's doing the stream? What's the stream going to look like? Who's going to be part of it? And it's just each and every single time. And that's because of you guys. And that's because of our drivers who are fighting out. So Stuart Parsons with Werner Skuman going after him. Skuman looking for the inside line. Couldn't quite get it done. Does it right there. Has to wait it out. Going to get into the toe. Pull himself along. And trying to close up. And do everything he can. This is going to be a proper charge on the way through. Absolutely going before the end of it. I may or may not see the end of the race before 8 o'clock. Well, Jaco Krobler. It's... one driver. For anyone that doesn't know Jaco Krobler, I'm going to give him a shout out here. Jaco Krobler is Saki Goes Bossy. I saw him in the driver's briefing earlier on, and I said to him, are you going to be racing? He said, no, I'm just here to support. He stuck it around the whole time. Jaco Krobler is one of the drivers that races not only in iRacing and ACC, but I do want to take my hats off to him. He is also teamed up with Cameron de Bastos, Janneman Price. So it was Jaco Krobler, Janneman Price, and Cameron de Bastos. They actually took the LMP2 in the Majors Series this year for 2024 and won their split. Those 3 climbed into an LMP2 on iRacing. 24 hours later, they won their split representing South Africa. The only South African in that split, the only South African car in that split. We cannot count out Eleanor was in further splits. We cannot count out iRacing Southern Africa was in splits as well. But I mean, this has been an absolute proper run. So just a shout out to it. And a shout out goes to one of the legends out there. We got to have a chat to a few of the legends, but I need to share that one. Saki Goes Bossy has represented South Africa in Ukraine races, and he has represented South Africa in the Majors 24 and was a winner in the LMP2 class. That's a driver that when I get a bit faster, I actually want to be close to him. Don't think it's possible. Who knows? Maybe I'll get there. But absolute huge amount of stuff. I mean, Cameron de Bastos going and powering his way through. we were one of 2 SA teams. So there was 2 SA teams. I'm not quite sure who was the second SA team, Cam, that was racing in that. But in any case, you 3 did a fantastic job out there. And it's always great to see. Stuart Parsons, though, going in and battling out, chasing down. He's got Werner Skuman trying to pull their way through the spinner outright charge. So Werner Skuman's gotten past Parsons. Parsons of Flick Floyd now is going to concentrate on the drive at the moment, pulling themselves up and really do an absolute climb as they go through. I mean, these drivers are really working their way through. And Werner Skuman, 41.1 second, is going to battle it out and really launch their way through. And Saki goes, Bossy Cameron, I think you guys got the story a little bit wrong. But it's fine. We all know where the history is, and anyone majors 20 majors can go look up the 3 drivers that got that one right. And, well, Werner Skuman doing everything he can. Run for the vault now is the next target for him, and that is a teammate of the Pandassi, Nom Mehiri. And I do feel like I'm getting it horribly wrong every single time. Dylan Hall, though, 1.8 seconds behind Stuart Parsons, so he's on the climb to try and jump up into 12th. So Parsons' problems are not done yet. He's going to have to deal with Dylan Hall. And also, Loic Randabelt coming out of the pit lane gets himself rejoining. Now, remember, this would have been the final stops that the drivers are doing. They're going to always go and do everything about. So, I mean, this is absolute charge out down to the line. And now the drivers are going to really have to think about what they need to do here. As you see, Ellis Buckley and Teddy Nkube are looking to really fight their charges out and climb their way back up through the order. So many races trying to push that little bit more, trying to get that little bit further up the road and give it all. And yeah, absolutely great stuff nonetheless. Guys have been really on a proper charge out there for it all, but cannot count out. So let's go through our running order. It's Emil Frey Racing out in first place, Hybrid Racing in second place. Then we've got Project Vapor running in third, along with Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro lying in fourth place. Eleanor Banana Express running in fifth. Then we have got the PWSR Alpha. Daniel de Villiers, the first of the solo drivers, is lying in sixth place at the moment, 18 seconds behind Paul Center, and in a Nissan, out of all things. I mean, that's a atrocity by itself. Ominous Gaming KSR lying in 7th place, along with Griffin Sim Racing in 8th. Pandassi Infiltrate in 9th position as number 75 car. Run for the Vault running in 10th place for the Pandassi Infiltrate Nomehiri. Then we have got the Pandassi Infiltrate Huck and Stake, and that's got Werner Skuman behind the wheel. Then we are moving further down, 12th position, Eleanor Flick Floyd, followed by the Sarko Racing, the sister car to the Griffin Racing team, sporting the Sarko colours. We got to hear that straight from Dylan Hall. Henry Plutz of the Ominous Gaming Nitro is second of our solo drivers that is giving it everything he's got. Well done to him. He's been absolutely on a charge. And after getting handed a short deck on those cards, he's been a proper good climb. We have got Kramadulis Sim Racing lying in 15th place, but we do have number 23 parked out, and that's Ludwig Zetzman getting himself unfortunately spun round, and they're trying to get that car up and going. So hopefully they can carry on the run. So just putting the wheel out of shape there. Ellis Buckley of the E1 Sim Sport running in 16th position. Ford Performance lying in 17th. OG Redemption making their way up. They're currently in 18th position. They were a little bit further up in towards the top 10. They've now switched over from Loic Randabelt to Jan Blicknote to let him go and run out. And this is going to probably be the last little run. And we are getting a bit of information coming here that this was possibly a disconnect. Michael Donaldson saying the game actually landed up with a problem. So I think they disconnected. So Michael Donaldson, correct me if I'm wrong here, you guys disconnected and that's why you are down the order. So we do see a couple of cars pulling into the pits, but I'm waiting for confirmation here on what's happened. Because Johan Blicknote's in the car. Loic Randabelt was a not a disconnect, but a game bug. I mean, okay, well, first things first is that's a little bit on the problematic side, and hopefully we can get a little bit more of a chat. We've actually got Loic Randabelt waiting on comms to have a chat to him. Low Crandabell, welcome to the commentary now. Remember, this is PG-13. Keep the swearing out of it. I know it's a bit of a frustrating situation that you're in right now. Drop down to 18th. Apparently a game bug. Can you explain to us what has gone on that's dropped you guys down to 18th position?
I can very much explain. So what exactly happened was, I entered the pits. Everything was normal. I go into the pit box, straight up. Wait 30 seconds while it does its thing. Johan is selected. Car drops. Johan is spectating Jason Farmer.
Okay. Did you... There is a shift arrow key that...
Yes, and I don't think he knew. I think he returned to garage.
Oh, bugger. Okay, right. Yeah. Okay, now I see where it's coming from.
Yeah. It is what it is in the end. I mean, our start was, well, unlucky. Then there was my little choke. I hope you enjoyed that. I heard that it was on stream.
Yes, no, it was beautifully for the world to see after everything. A little bit of a showboating, unfortunately, got a little bit close there.
It is what it is, but yeah, I got a lot of flack for that. But I mean, hey, it is what it is. I believe in fate. If it's not meant to happen, it's not meant to happen, and that's how it goes. Maybe next time.
Well, you guys are still in it. There's an hour and 6 minutes left. Anything can happen. You're currently 3.9 seconds behind Tini and Kube. There's still time to claw your way back up through the grid and try and recover some positions that have been lost. But all in all, we're wondering why it's going on, and it's glad to get a little bit of information here. Unfortunately, one of those Don bugs that do lurk around for any driver changes can happen to anyone. We've had a few people. But Loke, well done on your drive. I'm guessing you're not going to be climbing into the car. This is going to be Johan all the way to the
Johan
end.
is the last stint. Johan is exactly the last stint. Somehow the strategy worked for us. I have no idea. I believe for the Bathurst 12 hour we're going to need an updated name. Not redemption, but I forgot what I'm too tired. I forgot exactly what I said at the start of this when I came in. But yeah, we'll need a new livery, as Kaifu says and as Michael says in the chat. We need a new name. You know,
Maybe
hopefully he doesn't curse us, right?
Maybe a goldfish.
Maybe.
Remember colors, but don't remember anything else because, you know, they learn by colors.
Yes.
There we go. You see?
Or they forget in 3 seconds.
Maybe they learn about colors and not about the... but like, well done on your stint there. And honestly, it's a hard run. There's an hour and 4 minutes left. I'm not going to keep you too long away from it because this is now that final push to get everyone across the line. It's that having to really be around your mates to just get them across the line. There's a lot of hard work that's coming into here. But well done to the OG Redemption team. You guys are fighting against odds. Sorry about the problem that has arisen, but you guys are still sticking out there and is really having a good one. So keep up the hard work.
Thank you. And, well, good job on the commentary so far. Yeah, I'm glad to see that you're surviving as well.
Yeah, always. Have to. I mean, if I frown, then I sound terrible on a microphone. And I already sound terrible, so, you know, I can't sound terrible twice. You can only be bad at one thing once, so, you know, that's it.
I mean, I can only hit a curb and spin once, right?
Exactly. You can only hit the wall once. But
I mean,
absolutely.
I hit many curbs, but, you know.
But you didn't hit the wall multiple times.
Actually, I didn't hit the wall. Actually, I didn't hit the wall.
There we go. So, there we go. There's a win.
Fair enough. That is a win. Only teammate to not hit a wall.
There we go. Now to go and see it to the end because he's 4 seconds behind Tini and Kube.
Yep. Yeah, ciao.
Cheers, low Grandville. The OG team had that unfortunate problem now. He's sitting on the back of Tini and Kube. Tini and Kube in the Ford Mustang. Full performance, trying to make his way through, going and battling it out. Absolutely incredible stuff. They are trying to make their way through the running order. And this is going to be a definite hard run right to the end. It's going to be anything goes for the drivers. And I know that there's going to be a hard push all the way through. Tini and Kube now keeping a very close eye on Blicknote right behind him. And Blicknote's going to try and keep pressure. He's going to look to the left-hand side, looks to the right. Tries to go maybe possibly for the inside through Sunset, but not close enough to go for the dive just as yet. He's going to wait it out and really focus on that charge once again. Come out a little bit wider and dive onto the anchors. Pushed a little bit hard there just to see if maybe he can go down. Actually using a lot of engine braking to bring him down the gears to hopefully get that pass. So anyone that's going into the pits now, like Rob van der Heerde, Jason Farmer, and well, we saw Tariq Adam was in the car. He's handed over to Luke Addison to go for the final race of this, to get towards the finale. So now we've got Luke Addison behind the wheel, one of the quick drivers out there. Luke Addison, Tariq Adam, Christian Venter, all of them have been quite a dominating force here at the track and have been sticking it up into the top running order. They have now switched it out. That's going to be the final change until the end. Dean Nokia saying they're going to be concentrating on just trying to save a little bit of fuel at this point with the BMW. They do know that it gets a little bit heavy on juice with the BOP, so they're just keeping it all in check. So absolutely a great one, and a great little bit of information. But we are getting a little bit of inside information. That's actually from Cameron de Bastos saying that, and it does actually bring back, because it never twigged, George G. Max went and said that Mark Kabasa was racing, but yet I never saw his name. And it never twigged to me, because I always think when you're driving, you're changing your name in the car. But there has been a third driver jumping into the rig. Dean Kabasa had his brother Mark Kabasa jumping into the very same rig to go racing. So two names we saw on screen, we don't actually know whether it is Dean Kabasa or Mark Kabasa that was in the car. We know Tini and Kube, but we don't know which of the Kabasa brothers was actually in that car at which time. Thanks for pointing that out. Very, very interesting information. A bit of a difficult one to work through. So the Ford Performance 808 is really trying to get their run through and see where they can make up the time. Maith Musa now jumping into the car. The De Villiers currently running in 5th place, getting their run up. Gideon Rayner has done a great job. He's moved up from 8th to 7th. Now they're going to push themselves a little bit. Well, they are brothers, but cousins, but not really brothers. It's confusing. Okay. The Cabasas. Let's leave it at that. Let's just leave it at Cabasas. My brain can't handle that type of stuff at Hot Boss 12 in the morning on the 29th. I mean, there's so much to go on. But we're into the final hour, folks. We are down into the final hour. 59 minutes left of the Midrand 570. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are into the remaining, literally the remaining dying minutes of this race. It is going to be an absolute run down to the wire. 9.5 hours of racing. The Midrand 570 will be coming to a close in 59 minutes. If we go back to yesterday afternoon, 3 o'clock, we started off with a race, started off with a restart because of massive disconnects due to a variety of issues that have gone on, that our teams have been looking in the background trying to figure out what exactly has gone on. We had that quick moment that changed it all. Now we're into the final stages of this race. We're into the final dying moments, and the running order is the likes of the Emil Frey Racing, along with Hybrid Racing in 2nd place, Hybrid Racing Pro Enduro in 3rd, L&R Banana Express lying in 4th, closing down that gap as fast as they can. PWSR Alpha, followed by Project Vapor. Then we got Diamonds Gaming KSR, followed by Griffin Sim Racing. There's the 369 car of Jason Farmer, currently behind the wheel. Then we got the Pandassi Infiltrate Norm Maikiri, who is out there doing a fantastic job. Then they've got the Pandassi Infiltrate car that is lying in 10th place. Pandassi Infiltrate Haken Stake running in 11th position. Sarko Racing, also the 2nd car, the Griffin Sim Racing with Dylan Hall behind the wheel, lying in 12th. Then we got the Illinois Flick Floyd, which without Flick Floyd, we wouldn't have this amazing. So shout out to Flick Floyd. Thank you very much, guys. Absolutely incredible stuff. Glad to have you guys on board and going and supporting local sim racing. Kramadula Sim Racing lying in 14th position. Then we've got the Omnis Gaming Nitro of Henry Platt, solo driver. We got the E1 Sim Sport lying in 16th. Then we have got the OG Redemption running in 17th position after they disconnect. Well, not really they disconnect. The driver unable to get in. The Ford Performance lying in 18th position. Then the Viddenworks Racing Vipers are now pulling into the pits out of 19th position. Noob Nation of Regional Mutilani lying in 20th. 21st is Team Up Garage, followed by Team Kerigma Racing. And then we got Team Kerigma Racing, the 281 car in the McLaren, chasing him down. They are going after their sister car. Sean Skitter and Logistical Nightmare Racing, number 777 car. It's had Zaya, Essa, Ryan Berg-Smith, and Sean Skitter all together. They've had a nightmare of a race, and you can see the damage still on the car there. The Griffin Sim Racing of Dion Fenter currently behind the wheel. Then we have got Etienne Otano, Griffin Sim Racing, the 137 car, who is making his way around. Johnny Ferreira going and taking over from Terence Ferreira. They're running in 27th position. 28th is Ebb and Flow, Ludwig Zetzman. The two Zetzman brothers have been racing hard and fast at the moment, doing everything they can. Jared Biscombe for Ford Performance lying in 29th, and then Hansi Myberg lying in 30th position. Hasn't gone out in quite a while, and I think he has called it right at the last with a damage to his shoulder. So absolutely a great run. Philly Setzman going, saying, Ludwig, there's less than 1 hour and counting. Please concentrate and keep it up on track to conquer the race. I'm still watching, and I'm proud of you. That is from Philly Setzman, and I had to read that word for word because that is just an ultimate call out to his sons that is out there, and Ludwig going to be battling out. As you see, Kerry Duplessis and Henry Platt, they are fighting it out and doing a great job out there, really pushing into a hard charge. Henry Platt, a solo driver, now looking to try and get the jump onto Duplessis ahead of him. As they charge their way through, it's going to be a hard race nonetheless, and battling it out. Humidifier saying the game automatically returned us to the garage according to Jan. Feel bad. P8 was still on the cards even after my slight bottle. Well, you know, racing happens that way. Sometimes it all works out in your favor. Other times you don't get it right. Sometimes you slip into a wall. Sometimes the car puts you out. Sometimes the game puts you out. A variety of factors. But that's what brings us back to more. Because you know what it means, Humidifier. Loic, what that means is you didn't get it this year. But next year, you're going to go for that first place. Because Midrand 570 is not going to just end this year. It's not going to be the last Midrand 570. There's going to be another one every year. This is going to be the reoccurring sim racing on the calendar. This is going to be that reoccurring big one for the world to see, to be a part of, and to go and enjoy it. And want to get it bigger and better. My challenge goes out to everyone for next year, 2025. I want to see 50 plus cars lined up on the grid, 50 teams lined up on the grid, maximum pit boxes around Kyalami to go and battle it out. I want to see the biggest field out there of the amazing races, and I want to see guys pushing out for that first place, because the target has been set. Luke Addison, Tariq Adam, and Christian Fenter have put their name on the cards. They're standing at the top of the charts at the moment. Unless something goes wrong, I don't think anyone will be able to catch them. But it doesn't mean that they are invincible. And I want to see every year a new name stacks himself on the top of the charts to be part of that new part of history. Because this is the 2024. 2025 is an entirely new year. Entirely new setup, and the Midrand 570 is only going to get bigger, louder, sharper, and crazier as time goes through. Henry Platt, though, going up on the inside of Kerry Duplessis, trying to go through side by side, puts his nose in. The two McLarens absolutely giving it horns, flames bellowing out the back of the exhaust of these cars as they bellow it out. He's stuck on the outside. Gets a tank slapper on the way through. Kerry Duplessis not giving an inch at the moment. as they make their way into the S's. Henry Platt actually having to yield at this point, not wanting to get caught up in too much of a carnage, so he's going to back it down, wait, charge up the hill, get a better drive. He's going to be put on the outside heading into the mine shaft, and can't quite get that late apex. Going to try maybe for a bit of an undercut. No, actually misses that apex, gets a little bit unsteady on the turn and having to fight the car back as he's now right behind Kerry Duplessis, pushing as hard as he can. So Kerry's going to have to think a little bit clever here. How does he want to take this? What's the strategy? And Henry Platt is on a aggressive charge. Dean Kabasa, unfortunately, goes visiting into the street. In Mouton, though, Mouton landing up with a drive-through penalty is now having a bit of a problem out there. Not exactly how he wants to do anything, but Dean Kabasa getting caught out. Johan Blicknote onto the back of Buckley. So Ellis Buckley going and having a great time out there. Has got Johan Blicknote all over the back of him. Looks on the inside, looks on the outside. Going to follow him through the S's. Going to probably push up the hill, try and get ahead of him. Werner Skuman now into the pits as he loses our position to Jean-Red Detroit and Kerry Fonsell, the two teammates, getting that little bit of a climb, making their way through. Absolute great stuff. Morne Griner saying Lekker Kiriang, going and giving him a big push, running in 7th position for the OG KSR team. And it's always great to see some great motivation coming in. Henry Platt looking on the inside, going for the dive. Is he going to hunt down that inside line once again? Does so. This time, noses a lot further in and forcing out Duplessis, who's going to come back at him. But can he carry the momentum through the corner? He is a little bit ahead and looking a bit neater. He can't quite defend that inside line just as yet. Side by side, Duplessis and Platt go. And Platt, unfortunately, into the dirt, going and losing out that little bit of drive. Suddenly has Dean Nokia coming by, who wants to get past him as quick as possible. Launches up on the inside. And now you have got Luke Addison, who goes and puts himself on the inside. Luke Addison is about to overtake 2nd place and has done so. Luke Addison has now lapped the entire field. Once again, this team has done an absolute tremendous, and I wonder, I seriously sit back and I look at the top of sim racing, the difference that's out there. Luke Addison, Tariq Adam, Christian Venter, they've managed to lap the entire field in the Midrand 570. And I mean, we have got some properly fast races out there. I mean, putting in some absolute banger lap times. But you know, these guys managed to get in there 141s, 140s continuously. They have been a definite run towards the sharp end of the field, and that's why we can call them pros. That's why we call them aliens, because there is no explanation for scoring right at the top there. Johan Blicknote going and chasing down Ellis Buckley. Buckley running in 16th position, and Johan chasing him down, currently in 17th position. Wants to try and close up that time. Looks for the inside line, can't quite get the pass done. Buckley not going to back down from the fight. Really keeps it absolutely hammered in. Runs out wide. Both of them going into the dirt a little bit. Buckley a little bit more unsteady. Goes into Ingwe side by side. Forces Blicknote out wide as they both stand on the gas. But I do think that Buckley will have lost that position. Yes, he has. To the likes of Johan, who's able to keep the momentum going. Got on the power a little bit earlier. The Ferrari a little bit more attached to Terra Firma. Was able to get that ground and make it up. Now, this is going to be interesting for the Aston Martin to now put a bit of pressure on Johan Blicknote, or is he going to lose track of him? Because Johan Blicknote's going to make up 54 seconds before he can catch up to Henry Platt, who is 1.5 seconds behind Kerry Duplessis, and Ruben Heineke is 1.8 seconds behind Neil Greening at the moment as they battle their way through. So definitely up and down through the field, everyone trying to push themselves and do everything that they can. Duplessis going and having a bit of a run around as Platt stuck behind the likes of the Pandacity Mustang at the moment, and also the likes of that is the Ferreira Aston Martin ahead of him. So properly getting caught behind a bit of a train at the moment. So Platt needs to figure out where is he going to get by. He's going to try and follow through as he does see the Mustang trying to get past by. So it's going to be an outright charge. He's going to follow him through and keep up the momentum as we do see the Ferreira car sticking Henry into the sausage curb. Henry keeping the power on all the way. So Terence Ferreira put the pressure on in through the Yuxke sweep. And Henry Blood, instead of backing off power, kept it firmly planted, jumped the car, all four wheels off the ground, and is now back into the chase. A very, very close run there. Not ideal circumstances, but man, oh man, how brave to keep your foot on the throttle. Ruben Heineke, he's going after the likes of Neil Greening. Neil Greening trying to make on that little bit more of a drive. He is absolutely hammering it at the moment. 14 seconds behind Ruben Free, but Ruben Heineke is going to be doing everything. So he's leaning onto the Mustang just ahead of him. Pull him along, try and keep him at a safe distance. As we see at the top of Mineshaft coming down, this is Henry Platt and Kerry Duplessis side by side. Ooh, a little bit of argy-bargy between the two. And it does look like Kerry Duplessis giving a little bit of a love tap there, letting Henry Platt know that, hey, listen, I am around here. And tried going for a bit of a pass, leaned a bit too hard onto him there. And both just managing to get going. So Henry Platt, I wonder, went for a little bit of a move. Duplessis wasn't quite too happy with it. Gave him a slight nudge on the door just to say, hey, buddy, you know, that's not how we do things, yeah? And I wouldn't recommend going and giving a nudge on the door in any case. The 808 car of Dean Cabasa losing out on the way through. This is the exit of the second S. And he put a wheel on the dirt, surely on the outside, and that's spat him to the inside line. And unfortunately, that Mustang going and scoring a bit of damage on the car. We'll have to try and figure it out. Ruben Heineke onto the back of Neil Greening. As a 5-4 position, 12th and 13th position. Greening in the Aston Martin with Heineke in the Ferrari 296 chasing down in the Salco colours. And Flick Floyd a little bit ahead. And actually the reason for the red and silver in this car was actually a homage to the old Mercedes, the Vodafone colouring that was around for DTM and also Formula 1 of way back. So Eleanor giving a bit of a homage to the earlier colour schemes. And one of them being the one and only Mercedes with the Vodafone colours. Always got to say, fantastic to see some unique liveries coming through, but it was also nice to see different nods to motor racing and to history past as we battle our way through. 45 minutes to go though, and it's an outright charge down to the wire. Everyone trying to get that last little step in, trying to go and bounce their way back up through the order. And anything can happen towards the end of the race. And I can tell you it's going to be a proper run right the way through. So we're going to see if we get a guest that's see if he wants to come through and come and have a chat to us. It's been a while since he's actually been having a chat to us. So put a bit of a reach out to Tariq Adam, who is one of the leading drivers for the team. They are out in first place. And a little bit early on, asked him if he would like to have a chat with us here in the commentary box. And seems like it was forgotten with the race got a little bit hectic. And, well, shout out goes out to him once again, as I don't think he's going to be climbing in the car after Luke Addison is going to be piloting it down to the running order. So I think Luke Addison is going to be the final driver for that one. Neil Greening, though, feeling Ruben Heineke all over the back of him. Heineke is not backing down from the fight. He's lying in 13th. He wants that 12th place. Neil Greening doing everything he can to defend it. It's going to be a really, really tough time. But we do have our interview coming in, and that is going to be the first place car. This is the number 9 with Luke Addison currently behind the wheel. We're going to bring in one of the drivers that's set in some of the blazing times out there. We're going to bring in Tariq Adam. Tariq Adam, welcome to the commentary box. A very, very long time since we've had you in the commentary box here at Raceface.Pro. But welcome to the Midrand 570. And my heavens, you guys have been on rails. The combo between Christian Venter, Luke Addison, and yourself for the Emile Frey Racing. I mean, this has been a monumental charge on your part. And you guys managed to lap the entire field in the remaining hour of the race. How are you feeling out there?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and hi. It's been a long time, yes. Good to speak to you again. Yeah, we're feeling good. It's been a very good race. Lots of challenges along the way, though. It's definitely not been easy. We had a nice lead at the start, and then I think you saw it kind of went down to like 5 seconds after a whole lot of mistakes on our side. So we made it a bit difficult for ourselves, but we managed to recover. I saw some people also had some misfortunes with DCs and stuff and drive-throughs as well, so it kind of all balanced out in the end.
I mean, that's racing. You've been in the game for quite some time. You've seen it. You've been at the high level of competition. For many people that don't know, Tariq Adam and Lucas and Christian Vente, they've been participating in the SRO championships as well. But you guys have seen it, even the highest points of competition, where there's always those difficult times. But that's what keeps driving us back. You know, if you have those absolute dominating efforts time and time again, it doesn't draw you back. But when you have that lady luck that smiles on you and you're fighting Murphy in the pit, it keeps bringing you back for a little bit more action. And you guys got to have a very, very close race with the Omnis Gaming KSR drivers. But if I remember correctly, the Midrand 570 wasn't originally on the cards for you guys. You thought you were going to miss it out this time. I'm really, really glad that you chose to come race with it. But the pairing, Luke Addison, yourself, and Christian Vente, how did that all come to be?
Yeah, so it was very... it was definitely not the plan. Like, we weren't really even going to do the race because we actually have SRO, like, happening right now. It's the 24 hours of Nordschleife, so Luke's currently driving there, and then immediately after his stints, he came to do stints here, so... it's been a bit of a tough thing to get in the schedule, but we made it happen. Yeah, so we kind of just did some quali laps one day. Said, okay, we'll see the day before if you have time, if you can fit it in. And then this morning we literally said, okay, cool, let's just put this team together. Whoever's available and can drive. I was going to do most of the driving. Everyone else just kind of fills in, and that's what happened. So it wasn't ideal prep, I guess. That's what also made some of our mistakes, where we got, where I got a lot of track cuts because just weren't as prepared as we normally are, and yeah, just weren't in the groove. But we managed to make it work.
Well, I mean, you bit the bullet to do it, and honestly, it's great to see you guys come in. As I said, it's been a very, very long time since we've seen you guys. I mean, if we go back not so long ago, you guys were the dominating force that was racing out here at Raceface, and had Elnar, and you had everyone going and giving a great time. So to have you guys back and joining in the racing, being a part of it, also, you know, shout outs. I think everyone here in the virtual grandstands can also appreciate representing South Africa in the SRO esports in 24 hour. Massive shout outs, and I think everyone can also say, hey, that's a testament to the skill level that you can bounce between the Midrand 570 by itself is a monumental achievement, but then to go and jump into the Nordschleife 24 hour where it's just completely different, a different circuit, different setup, different everything. And I know you guys have been experiencing a bit of rain as well, adding on to it. But honestly, it's glad to see it, and I'm glad to see you guys back into the South African League racing, going and joining up where it originally all started, because your career in sim racing was actually, it wasn't the overseas side of things. It was, you know, going and giving it horns here with the likes of Jordan Sherritt on the track, Cody Sherritt. We cannot forget, you know, Kieran Patterson and everyone going and brawling. You guys had an absolute monumental. This is where it all started for you guys. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is where we all grew, like, as drivers. So we all joined here first, all learned the basics here, all advanced, and basically grew our skills here, and then eventually took it overseas. So it's a good place to start, definitely, and you have to learn somewhere, right? So it's a good environment to do it. I gotta ask, how's your experience been? I mean, you've done a lot of the racing here tonight as driver. Luke Addison jumping in right at the last minute. Lastminute.com, Luke Addison gets in. But the fastest lap time, you were setting some absolute cracking lap times out there. But to sit on the grid, seeing 36 cars, teams lined up for the Midrand 570. I mean, this is the second ever running of the Midrand 570, which has become a staple in sim racing. And having you guys taking a look at it for you yourself, Tariq, not so long ago, I remember going and listening to interviews, you and George G. Max, way back when I was still in the AMs, and you said that you would like to see this growth where we can have those special type of events, those big banger races that you can come in and have a great time and really push the boundaries and getting to verse people that are really going to push your skill level. And you got to have that tonight. You got to see drivers with new names coming at you, throwing it out, but also I'm sure as one of the veterans in sim racing, to also see a lot of new names out, a little bit lower down, Pro-Am and Am side of things, also racing out there. I'm sure it fills you a bit of pride of, hey, it's not all dead. There's actually a bit of growth happening in my own country.
Yeah, it's definitely good. We always need new drivers to join and to push the boundaries of SA sim racing. So it's good like to see Dean as well come in. I know he's from GT to ACC and performing quite well, so it's nice to see.
Well, absolutely incredible stuff, and I know that it hasn't been the easiest year for you, but I have to highlight some of the great achievements that have been done, not only in the SRO and the virtual side of things. You've also done real racing, you've accomplished a lot there, but it hasn't been the easiest for you guys, that's for certain. There's been some challenges that have come across the way, but it's great to see that it's that overcoming. You guys are still pushing on. You're still doing everything you can. And, well, I'd like to say from my side, and I think for everyone can agree with me out there in the virtual grandstand, we'd like to say a huge thank you and a welcome home to you guys. Thank you very much for representing us in the SRO as South Africans, but also a welcome home. And I look forward to seeing you guys racing maybe a little bit more often. Do you think we may see Tariq Adam taking the fight to Henry Mayer on a Thursday night?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely try. It's been very hectic this year. It's my final year of university, so I've kind of taken a bit of a backseat with sim racing, not competitively and stuff. So I've just done more chilled things. These odd events like these endurance races and stuff. But I'll definitely try to do the weekly races as well. It'll be good to get us back in.
It will be great to have you back on the grid. That will be for certain. And university, for anyone that doesn't know, everyone thinks, they see top talent sim racers currently out because you guys have really been one of those top talents, much like our amazing drivers throughout the grid. But what have you been studying? What is Tariq Adam behind the virtual visor?
I'm studying BCom Information Systems, so IT and ComSci as well.
Okay, right. I'll be your first ID10T error. That's I'll leave that for it. But honestly, great to hear, and good luck with all the finals and getting through. I know it's not the most easiest thing to do. I know there's a lot of challenges, but going and putting on your professional career in the world of sim racing, which is already not an easy thing to do, but also your going professional career in terms of studying. Absolutely tremendous stuff. How's the motivation in the pits? I mean, with you, Christian Venter, Luke Addison, currently race getting closer, 35 minutes to go before the end of the entire race. Midrand 570 2024 going to be ending in 35 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely good. I mean, most of the hard work's done, right? We just need to bring it home. So we just need to stay alive, not hit cheetah, not get track cuts, and then we'll be good. So it's definitely just more survive now.
Well, absolutely tremendous stuff. And once again, thank you very much. I know that we were going to chat a little bit earlier, then you guys got busy with suddenly having 5 seconds on. And
no, we were having so many issues. Penta was struggling a little bit. Then Luke got in the car. He was supposed to do a double, and then his wheel started falling off his rig. The bolt came out of his wheelbase, so it was not great. He was doing half of his stint with a loose wheel, and then I had to hop in. So yeah, it was a bit all over the show. So.
Oh man,
apologies for the delay.
So you know what, Luke, you're fired. You can't even tighten the bolts up. Tariq, you got to fire.
Yeah, the Nordschleife rattled his wheel loose of the rig. So.
I thought it would rattle his teeth or maybe rattle his nerves, but then his rig. I mean, you're fired, Luke. You got to go and tighten the stuff. Have you? I mean, Shingos, it's difficult to find good help these days, hey, Tariq?
Yeah, it is. They're very unreliable.
Well, absolutely tremendous stuff. Tariq, thank you very much for joining us. Glad to have you. And I look forward to chatting to you more often. I think they need to chat to you more often and get to see you out on the track more often. And even if it's going and goofing around on a practice day, it would be nice to have a chat to you. I still owe you a milkshake. Said to you, I'm going to bring you a chocolate milkshake. But we'll see you coming soon. But Tariq, anything you want to say in final closing for the team, to all our amazing petrol heads out there that are watching, and they have been watching faultlessly through the course of this entire race, and all our amazing partners that have been going and getting behind the event, really cheering it on. Anything you would like to say to them?
Yeah, thanks to the viewers for watching. I mean, they make the stream, right? So without them, it wouldn't really be that entertaining. And then, thanks to the sponsors for putting on the event. Thanks to my teammates, and well done to everyone who's actually going to finish the race. That's a challenge in itself, so well done to them.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, Tariq, thank you so much, and we look forward to chatting to you again once again a little bit later. I don't think I'm going to do a final interview at the end of the race. I think I'm going to leave you guys together a little bit of rest, especially with you doing the SRO. But we'll definitely send a message. We'll catch up, and I'd love to get the whole team's input after, just to give us a bit of information and how the emotions are feeling after the busiest weekend I think you guys could have ever put on for sim racing.
Yeah, awesome, and thank you for doing a good job on the stream.
I'm just talking nonsense. Thanks, Tariq. Have a good one.
Cheers,
Wow.
bye.
Absolutely incredible. We got to have a chat to Tariq Adam. The last time I actually spoke to Tariq Adam was earlier this year. And that was with the Africa Esports Cup. But when it came to talking at Raceface.Pro or even Logistical Nightmare Racing, I never got the opportunity to do a one-on-one interview with him or Luke Addison, which is strange. After all the years, finally get to have that chat on a more social level, and I've got to say, truly an honor to go and see it. But moving on with our racing at hand, because we're down into the last 31 minutes, folks. It's going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. We're into that crazy time. Everything is starting to wear down. Drivers are just circulating at this point, just waiting for the end, waiting for that checkered flag. I know our solo drivers, chaps, have been going and giving it all. I mean, for our solo drivers, guys, in 1 minute, they would have been racing for 9 hours. If you think about this, folks, they have been racing for 9 hours over and over and over, and that is an absolute banger for some proper runners. So we got to acknowledge them, like Daniel de Villiers has been a solo driver. He's really pushed his way through. He's done a great job out there. Hats off to him. We've also got to go to Henry Platt, solo driver. He's really kept it going. Hands up and well done to him. Going further down the field of our solo drivers, Reginald Mutaleni, solo driver, who is going to be racing for 9 hours, 9.5 hours. That's what he's going to be doing. Yeah, you got to take your hat off to him. I mean, many of the drivers are just trying to see it to the end, and even Hansi Weiberg, well, Hansi has parked it. As we do see, that is Jean-Ray Buerta down at Crocodile, got a little bit of a spin in 22nd position for the 953 car for the Team Kerygma Racing, as he's trying to make his way through. So we got to give a shout out to our solo drivers on a monumental effort, but we got to also give a shout out to the teams out there. Whether you are going at your A game, at the top of the charts, that real push towards the end, or even if you're just circulating, you are that AM driver, it's an achievement. And you've even heard Tariq Adam say, anyone that's finishing this, it's an achievement of note. Now, I do want to say, we had a chat to the head of Raceface going and doing it, but we do have the head of Logistical Nightmare Racing, who is in there, Paul Fenter. I'm going to ask for you to come to the commentary box, because we got to have a chat to Bertus Hugo a little bit early on while you were driving. I know that you're not going to be climbing in the car again, and I know that you have been out there, but we've already spoken to one half of it, and I mean, the lap time just got beaten. Ryan Barrington-Smith. My friend. My brother. You do know it's dark. Well, that's probably why he went faster. Missed all the brake boards because he set the fastest lap. Right now, folks, that 1:40.397 was set by Ryan Barrington-Smith with 28 minutes to go. The madman behind the wheel is just deliberately going out to put the fastest lap times. And I think that is in retaliation to Luke Addison putting in quick lap times. So what is Luke Addison going to do here? Are they going to be able to take the fastest lap away? Or is it going to be Ryan Barrington-Smith to hold it? I think we're in for a final little fastest lap sprints down to the end. Kerry Fontel carrying on to the back of Neil Greening. He's trying to push a little bit hard. But yeah, for Paul Fenter, it would be... we got to have a chat to you, buddy. Got to have a chat to you. Even if it's a short couple of words. I know you have been in the seat for quite some time, but we have to have a chat to the head of LNR, even for a moment, because between LNR and Raceface, you guys put this on together. The Midrand 570 was a brainchild of those two communities that have now brought everyone else on board to be a part of it, to have that one race a year that has been that driving force to just keep going once again, to have the guys pushing as hard as they can, and even having some of the top racing here in South Africa and across the world all duking it out. You see Kerry Fontel all over the back of Neil Greening. He's trying to defend, looking to hold back that inside line, hold back the outside line. He is not going to be breaking down any more walls at the moment. But as Paul Fenter has mentioned on the virtual grandstand, seeing the end of this is a monster achievement. And you know, big props to it. I have to agree. Anyone that can see it to the end, after hours and hours of sim racing, after the build-up of lactic acid, looking at the screens, your eyes are burning, your muscles are aching, the joints feel like you are just absolutely finished out there. For you guys, the absolute petrol heads that have stuck it through, you're absolutely crazy out there to do it. And I once again have to take my hat off to all our amazing petrol heads on what you guys joining us, being a part of the show, being part of all the amazing action as they're going through. And I look forward to seeing what's going to be coming out next as we're getting closer to the end of the Midrand 570 here for 2024. We're on to the charging running hours of it, and charging minutes of it as Kerry Fonzel, Neil Greening, they are fighting it out for position. You can see Neil Greening defending the inside line, and Kerry Fonzel, who is just trying to bring that nose across. He wants to get past as fast as possible. He doesn't want to slow down. He doesn't want to lose out any running at the moment. It is nose to tail on the way through. These drivers have been fighting it out, and now it's come down to this. 9 hours and 4 minutes later, 0.2 of a second. Goes and separates 12th and 13th position side by side as they go, heading through sunset, and does look like Kerry Fonzel getting the pass done and dusted ahead of Neil Greening as he continues to drive on. So he's now broken away from Neil Greening and has finally got that Mustang away. You can see the lights ablaze as they brake and head down into the S's, just going and snaking their way through on the way through it. So far, 318 laps completed by our leaders, going and putting on a monumental effort, and a second place on 317 laps. Then we go down. Our third and fourth place are currently on the same lap. Fifth and sixth and seventh all on the same lap. Eighth place is on 314. Ninth place on 313. 10th is 313, so on the same place as 9th. 11th, 12th, and the 13th, along with 14th, 15th, are all on the same lap as one another, so they're pushing themselves that little bit more, trying to see it to the end. It's going to be a proper challenge on the way through. Neil Greening closing up with Kerry Fonzel. He does not want to lose out of this fight. He wants to try and give it everything he's got. Let's even go a little bit higher, because we got Andre Serradio all over the back of Niall Bullion. Niall, who's been he climbs into the car. He's been taking it a little bit easy at the moment, but now he's got Andre Serradio, Project Vapor, closing down and wants that top 5. Project Vapor wants to end on that high, scoring the top 5 in the Midrand 570 for 2024. It's going to be a monumental push for them to try and get it to the line, and it is all or nothing for the drivers to really dig deep on this one. Can they force themselves? Can they push that a little bit further? How much have they got left in the tank to ensure that they stand up and become one of those champions, to be one of the guys that really stood into the almighty moments of it? And who will be able to get that climb? 23 minutes left of this race, ladies and gentlemen. So I want to see you guys out there in the virtual grandstands. Get loud, get wild. Just get showing out there. Let's show all the teams, all the support, and for all those drivers that are watching the live stream, that are keeping an eye on all the action. You know who you are. You guys are keeping an eye. You've got it on your second monitors. You've got it on your phones, tablets, everything. You are monitoring what's going on. You're looking at this and you've just been going, yeah, okay. Yeah, it's okay. We just keep it in the background. It's noise in the background. I want to see you guys get wild. I want to see that support. I want to see you guys get absolutely crazy, putting out that support. Go and cheering on, because at the moment, 29 teams will be coming across the line to see the checkered flag at the end of this race, conquering the Midrand 570. We will have our first, second, and third that obviously have won the top running, but for everyone out there will have conquered such an event that is really going to push them to the next limit. They push that high. They're trying to score those big runs at the moment, and I want to see you guys absolutely get loud, proud, and cheer them on. Go and get them to the end, because that's what's going to get them to the end. That extra little bit of push. There's still so many gaps. I mean, Kerry Funzel, Rune Heineke, and along with Neil Greening, they are close to one another. Jan Blicknote and Duplessis, they're close to one another. Andres Herodio is onto the back of Niall Bouillon. I mean, these are close battles that are starting to form in the end of this race. I mean, this is the closing. This is the dying stages of the race, and we're about to see it all. Niall, who has been on a proper charge at the moment, will have Paul Fenter shouting in his ear, saying, no, we can't have Project Vapor in the last 20 minutes. Nobble us before the line. Niall, you gotta step on it, buddy. You gotta go. You gotta give it everything you got. We've done everything we could. And Andres Herodio is busy going and saying, gonna come at you like a Big Mac surprise. Bring that double wide surprise here. With those big beaver teeth, he's gonna be chowing down as much as he can as Niall tries to scamper away in that Aston Martin. Yes, now I've gone and put such a visual in your head that is going to disturb you. And a good morning for that. Have a cup of coffee, because you don't want to be falling asleep at any point during the course of this race, because Neil Greening is onto the back of Kerry Funzel. Now, we saw Funzel started opening the gap a little bit. Now it seems like it's turned around. Now it's turning into that major run. So Andres Herodio trying to close up on Armbullion, and we've got Neil Greening closing up on Kerry Funzel. The two are battling it out. 5th and 6th and 13th and 12th are in a close running with one another. We're going to try and keep an eye on those battles. At the moment, Andres Herodio about a second away from Niall Bouillon, who is on a major run at the moment to try and break away. He needs to do everything he can. And then the car 667 getting reported that there's no lights on. That is 667. That would be Gideon Reyna. Yeah. Actually, yes. Gideon Reyna hasn't got lights on. Now, there would be a warning on his dash that would be saying he's got 3 laps to turn those lights on, because if he doesn't, he's going to be disqualified. Sticks himself into the middle and puts his lights on only now after that scary dive. Okay. Bit of a Gideon Reyna. You might want to be careful there. Once again, a monster dive. Taking some risky moves early on, and oh boy, difficult time out there. Ashley Wilson joining in and being a part of it. Going and saying, aware, how's it? And Ashley Wilson, a big call out for the logistical nightmare racing. Actually, I've got to say, a driver that has done really well in the past in ACC and a variety of sims, but is also a fantastic, if you want to, like, someone that can cheer you on in the background. Ashley's definitely one of those that cheers on. I've seen that same name from console to PC. Great stuff. CJW Racing saying, yeah, that was a little bit on the harsher side of things. Yep, that is Leon Rayner now exiting the pits. After that, he has got his lights on. It was a little bit of a late dive, but I'm not sure if there was a problem that he couldn't turn the lights on. But we can't speculate. We'll have to try and find out. It was a little bit of a rough one, I will admit. A late dive, 3 wide into a corner. Very dangerous situation that could have ended out. And I think a lot of these drivers are really tired trying to fight it right at the end. Jean-Ray Buerta trying to make his way through. He dropped down a little bit on the order, so he's going to be pushing as hard as he can. Andre Sorodio dealing with Niall at the moment. He's onto the back. Niall's going to have to really keep it all in order as they battle his way through. This is going to be a very close run for the top 5. And Niall has got Eleanor and everything they're going for in his hands. And now he has got Andre Sorodio. This would be a huge upset in the remaining parts of the race if Project Vapor can get ahead of the Logistic Nightmare Racing team. And lights going off once again. Oh, Sorodio playing a little bit of a dirty game there. Project Vapor, I wouldn't be doing that, buddies. A bit of a nasty game there. And I think what a lot of people are going to actually point out. Now, I'm going to call you out on that one. Not ideal. Popping off those lights and making yourself disappear into the darkness, because now it makes your competitors not able to see you. The problem that does is it lands up with a major crash. And when you just turn your lights off, and you know where it comes from, wouldn't recommend it. So guys, play nice, please. Everyone out there, lights on, keep it bright, don't turn it off. Don't. Those are some really dirty moves in racing. I don't like to see it in real life, and I wouldn't like to see it in racing. If you get a pass like that, give it back. Give it back, because that's not an earned pass. That's dangerous. That is straight out neglect. And even the sim tells you got to put the lights on. So, just a heads up to everyone there, and a warning out to everyone. Don't pop those lights off. Don't be that person. But don't be that person that falls off the track. Don't do that, Andre. You've just lost out 2 seconds to Niall. Keep it in. Keep your foot in there. Keep the pressure on. Don't worry about doing it. You've got this. Niall trying to make his way through. Last push for the last 15 minutes and 30 seconds, folks. We are going to be seeing the end of it. And at the moment, let's go through our running order to recap on everything that's gone on. We have got the Emil Frey Racing, Luke Addison, Christian Fenter, and Tariq Adam currently out at the top of the charts. Dean Nokia and Daniel Rowe lying in second place for the hybrid racing. Tiana Spuerta, Bega Krobler, and Johan Fafiers running in third place for the hybrid racing pro enduro. Then Daniel de Villiers, solo driver for PWSR, lying in fourth with his friend Cameron Bastos, who's currently sitting in the Discord with him. That was totally unplanned, but was prompted. Sorry, Cam. I sacrificed you on that one, but you got to help out your buddy here. He's running in fourth place. You got Niall, who's running in fifth for the Alanal Banana Express, getting chased down by Project Vapor. Then we have got the Omnis Gaming KSR. They're running in seventh place. We've got the Griffin Sim Racing running in 8th. We have got the Pandassi Infiltrate in 9th place. We've got the likes of the Pandassi Infiltrate, Hake and Stake. They're running in 10th. And 11th position, Sarko Racing, Ruan Heineke making up a bit of time. Pandassi Infiltrate, Norm Mahiri running in 12th, along with Eleanor Flickfloy. They're running in 13th position. Omnis Gaming Nitro in 14th, along with Gramadulas Sim Racing, 1-2-1 running in 15th position. And yes, you're going to get me back tomorrow, Steve. Great stuff. Mini donuts. And I don't think you can embarrass me. Please understand. I love the attention. When I don't get attention, that's bad. But when I do get attention, I love it. Love you too. OG Redemption running in 16th position. 17th is the E1 Sim Sport running in, having a great time. Ford Performance, Dean Kabasa, Mark Kabasa, and Tini and Kube. But we do see a drive-through penalty come in for the likes of Jean-Ray Buerta, who is right at the last. They're running in 22nd position. And in the remaining closes of this race, they have now scored a drive-through penalty. They're going to have to serve that in the next 3 laps. Noob Nation running in 19th. 20th is the Venomworks Racing Vipers, followed by Daniel Defenter in Team Up Garage. And then we've got 22nd Jean-Ray Buerta. Team Kerigma Racing got a drive-through penalty, so they're going to definitely be losing out. Ryan Barrington Smith and Logistical Nightmare Racing running in 23rd. Team Kerigma Racing 281. Alderman Buerta behind the wheel, lying in 24th. 25th is the Griffin Sim Racing. The number 51 car. And then we've got the Player 1 Racing, Terence Ferreira and Johnny Ferreira. Doing a great job. They're running in 26th position. 27th is Griffin Sim Racing Team, the number 137 car, followed by the Ebb and Flow, Ludwig Zetzman and Christian Zetzman car. And also, gotta say, Willie Zetzman. He's been as wild out there. Going to be a proper run. So great to see it out there. And then we have got the full performance of Jared Bumsky and Hansi Meyerberg running out our field. So lots and lots going on at the moment. And we've got Bluchnote boxing for the fastest lap. Yes. I mean, I'd like to see that. Bluchnote is going to be putting on a new set of tires to try and rob the time of the fastest lap from Ryan Barrington Smith. The fastest lap time of the race, a 1:40.3 on a track of 15, well, not even in 15 degrees. It is currently 13 degrees track temperature. I want to see if anyone will be able to beat the 777 car in that lap time to be able to get it there. And we do see the number 23. That is the Zetzman car, once again, running into a bit of a problem. Project Vapor onto the back of Alanard Banana Express. They're going to do everything they can. So, Bluchnote, boxing, new set of tires on, he's got 11 minutes and 17 seconds. So it's going to be low fuel. It's going to be fast lap times. It's going to be a hard work. 1:40.465 to be beaten by the likes Ryan Barrington Smith. I mean, this is absolutely properly going. Willie Zetzman going and giving a huge amount of support to everyone out there. I absolutely love it. And if we talk about some great supporters, Willie, you're definitely one of them that deserves that top of a great supporter. That is for sure. Andre Serradio trying to make up some time. Then we got Alex Amez, who's actually close up to Johan Bluchnote. So in their excitement to get the fastest lap time of the race, OG Redemption may have got overconfident to the point that they would have lost out some time because Alex is onto the back of them. Alex is going to push as hard as he can. The E1 SimSport has just seen a very confident, like OG Redemption, wanting to get that fastest lap that may have actually cost them time here and thrown them a little bit down the field. So I hope you guys know what you're doing. I really hope you know what you're doing. So Rodio running in 5th place, 1.8 seconds behind Niall, wants to go for that little bit more of a climb. Top 5 is on the cards there. So Andres Rodio is in the top 5. We are seeing Niall running in 4th. Rodio is in 5th. So it is going to be a proper run for him. Can he get into the top 4? This is where the question comes in. And how far up the road can they get? It's going to be a very hard run for them on the closing stages of it. 2.1, so he's lost out the drive. Niall now getting the hammer down in the Aston Martin, trying to pull away. Starting to open up that gap a little bit more. Bluchnote losing out a little bit of time to Alex, and Alex is trying to really close him in with the Aston Martin. Johan Bluchnote got to be very careful on this. Doesn't want to get caught out. They're trying to go for the fastest lap time to break it away from Ryan Barrington Smith, but any mistake right now can cost him severely in the race. They cannot afford to lose this car. They got to get it down to the line, Last 8 minutes and 50 seconds left of the race. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get excited, get wild, get crazy as we see Jean-Ray Buerta dropping the wheel on the dirt for the Team Kerygma Racing. It is dark, it is early morning, it's a good morning on a Sunday morning right here in South Africa, and it is absolutely tremendous. What a way to start off a Sunday morning. It is go by finishing one of the biggest races here in South Africa, and it's been a calendar event. Not only did we have the Africa Esports Cup at the beginning of the year, and last year we had the Midrand 570. Now the second running of the Midrand 570 is coming down to this, an outright charge all the way through Team Kerygma Racing, going and making their way around. They are getting pushed by the likes of Daniel van der Venter, who is lying in 21st position. He's going to keep the pressure on. He does get the pass done on Jean-Ray Buerta, and goes and forces their other Team Kerygma car to dart off into the distance. So the little Honda has done everything it can to keep up that pace, keeping up a monumental charge as is 62 seconds behind Mike LaRue in the Mustang. But Mustang has been on a consistent effort. They are all keeping an eye out for this car, the number 9 car. This is Luke Addison currently behind the wheel, our leader of the race. 7 minutes and 34 seconds. They will get told when the leader is on the final lap. You will watch some cars back off because they would not have enough fuel, or they just want to see the end. They will allow the leader to get by so they can just cross that finish line for the Midrand 570. And it is 9.5 hours of racing, ladies and gentlemen. 9.5 grueling hours around Kyalami, and 320 plus laps, going on 330 plus laps. So that's most certainly the case. Huge lap times being in. I challenge anyone to go in absolute 13 degrees track temperature. I'm going to give it to you. It is 10:28 and 13 degrees track temperature, clear, optimum. There is all the grip that you have, and I want you to get a 140.4 out on the track. Go and do that. For anyone that wants to try, go take one of these GT3 cars on ACC, set the track to optimum, set it to this time, 13 degrees track temperature, and go try and set that 140.4. I dare you. I double dog dare you. And make sure marbles is on, because you need to have marbles on, because that's what the drivers are doing. They are racing where there's a very finite line that they are playing with at the moment. Reginald Mutaleni closing up on fellow teammate, well, fellow driver, fellow friend, Dean Kabasa ahead of him. Might be Dean Kabasa, might be Mark Kabasa. Either way, the Kabasas are now having a Reginald Mutaleni, a Noob Nation issue, onto the back of them. Reginald Mutaleni, a solo driver, now looking to try and get past. He's going to absolutely launch it. It's going to be an absolute run down to the line in the last 5 minutes and 50 seconds. It is turning into a wild run. We have got multiple battles currently on the track. Andre Serradio trying to close up that time to Niall Bullion, see if maybe he can clinch that top 4 away from LNR. Reginald Mutaleni hoping to claim that an 18th position onto the back of the Mustang. 0.4 of a second, 0.3. Can he get it done? Middle of the circuit. Dean Kabasa holding up his line, goes on the defensive outside line, forces the likes of Reginald Mutaleni to pick a line at the moment. So he's going to have to go for that inside line. Couldn't quite get the drive of Mustang. Definitely having a lot of torque at the moment to pull him through the corners, but gets to understeer on the exit. And you can see the McLaren also getting nice and close. Reginald's going to try and keep a hard push on it. Looks for the inside, second guessed it. Wasn't going to go for the pass just there, but he is going and hunting down. He's sitting in the mirrors and very close to it, to ensure that he can disappear, jumping over the curb a little bit, got a little bit unsteady as they made their way up into the mine shaft, and it does have Dean Kabasa go and miss his brake mark. He's onto the marbles and loses out that position. Reginald Mutaleni is now up into 18th, but now he's got to put the hammer down because it is Dean Kabasa on the way. He's launching for the pass. He's around the outside. Is he going to sweep across the nose, going through Crocodile? He's going to try his best to do it. Runs out a bit wide, and Reginald Mutaleni puts himself in. Side by side they go, heading up to Cheetah. It's going to be hard on the brakes, and it is Dean Kabasa first through Cheetah. Does run a little bit wide though, goes and eats out a bit of time, and nearly having Reginald Mutaleni looking on the inside for Ingwe. It is a race to the line. Andre Serradio and Niall doing exactly the same thing. Ruan Heineke and Rian Ferree have now got into this battle as well. We have got 3 different fights, 3 different parts of the track, and 3 fights that are looking to step it up in the last remaining seconds. Andre Serradio trying to go for the pass as we do see Reginald Mutuleni outbreak himself out in turn 2. Now trying to make his way up through the Yuxay sweep into Barbecue. Hooks a long left-hander, very tight line. Gets the car a little bit unsteady as he gets on the power a little bit too early. He's going to try and go around the outside, carry a lot of momentum through. Is going to be enough switches to the inside. Can't really get it into Sunset there. Not going to be an easy time. Backs out of it. Waits. Heading towards Clubhouse. Going to do a bit of a switcheroo. Looks for the inside line. No, he actually doesn't. He follows into the back line, hoping they can go for the undercuts on the exit. Not going to help out there. Mustang a little bit more stable on a drive there. So we're going to be very, very cautious on that. He is trying multiple different ways to see where he can. Same as we go to Andre Serradio running onto the dirt, trying to push his way forward. This is Niall just ahead of him. Niall clawing and clenching his jaw right now, holding on to it all. 3 minutes and 6 seconds left of this race, and it may all change for our top 5. Our 4th and 5th position may change at the moment, and it's going to be a wild one. Logistical nightmare. The whole team for that, the Banana Express, the team that has, well, was meant to be the second car to the LNR likes of Ryan Barrington-Smith, Zaya Issa, and Christoph Peterson, is now fighting it out for that top 4 spot. Reginald Mutuleni going late on the brakes to try and catch up to Dean Cabasa. Looked up on the inside, couldn't quite get the pass done. Going to really give it everything he can. And while those two are fighting, take a look who has closed up the gap. Mike LaRue is now 2 seconds behind. Mike LaRue, it will have an opportunity here. Reginald and Dean Cabasa get it wrong with one another. They will have Mike LaRue come hunting down to take that position. So LaRue is going to absolutely hammer it all the way down to the line here. He has an opportunity, 1.6 seconds behind. The Venom Works Racing Vipers are going to do everything they can to capitalize on a moment, just a single moment that these two go and trip each other up. If they landing into the weeds for whatever rhyme or reason, they will give up the position to the likes of Mike LaRue, who has been on a monster charge. There he is in shot. We got a 3-car train, 18th, 19th, and 20th, all in a running order as they battle their way through. Andre Serradio closing up to Niall Balloon, 0.8 of a second. They are onto the back of each other. Ruan Heineke and Ruan Fari, 10th and 11th, are also chasing each other down as Ruan Fari and Heineke battle their way through, doing everything that they can to battle it out and really close through. But is Reginald Mutuleni hanging on for dear life at this point, suddenly realizing the battle has just gone a little bit more. There's a bit more on the line here as Mike LaRue has closed up 0.4 of a second. He's going to have to get very defensive in the last remaining 1 minute and 5 seconds left of the Midrand 570. And it's all or nothing now, because in very, very few moments we will hear Jim utter the most sweet words that everyone wants to hear. Leader is on final lap. The moment those words are spoken, that it goes through the speakers, the headphones, and it goes through the radio comms, that the leader is on the final lap. Luke Addison will be on the final lap. It is all or nothing. It is hang on or go for it. Chips down, fight it out. That's what you need to do. You need to push on for the win, as we do have a bit of contact. We do have contacts. Radio and Billion have had contact with one another, and we are going to go back a little bit. We're going to take a look at this from our helicam, because here comes the likes of Serodio late on the brakes. Oh, way too late on the brakes. Turned him around. They waited for the drivers to go. Niall trying to get himself going, and you can see Serodio waiting just a little bit there. That's changed up their entire race on the momentum, so definitely not working his way through. And we have heard the sweet, sweet words. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, give it up for the Emil Frey Racing, Luke Addison, Tariq Adam, and Christian Fenter taking the checkered flag with Hybrid Racing in second place of Dino Kier and Daniel Rowe. Third place, we'll go to Tennis Sports, Daniel Baker Krobler and John Fafiers will take that third place. Fourth place at the moment is still wild. Niall and Andre Serradio will be battling it out down to the wire, and I think that Niall has done enough to keep the likes of Serradio at bay. There's a second between them, and well done goes out to our top 3. Absolutely incredible drive on their part. Hybrid Racing taking third and second, but it is Luke Addison, Tariq Adam, Christian Fenter, taking that first place, taking that top spot. 333 laps completed in the race. Niall will be looking at taking that 4th place at the moment. I don't think Seradio is too far back to be able to go for the fight. Reginald Mutuleni losing out the position to Mike LaRue. Dean Kabasa hangs on. I mean, huge run. And, well, they said they would do it. They said that watch him through as De Villiers gets a drive-through penalty on the friggin' last lap. Top 6 and a drive-through penalty. De Villiers, why? Oh man, right at the moment, right at the last, he scores it. But big news comes through. Johan Blichnout put in the fastest lap time. A 1 minute 40.252. Well done to the OG Retribution that stole the stole the fastest lap going through. Man, oh man, what a run. And that is it. That is it, folks. The end of the Midrand 570. 9.5 hours completed by our drivers. And what a race it has been. De Villiers is going to get a 30-second penalty for getting it through. And what a run. Folks, this has been a wild ride. It's been a cowboy of a ride. That is most certainly the case. Well, we're going to catch up with everyone a little bit later on for all the chats. A little bit later on, so for those that are waiting, Dino here, Tina Sporta, we will do an outside chat to everyone, bring everyone in a little bit later on. To get some feelings and everything. I think everyone at the moment absolutely knackered after a long day, and a amazing event nonetheless. But what a race it has been, and incredible stuff. So we'll get in touch with our winners by the end of, well, before the end of this week. We're going to get in touch with our winners and get a bit of a insight from it. But we got to give a massive shout out, and honestly, well done to everyone that went out there and completed the Midrand 570 2024, the second ever run. I mean, this is an absolute run. So we had the fastest lap stolen on the last run. We had the steal of the set tree from LaRue. The last drive-through penalty of the entire race going to Daniel De Villiers right at the end. Well done. Honestly, well done. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've got to say a massive well done to all our amazing competitors out there, all the teams that put in all the hard work. And we've also got to give a massive shout out to all the admin that have put in tireless hours. A massive well done to the admin, the stewards. Well done to the drivers, the teams, the families, you guys, the absolute petrol heads that got it across the line. It has been an absolutely phenomenal event, and that concludes the Midrand 570 for 2024. It is done. It is dusted. It is completed. 9.5 hours done of racing. Well done. And we will get in touch with everyone by the end of it. We will chat to first, second, and third right at the end, a little bit later on during the course of the week. But it is now 1:45 in the morning on a Sunday. It is the 29th, and a good morning to you all for that. And what a super event. And I think everyone's going to be smiling at the end of that one. Absolutely incredible stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a super event. What a super time. And thank you very much for the honor to be on the microphone for it. Because for many people that don't know, I wasn't on the microphone for the very first one. Not at all. There was another chap. So this was my first Midrand 570. Out of its existence, this was my very first. And I'm glad I got to have my first with you guys. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us. Make sure that you take a look at all our all the amazing sponsors: Scallywags, Drift Academy, Flick Floy, Red Star Raceway, PokerBet, and go and be a part of it. Make sure that you take a look at all the races as well happening out at Raceface.Pro and also at Logistical Nightmare. Big shout out to Extreme Car Services. They are very, very new to it and jumping on board for the event. Glad to have you guys here. It's absolutely incredible stuff. And what a run. Absolutely nail biting right to the end. Incredible stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, massive shout out to all our esteemed guests that came through. George G. Max, our drivers, Cameron DeBastos, Bertus Hugo. I mean, we've had some really esteemed guests coming in and being part of this amazing show and giving us all the valuable insight through it all, and honestly giving everyone the little bit more of what sim racing is and how it's all grown during the course of it, and having the legend voices like Cameron DeBastos, who is currently in the box. He's just waiting and listening out. I think he wants to go to bed already. But we've also had the legend George G. Max coming in, the sim racing voice of South Africa, coming and rejoining just for a snippet to go and give his blessings on the event, which is absolutely great stuff. We had the one of the creators, Bertus Hugo, coming in having a chat. Also great to have all our drivers coming in and out, our team managers coming in and having a chat to us as well. But what a great time. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, like always, and I'll never get bored of saying it, but I'm going to say it once again, and I'm going to make sure that Cameron is absolutely server muted before he changes anything. There we go. You are server muted, because I know you're going to try and pull a stunt, and I've got admin rights, so yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you very much, and like always, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wait, no, it's morning. Have a good morning. Have a cup of coffee or even a hot chocolate on me.